That's 2050.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back for another exciting Pulse Conference 2055. If you didn't hear the song, you didn't hear the words, yeah, generated words. Shout out to PulseWave AI, I believe. They also dropped a pack. Check my Twitter. I retweeted that they dropped a pack of music and different media and stuff for the community. Donate for the community on a lot of different media for PulseChain. And again, the background here, a lot of different media, some of the transitions, intro and stuff generated by that as well. So really appreciate the community donations. Amazing, really make the conference better. And I was hoping, again, no expectations. I was hoping some people would step up and be like, okay, I don't want to ask for it, but here's a donation thing. If you want to donate coins for prizes, you want to donate media for any of the memes or transition stuff, that'd be cool. People stepped up and did it, so it's amazing. Anyways, day two. You know what? Yesterday, blazing success. Tons and tons of people watching, thousands of people. What Twitter said, I mean, everyone's like, I can't believe, not sure if there's that many people watching, but I look at it on X, I see over 7,000 of what it says listening in. Unless X is wrong, unless there's something crazy going on. I even asked GPT. There's a lot of people watching. I don't think they're all of this community. I think it's we may be onboarding some new people into PulseChain. So it's a speculation of that. So day two, huge lineup. Really excited to get into it. Almost like a Hex day. We got a ton of Hex talks. We got PulseChain panel. We got Dipcatcher coming up to talk FlexNet and Hex's gas token type stuff. Got AI panel. What the Hex panel? We got RG3 coming up here, fighting for DeFi, all the fun stuff. So I don't know. Yesterday, again, huge success. Really proud of how it turned out. Really amazed at all the people participating. Chat was going nuts. I'm sure it'll be great again today as well. Today, could it be even better than yesterday? I don't know. Maybe some surprises and other fun stuff planned as well. We got some cool music. We got some cool memes. We got some a lot of great stuff going on. So also, I've been hearing too that not everyone was aware the conference was happening. And again, I know we're on a shoestring budget here, but I feel like since the inception, I've been tweeting about it just about every other day. I went on Coffee's channel. I went on Corey's channel. I went on Magic Carpet Ride, talked about it. I think I feel like every stream since it happened, at least the last couple of weeks, I've mentioned it. So I don't know how people weren't aware about it until Richard tweeted about it. So shout out to Richard. Thanks for retweeting and making sure the whole community, people following him, knew about it. But I don't know. I don't know how much I could do more than that. As far as like getting the word out. I mean, submissions have been going on for weeks. Know a lot of people. Again, we're pretty full. I think we mostly filled up the conference for submissions for speakers in the first, I want to say 10 days or so. It was like, whoa, okay, it's getting pretty full now. Most of the slots are already gone. I'm going to have to turn some of them from 30-minute slots into lightning talks and stuff like that. So anyways, I get the word out. Help me get the word out. If we have another one too, if we have the PulseX one in the summertime, who knows? Should be good. So everyone, yesterday I'll do before we get into the first panel of the day, the Hex panel. Then we got RG3 coming up after that. Brisk coming up to talk about Ink. He's an Ink Bull, the resident Ink Bull, all that fun stuff too. Yesterday I talked about your foundation, your North Star. What, your reason for being here. And I challenge everyone to really find out what it is that makes you, hanging here for PulseChain. I actually did a poll the other day. Have you been shaken out of PulseChain? Quite a few people have, apparently. I think there's over, maybe, I want to say 1,200, 1,300 people answered the poll. And I'll probably talk about it on a future stream at some point. And a quarter of people say they've been shaken out of PulseChain. And I really think that is because there isn't this strong foundation. There isn't this reason to be here other than the dopamine hits, the price go up. Oh, that was supposed to put money in and get a quick 10x and leave type of thing. This whole place was built on delayed gratification, really playing healthy games, really like growing the pie, taking your talents, making contribution, all that stuff. So it isn't the place even, maybe whoever onboarded you or, whatever your ideal is, whatever expectations that you had for this ecosystem or the founder or otherwise weren't met, or whatever other grievances you had. I would say one thing you can do, again, if you still want to give this place a chance and you still want to, win in this environment, put all the stuff in the backseat, acknowledge it. I always love the phrase of like, you can either accept, change, or ignore any problem, anything that comes up in life. So I really think being able to, zoom out, forget about whatever you thought was going to happen and focus on what's happening now and who is around you and who you can, who can see, and help, and just be around to really elevate not only yourself, but the community. It really is kind of like, I don't monetize. I talk about this stuff. I've written blogs about it, did all these things about my brand and the way I go about myself and the way that what I want to do here and the contributions I want to make and continue to make. Conferences, it's one of them. And it really comes down to, there's so many things you can do that matter more than yourself. That at least, on these different spectrums, and growing this place into a thriving, a next level thriving community is one of the things that I want to do. And, you've seen that I've been streaming for 3 years now. I've been following Richard since 2017. And the things that I do, I'm not perfect either. And I don't have a boss. I don't really follow any. I mean, I say following Richard, but I mean, loosely speaking, I'm RHMax for his ideals, but again, I make my own choices. Everyone else, we're here for permissionless DeFi. At least I'm here for that. A lot of people demonstrate that in their works and their building, their actions, and the things they do as well. But it's one of those, I want to make sure that we win. And there's a ton of different ways to do that. And that's what I want to talk about just for a couple minutes is action, the actions you can actually take. So once you find your North Star and you figure out why you're here, or you're just like, no, I'm out, I just want to do something else, or I'm going to be passive or whatever. Just try not to be net negative. I'll say that. Like, you can be neutral, you can be passive, whatever, but like try not to bring everyone else down. Try not to make everyone else have a worse time because of whatever, grievances or other stuff too. But the actions you can take. So you can make a contribution with integrity, with hashtag never scamming. You can show up and present yourself, honestly. You can talk about the things you like, whether other people like them or not. You can go out and create content without asking anyone, do they want this made or not? And having the no strings attached, having, I prefer no partnerships. I prefer no sponsorships. The whole deal. I like having less strings attached because that gives me more freedom. That gives me more ability to take these ideals that I have that I think would be good for the community, or I just personally good that I'm intellectually curious about or otherwise, and make them come to life in whatever form, whether it's coding, whether it's, streaming, content creation, whether it's social media, whatever it is. You can do it without taking things away from other people. It's really not that hard to do. Like, logically, the steps of doing it are not that hard. It's mostly just removing things. Instead of like adding things into the process, it's removing things. Stop trying to do everything. I guess that's like one of the things that's probably the broadest realization of, you don't need to do everything. You don't need to listen to everyone. You don't need to, be in groups. You don't all those things, again, everyone, all these things are helpful in different ways and different peoples, and everyone has their preferences. But I really like the quote. It's like, sometimes you got to walk alone, and that doesn't mean you're by yourself. That just means that you take what you believe to be true and you go put it forth, and you don't need, you don't need to care about what everyone else wants. You don't have any obligations, because you see what the truth is. You see what you want to do, and you go forth and do it. And that's way better than sitting on the sidelines, complaining, asking other people to do stuff for you, criticizing other people without any real data behind it, just being wrong. Like, how to be wrong a lot, like criticize people without data. If you just think something, that's just a thought. That's just an opinion. It doesn't have to mean anything. No matter if you have 0 followers or 100,000 followers, it doesn't mean anything. It's just your opinion. And that's why I really like, when I come to debates, or I come to prove a point, or I come to just share information, I really like to back it up with stuff, or else I just don't say it. It really helps me avoid saying stupid things when you don't have anything behind it, right? So again, if you're coming here and you want to make a contribution, and the actions you can take, go out there and do stuff, and stop waiting for someone to pat you on the back. Stop waiting for your bags to go up. Stop waiting for someone to come and save you, right? Like, no one's coming to save us. We don't need to be saved. There's no meteor, as far as I know. Someone let me know if there's a meteor going to strike Earth at any moment. But like, we don't need everyone else to do stuff for us. Like, the most empowering thing you possibly do, and the embodiment of crypto in general and DeFi, is you can do whatever you want to do, and you can do it really well. And yeah, I challenge everyone out there to go do it. Find what it is that makes you enjoy, each day. Find what it is that makes your future self appreciate you for the work you put in. Like, think about your future self. Would they want you to just hang out? Would they want you to go conquer some stuff? They want you to go dominate, and do it again in an integrity-filled, honest way. And would they want you to, when you look around, again, a futuristic conference theme here too, 2055, are you going to look back and be like, oh man, I should have just got more for myself. I should have just I don't think I'm going to look back and be like, you know what, I should have did more for me. If anything, I'm going to be like, oh man, I could have. Well, I don't really live by regrets or any of that stuff. But if I were to imagine a version of myself that would look back and reflect and say what they could have did better, I wouldn't have much to say. I feel like I'm doing pretty good of the things I want to do right now, and the pieces that I want to see come together, and the contribution that I'm making towards making Hex go more than the dream and more than the hope that we have that'll come to fruition one day. So go out there, get to work. I know that's the thing that anyone can say to you any day of the week, but I hope it means a little bit more coming from someone who has did it and is going to continue to do it. And one day, if I ever stop doing it, it doesn't matter, because I don't work for anyone. I'm here on my free accord. No one's asking me to do anything. I actually prefer that they don't ask me to do anything most of the time. Yeah, I think this is the place where, some people go to companies, some people work on, nonprofit stuff. And again, everyone in the different flows of life can ebb and flow to different ways that they think they're working on things that are valuable. But I think PulseChain is a place where you can come, take your talents, build, contribute. Again, just be around to share things with other people and make them feel more welcome. There's a ton of different things you can do. The question is, are you doing them? Are you aligned to get them done? Do you have have you set up things in a way that make it frictionless for you to do that? Or is there something that you're like, yeah, I would do that, but nah, I don't owe them, I don't want to do this because I'm mad about this, or I'm going to mad about that, or whatever. Hardest thing I think for me over time too has just been getting over myself, making sure that I can do the things I want to do without getting in my own way. And I don't think that's a uncommon thing that happens to people as well. So that being said, day 2, opening day, hopefully go out there, inspire some people. I want to inspire people. I think Richard, I've always said, I think Richard wants to make more people like him. And yeah, I think if you're out there and you have influence, you're out there with attention, you're able to reach people. Maybe if you can make some more people that have qualities that you like as well. And we can all just level up the ecosystem. So I'm very excited to get into the talks. Again, there's my opening remarks. Feels pretty good to talk to everyone out there. I've got a few hundred people watching. Let's bump those numbers up. Let's pump them up. Let's bump them. Let's pump them. Every other word that rhymes with the word up in every which way. Got a ton of great stuff coming up. We do a quick transition video and chat. Keep popping off. Then I'll bring in our first panel for the Hexy Talk. We're going to talk Hexy. It's going to be really fun. All right, everyone, give me just a moment. What do you all want? You want money gun? You want dance? You want weights? Yeah, let's pump it up. I like weights. Let's do weights. I like weights.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large road weight belt don't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, baby. Pussy hands are giving out.
It always cracks me. His comments at the end always crack me up. All right, without further ado, first panel of the day. Let's kick it off. We got Dev Huey, Crispy Man, and Ben Sierra. How's it going, gentlemen?
Hello, hello.
Oh, and sorry, Tails as well. Sorry, Tails was hiding at the bottom. Welcome.
Oh, hello, guys.
Hi, gents. How are you doing?
You guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you good. We can hear you good.
Audio check, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. First panel of the day. Audio sounds good. Crispy.
Check.
Can we get a hey
Check.
now?
A big A now.
All right, gents. I'll let you get. Well, actually, yeah, you've all been on the show. Don't need to do any introductions. So, no, we lost one of you. Which one? We lost Tails. It's okay. I'll bring him back in when he comes. But I'll let you get into it. 30 minutes. Hex panel. Go.
Tales of 4 streamers.
Crispy. Again with you on a stream. That's always fun.
Ben, good to see you again. And Dev Huey, how the heck are you?
Dev Huey for the
Yeah,
first
hi, Crispy.
time.
Hi, Ben. First time on a stream with you. So it's great to join such a esteemed data analyst, hex analyst.
Yeah. 100%,
So
man.
nice.
Yeah, I know everybody probably doesn't know everything we've been involved in between the three of us, but a lot. But hey, what are you guys thinking? Where's Hex going? Is there a chance? Do we have a chance?
Who you want to start? Or should I go with my bullish feelings?
Do your bullish feelings. Hey, listen,
I'll
tell you, I'll start off bullish for you, right? Today, on what we call the golden ratio multiplier, Pulse flashed a green buy signal today. Very good. That makes me super bullish. And of course, Hex is tied directly to Pulse. So.
Yep. Oh, that is really nice. The thing is, I'm always so positive, so I feel like I'm always bullish, and I'm always checking the numbers. So if people don't know me, I'm doing a lot of Hex statistics on Twitter, doing monthly and quarterly reports like consistently. And I try to make it concise for everybody to understand of what is actually happening. And when I see the data, I usually feel really confident about, like Hex and where we're going, because there's always so much activity. It's never looking like it dies out or anything like it. And by the sheer numbers where we at as a community, and how, let's say, low the prices are, and the user market cap, I feel like that these levels are kind of sustainable for a long time. So even if there's not big enough demand coming out, so I think that the community itself can, just kickstart from here. I really don't think that. Also, the charts look like that they kind of stabilized, like, let's say, over a year, and I think that we're just consistently here as a community, and we are just not going away. We have some Hexicans who sometimes go away, take a couple of days off, and then they come back. We're just here, and we're coming back. I think there is no price level where I would quit, or Crispy, you would quit, or Huey, I don't think that you are not making your data analysis anymore, right?
Yeah, we're increasing our data analysis and turning on more supercomputers to crunch all the numbers. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's also definitely very much fun, especially to look into, and analyze Hex, because it's like the cryptocurrency which you can really go into a lot of different statistics because you have all the data on chain.
Days and days and days of it. Yep.
And Huey, I wanted to ask you, how did you like get into like, oh, I would like to make Hex analytics? What inspired you, or what motivated you to do that?
What inspired me was the Hex audit, which was done by Hexagon a few years ago and appeared in the Highest of Stakes documentary movie. And that seemed to be done by a manual exercise using Excel, and then manually going through and looking for all of these OA addresses to see how many are OA and non-OA. And this kind of inspired me. I like Python. Let's learn some blockchain analysis. And then I started from there. And I've gone through many iterations of doing it, a very bad way, like saving the data to CSV files. And then I moved to saving it to a database, and now I'm using Databricks Spark Computing, so a lot more power on the back end now. So I'll apologize in advance. I've been moving house for the last 2 weeks, so I haven't been on top of the recent data. So definitely phoning this one in. But I have a question for you two. Like what metrics or KPIs have you been watching, the last couple of weeks or months, or what do you think is interesting to keep an eye on?
Number one right now for me, because a lot of other things are static, is the amount of LP available in the market.
That's an interesting one. Because I'm definitely looking a lot on user circulating supply and yields overall, and which direction they're shifting. Because of the recent moves of the OA staking and the yield shifting away, and I'm very curious of how it just unfolds, so that is quite interesting for me. So I'm not looking that much on trading patterns or anything like that, because I'm like, that's just short term, kind of like trying to analyze in which direction it goes. Because the big trading patterns are looking very great, especially, I think for EHAX, like having that monthly MACD looking great, and everything, and PHEX just doesn't have that long of a data history. Or you just take the data history of EHAX and combine it with PHEX. And I'm still working on a lot of crunching numbers to actually get all the hex pools together and analyze them together. So that's something that I'm looking forward to. So there's not a KPI that I'm like trying to check all the time. I'm just trying to figure out a way how to crunch all of those numbers together, so that at the end I can analyze it.
And what inspired you guys to start doing analytics? Because I know it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money to set up all this servers. So what inspired you? Because I think we've inspired each other. And maybe from this stream today, we'll even inspire a new wave of analytics tools.
I mean, it comes like that goes even back to like Bitcoin days. I found it like Bitcoin inspired me to learn programming in general, because I was kind of like an economics guy, and I knew a lot of data things, but I wasn't like engineering. And then when Bitcoin was there, I'm like, oh, you can like program money in a way. And that's when I started kind of learning programming by scratch. And And in Hex, sorry for the noise. Yeah, in Hex you just have like this incredible system, which is like, you know, it has a yield. Basically, it's almost like an interest rate, a global interest rate, which is shifting based on the market, and that is just so fascinating. And I wanted to track it from the beginning. I even had like a Telegram group on day one when Hex launched, and I started posting Hex data into the Telegram group, but I manually like put the data together into an Excel sheet, and I was tracking it like day by day and just posting like every day an update. And then some other websites came along which automated so many things, and I was like, all right, other guys are doing it, so I don't have to manually crunch numbers and just figure out better ways and find better ways to actually automatize things. And then it took me some years to get where I am, but I consistently just kept on going and tried to improve incrementally. Hi, Tails.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Hi, Tails. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
We're talking about what inspired us, the three of us, to do like analytics for Hex and how we got into it.
All right, you guys, because all three of you guys always have all the charts and all the data and stuff. You guys are the ones I actually follow quite a bit and actually learn a lot, because I don't actually do that type of stuff, but I take all the information, I analyze my own thoughts with it, so it helps quite a bit.
That's cool. So yeah, usually you don't look at so many data things, but in Hex you like to, if I understand.
Yeah,
correctly.
I like to look at it, like T-share rate, amount of stakes going out for what duration lengths, and all the various things. But I find quite a bit of what I find fascinating right now is after the OA did all its stakes, it kind of just reset the whole system, and now it's kind of causing us to redial everything in. And Crispy Man's been pretty good at keeping up and giving us good information with that. So
that's true.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how the OA is such a stabilizing force.
Yeah, the OA addresses have kind of identified themselves now, because I think there was a mystery of how many there were. Like, we have the ones that are directly connected to the OA, like daughter addresses. And then you have these other OA addresses that I think might come from the ETH adoption amplifier phase, who are not directly linked, but they're sometimes lumped in with OA. But I think with this recent staking, we've kind of a clear picture now of what's OA and what's not OA.
Yeah, that was actually pretty fun. Like, I had an automated way of how to, like, I had a model of how to predict which addresses are like OA addresses. And my model was always like having many more addresses than anybody else's model. And I was like always thinking, I mean, I have my model and it seems to be much more than everybody else's. But now I got really the confirmation by the activity that my model was the closest to having. And now we see really clear signs, exactly what you said, which ones are DOA, because they have a very similar pattern of how they behave. And that makes me just like understand that, okay, my charts can show the user circulating supply very well over time, and I can rely on it.
So I have backed off on tracking the OA addresses separately because there's no way for me to really be sure they really are real. So I appreciate that other people are doing it. I'm not doing it anymore. I mean, I to a certain extent, I have the older addresses, and I suppose if I really could figure it out, maybe it would be worthwhile to do it. So I applaud you for doing that, Ben. But I've kind of taken the tact of giving less, in terms of that part of it, less, visibility to the OA and the OA addresses. But of course, I can't get away from the fact that the OA is affecting the system, right? Right. So for me to say, hey, the OA doesn't matter. Well, hey, apparently it does. They just came in and did all these huge stakes and changed everything. But even though it is kind of like a system reset, standard use case, right, is still there. The product market fit's the same, hasn't changed. It's just that it's at a lower reward rate than I would like, but that is what it is, right? And I think that as we've been talking about, a lot of people have been talking about for weeks, the opportunity is huge in Hex. I mean, the ability to get more of it, it's very rare, right? You got to buy it off the market. There's 500 million. Sure, I can't go buy 500 million, but you know what? There's only 500 million, and some number like that.
Yeah, and we have many addresses that are here, many that are actually active, and later today I will actually show some general numbers. I prepared like some charts for for newcomers to kind of like understand of how big the community is and things like that, but also interesting for people who already know my charts, just to see like the whole chart by itself. Yeah, I have later a 15 minutes where I will show that. But back to the 4%, I think, for something mature, that's a really great yield. Still, you can get with safer financial instruments, higher yields currently on the market in the traditional finance sense. But I think there's a big chance that lower interest rates are coming in the whole world, and if those are going low, and they will go really low, I think, because inflation is kind of defeated for now, and I mean almost. So if we get those lower rates, then a 4% compared to, who knows, would it be a 1%? Will be a great yield, especially if you make it in a decentralized way. And from here on, the OA basically cannot really, lower it. So here only the market itself can lower it. And how would the market lower the interest rate from 4% down to 1%? By buying it up and staking it. So then you would get like a big price appreciation, most probably. Right. So 4%, quite a number that you will kind of definitely get.
I was kind of speculating too. I mean, a lot of this is speculation at this point, but we know that the base rate is about 1.5 now on both chains. I think Ethereum's a few points higher, but we know that we're going to compound up from that direction, and the OA staked most of its supply, so we kind of know where we're at now. And the only thing I thought about it, I don't think it could happen, but if the OA decides to buy more, it could buy more Hex and stake it too. I don't know if it would do that, but that would be another interesting dynamic that kind of crossed my mind the other day.
For sure. And the other thing about Hex staking is that obviously you can stake Pulse or you stake Ethereum, but you have to validate. So you kind of do some other type of staking activity, as well as your, it's not really private. I mean, if some people who are technical, they know that you expose your IP address while you validate. So if you want to get really good yield and be actually private, then Hex is kind of like the go-to place. And that's not a little thing actually, but it's not really often mentioned. And as a lot of people will watch this who might be new to Hex and new to PulseChain, that is an interesting aspect. And because it's a Pulse conference, I also want to mention like Hex is still like kind of the biggest force on PulseChain. I mean, for me, I mean, in terms of community, in terms of opportunity, liquidity, I'm not sure how you think about Hex versus PulseChain, or you always think about it together because the liquidity is anyway bonded, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're definitely tied together. Go ahead, Dev. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry, you go.
I was just going to throw out there that yeah, Hex is consistently in the top 10 in terms of volume. Usually runs about twice as fast as Pulse, which is an indication that there's not enough of it for the demand. Just feeding into that.
Yes, one thing I'm kind of looking at is the Hex Pulse ratio and then also the EHEX PX ratio, and I find that very interesting to keep track of that every day. So I'm kind of curious of the panel's thoughts on the EX versus PX and where we can see that going in the next year or 12 months.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, hey, I have an answer for that. What I think, Tails, what do you think about that?
As far as EHEX go, I think there's an interesting dynamic now, because after Richard made that tweet that he did back then, where it caused all that chaos and the dumping of EHEX, and I think what was the payout per t-shirt, like over 50 that day? It was something huge. But what was interesting is that EHEX was also staked in the same way Pulse was. So that kind of indicates to me that there's still EHEX is still here, and it's gonna thrive, and it's gonna you know, we could debate if they'll ever reach parity or not, but we know it's not going away either.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, exact parity is kind of a dream, but I do think you're going to see, right? Because that would be it's too specific, right? It has to be exactly the same price. Could it happen? Sure. Johnny laid out some possibilities with that, but now that those possibilities aren't there anymore. But what we can look at is the LP setup and the you know, what the behavior has been of the stakers. Even though we talk a lot about emergency end staking, we have had it. We still got a lot of t-shirts, right? People have not capitulated on EHEX, and you know, they're not adding as quickly, that's for sure, but they haven't capitulated on either of the hexes. And with the liquidity set up, EHEX is probably going to overperform, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when the tweet happened, the EX is dead tweet went to like 1 to 10 or below that. Then the last couple of weeks or months has been around 1 to 4, 1 to 3, and then today I see it's 1 to 2.8. So we're slowly closing that gap each week, which I think is very interesting. That, you know, we're, even if we don't get to parity, if we get to 1 to 2, you know, I think that's pretty good for EHEX.
Yeah, because if you think about that too, like if we think Hex, you know, because now that the inflation's cut, you know, people have to realize too, like when the OA staked all that Hex, that was pretty much the equivalent of like 2 Bitcoin halvings. You know, and it's going to take a little time for it to see that. You know, we're not going to see that overnight. I think what was it, about 4 to 500% reduction roughly, but that's a pretty huge reduction. So, and now if we think PHEX can go to dollars, and it keeps this sort of ratio right now, if Hex is to hit $5, then why couldn't EHEX hit $1 or $2? That's kind of how I'm thinking.
Right. And I think from a percentage perspective, you know, from bottoms and whatnot, you'll see when I talk about the overperformance, it just has that ability to go up. Dip Catcher's in our chat, so shout out to him in that. Hey, yeah, you know, there's some real opportunity on the Ethereum side, because things got weird, right, with price and also with gas. We really didn't expect the gas. I never expected it to be cheap at this point to be transacting on Ethereum. And so you do have this theory about being closer to the money on Ethereum, that there are people who will discover the ecosystem of green candles through Hex, and that may be the EHEX, right? And so if that type of thing happens, or we see you know, the big run up in Ethereum that many hope will happen, right? that will first affect EHEX before it moves over onto the Pulse chain. Now, maybe it'll be so fast, maybe I won't know the difference. But again, with the liquidity set up, with the prices potentially skyrocketing during some sort of a run up, yeah, you could see that overperformance.
Also, I think for like new onboards or people who just hear about Hex today, the first landing spot is probably going to be Uniswap on Ethereum. They're not going to find PulseChain right away, so the first kind of place to buy Hex is going to be on Ethereum. So I think that could be bullish for EX on the long run.
The other thing, which is actually quite great, and again, it's a Pulse conference and it's a Hex panel. Both hexes are on PulseChain. So like if we get that range where the bull market goes full bananas and we have those high fees on Ethereum and people want to buy EHEX because it performed so well, you can buy EHEX on PulseChain as well. So you can buy it cheaply, and this is actually crucial. So, and maybe not even thought of. So you have a really good asset that is on two chains traded. One, it's getting really expensive to transact on, but on PulseChain you can, for pennies, get into it, and then maybe even stake it in the future when fees are lower. So like EHEX has that opportunity, and EHEX has that bridge risk, but the bridge risk is not that big anymore, because with time we see that the bridge between Ethereum and PulseChain, which is connecting the chains, is actually working flawlessly and was never hacked and nothing happened to it. So the bridge risk for the EHEX is at this point very, very low. Hey Max, you're back.
I'm back. That's the bad news. The bad news is final time almost up, but we got about 4 minutes before RG3 comes in here and tears everyone a new one, as far as a new way of looking at DeFi and why you should all be super, super happy. But last what is that? Well, we got 180 seconds or so. What's good? What do you want to leave people with as far as the Hex token? I know Ben Sierra is going to be on a little bit later, and to talk about some analytics as well. But what do people need to know?
Well, I'll say this. I've been saying it every stream, every show. I understand why people are fading Hex staking, and I think it's a mistake.
Agreed.
And, and I understand them. I mean, it's hard to argue with people. You got to push the I believe button. That someday green candles come, but I think when they come, those who have been staked will be rewarded the greatest. It doesn't mean you guys can't take your swing trades. That'll be successful as well.
Not the sell button, the I believe button.
The I believe.
Yeah, I think Hex is not going anywhere. We have it on two chains now. We have all these derivatives as well with this extra utility. Our communists, Hedron, Icosa, all of these things add extra utility. I think even Ben, you have a derivative as well. So I think it's a whole ecosystem built around Hex. So it's going to be bullish for the next few years.
Not communism for Hex. We have communism, or communists. If you community, yeah.
Community.
Yeah. Not that Huey said it. I just make sure everyone hears it correctly. It is not communist coin. I heard so much in the beginning. That's funny.
Communist coin.
Tells, you think we get to $4 Hex?
Oh, I'm super bullish. I think we go higher than that, but I think too, as the price rises, people, the APY will go up with the higher price, and you can still stake 15 years. I'm still staking 15 years. I'm not going to stop. So as that supply dwindles and if there is a increase in stakers going along, you could really see a supply shock.
Yeah. Hex is the father of trustless yield, and you can get it at the best place in the whole blockchain world, which is PulseChain. Even the Ethereum version, you can get it on PulseChain. I think it even has higher liquidity on PulseChain. Correct me if I'm wrong, Crispy. So
Crispy's like,
the
they're telling me that's correct. They're telling me that's correct.
Yeah.
All right. So, and yeah, the father of trustless yield will not be faded by the world. I think it's here to stay.
Love it. Dev Huey will be on for the AI panel a little bit later today as well. Gents, fantastic job. Appreciate you all representing, being good stewards of the Hex token, the Hex protocol, the Hex revolution. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like the Hex token. 5555. Right.
5555.
See you later.
All right, gents. See you later. All right. Hex panel, baby. Hex panel always gets pumped up. So first we did the RH pumping some iron. And then we had the Hex panel come. We got Captain RG3 coming to tell us how to fight for some DeFi. Let's do it the which one we want. Let's do the Hex girls. I like the Hex girls. Let's do the Hex girls.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so many coins. Which coin is the best? Is it too late to buy Bitcoin? Why must cryptocurrency be so confusing? When you need clear answers, go to Richard Hart. The smartest man in crypto, Richard Hart. Richard Hart started mining Bitcoins on his graphic card in 2011. Richard knows his crypto stuff. Crypto Smart with Richard Hart. Check out his YouTube channel.
I'll always love that one. When's the last time you saw that one, RG3?
Oh man, it's been years. It's been years. I remember that.
We've had so many over the time. And again, I didn't start interacting with the community until about three years ago, maybe 2022. But I've been following Richard forever. I just never was really public with channel or Twitter and all that. But over the time, I've seen a lot of different memes. I saw all the different videos, of course, all these things, and you all streaming and all that. And that was one of the ones where I was like, oh my gosh, somebody made this video. And it's not, these days you think it's AI generated. It's not. Those are real people, produced video talking about Richard and the Hex token and Bitcoin. So amazing stuff.
Yeah, there were a few of them out there doing it at the time, and that was one of them. It was pretty good. That gal. I think it's the same girl. She wears a wig and does the other part and puts it together. She did a really good job.
Oh, is it? I didn't even notice that. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the same gal.
That's cool. That's cool. All right. Well, I'll let you take it away, Captain RG3, fighting for DeFi. See you soon.
Right on, my man. Thank you, bro. And thank you for putting this on, man. This is something desperately and definitely needed to be put on by somebody like you with integrity and work ethic and leadership skills and all the things that you bring to the table. So thanks, RH. I'm glad that you've picked up the torch on this and moved it forward. You're the kind of person that we need in here doing it. So I want to talk a little bit about DeFi, defending it, fighting for it, what we've had to do here in this space, what we've done by building this community, what community means, basically what DeFi means to us. And I can come in here and say, imagine a world where anyone can access financial services without barriers, gatekeepers, or hidden agendas. That's the promise of decentralized finance. DeFi, system built not just on code, but on trust, right? But I can't do that. I'm not going to do a TED Talk. That would be fake. That would be phony, and you guys wouldn't trust me, right? Some just put out agenda written. I want to talk to you about experience. I want to talk to you about, longevity, being around, fighting the good fight, doing the stuff, like RHMax is doing here. And a lot of you community members are doing. So thanks for coming and thanks for being here and supporting it. Because it's stuff like this with integrity, that the community is involved in, that is going to be what moves us forward. Because here's the thing, DeFi in all of its technical terms is that thing that is supposed to give us access to this wonderful thing called crypto, which eliminates the middleman, which gives us control of our money and our destiny with smart contracts and blockchain and immutable code and all that kind of stuff. But that hasn't been the case. That's been the narrative since day one when Bitcoin launched in 2010, when they were talking about it in 8, 9. It's always been the narrative. The libertarian bros grabbed on a hold of it and used it as their mantra for a while. But they seem to have been pushed out, broken down, and aided. Talk about the word aided. They were removed. And now Bitcoin and the blockchain on that side has been centralized, taken over by centralization, confiscated by governments. All the things that they said couldn't be done to it has been done to it. Bugs, you name it. And now we've seen less than honest people taking over the whole space as far as influencing goes, companies that are being built on it goes, governments being involved goes. All of it has been usurped. There is no more DeFi over there in Bitcoin world. And hell, BlackRock owns most of it. The actual institution that they were railing against and why it was built to go up against in the first place. So the hypocrisy of them speaking now about how awesome it is beyond me and what I understand. I've been here since 2014. I watched it launched. I watched them all speak in 2009 and 2010. I was I built a platform that supported a game called Counter-Strike, like social media platform, gaming platform for people to compete with each other. So in the forums, in the IRC forums back then, that's how we used to all communicate. I watched Bitcoin get built. I watched the people talk about it. I watched the coders talk about how awesome it was going to be. I ignored it until about 2014. And then I saw that it had moved in price. I didn't see any use of the technology. I thought it was just an encrypted PayPal service or something at first, because now that sounds funny to think of it that way, but remember, this was innovative. This was stuff that nobody had seen before. So that's what I had sloughed it off to be. But then when I saw the price move, I got interested. It's kind of what moves us all, right? We can sit here and say we're in it for the tech. We're in it for the awesome reasons why it could fix the world. But the first thing that catches us is that dollar on the floor, that shiny object, that green candle, that number go up. That could I get rich? That scratcher you see in the window at the mini mart, right? It's intriguing. It grabs your attention. It makes you want to be part of it, because guess what? They say, money's not important. Well, shit, man, it's right up there with oxygen, right? I'll tell you that right now. Why? Money doesn't make you happy, RG. No, listen to me. Money buys you options. Options buys you freedom. Freedom makes you happy. That's how money works. And that's how finance works. And that's why we all are attracted to this. When we see gains, when we see things that are innovative and moving forward and changing and disrupting old systems. So we get involved that way. And that's what got me involved. I saw that and I said, oh shit, look at this. I can get some of this stuff. And so in 2014, I started investing. And of course, that led me down a rabbit hole. And it wasn't the first thing I did was put money in. The first thing I did was read the Satoshi white paper and dug into the forums. And I spent like literally 2-3 days awake reading and just ingesting everything that was going on in this space. And it clicked. And I was like, holy shit, this is that thing that can fix finance, can fix the world, that can change things. And in my mind, what was going on was DeFi, decentralized finance, completely off the grid. Ours, the people, we take it over. We get rid of the banks. We create the monetary system. And at that point, it was like a child, trusting everything. You you're born into a family and you just trust that everything's going to protect you around and everything's going to be fine. Right. And that's what it was like. It was like, here we go. This is awesome. Let's go do this. And you saw the influencers and you got in chat rooms and you got part of Telegram rooms. And then you start to see the reality of things and people pump and dumping, rooms built to do so, rooms on top of rooms to pump and dump other rooms, and then rooms behind those rooms that there were 3 or 4 whales involved that were really making the other rooms do the harm to the other rooms. Stuff was going on, and it didn't stop. It just got worse and worse and worse. It turned into a grift. It turned into everybody's private, personal, let's take money out of the people that are trusting us pockets, and let's continue to do so because this is easy. This is easy. And it jaded me. And I didn't participate in a lot of it. I got suckered into some things where I lost money. I got, my ass handed to me by people that I trusted at the time, by people that I had called friends. So I got jaded and I wanted to walk away from this thing called DeFi, crypto finance. And I didn't see anybody that was worth a shit in it as far as leadership went, as far as trustability went. I didn't see it. I thought that there was going to be nobody. Even some of my real trusted friends built cryptos that were in fake exchanges that they created, fake wallets that they never developed or gave to anybody. So all the coins were actually in their hands, not your hands. And those are people that were friends of mine that I had trusted. And so I was ready to walk away from the whole thing because nobody was making DeFi. Nobody. And at the time I had been listening and watching a lot of influencers, and there was this one cat, his name was Richard Hart, and I liked him because he was kind of goofy. He had this top hat on. He was talking about self-help stuff, and he seemed very smart when it came to DeFi. And the things he would say would resonate with me every once in a while. He would say some things that bothered me, but the things that bothered me were he was talking about investments that I were in an ill way. Like for instance, he really bashed on Ethereum in the beginning because he said the code is shit. This code is garbage. This thing's broke, that thing's broke, this thing's broke, that thing's broke. And so I kind of he would get under my skin a little bit every once in a while and stuff like that. But then I realized what was really going on. One day he made an adjustment to that and said, hey, it's not the code that's broke. It's the people that are using the code and building things with the code that's broke. Ethereum's actually pretty good tech. They've done a good job, and it's people building shit wrong that's really the problem. So he was always changing and adjusting his worldview based on facts. And he was speaking about true DeFi. And then he said, when I was ready to throw in the towel, he said he was going to make a coin. I said, well, I'll keep an eye on this guy, but everything else, I'm out of here. I'm walking. I'm just going to let my assets sit there because it was 2018, the big crash after 17. And I was just going to let my bags just sit there and be deflated until they came back. And that was what I was hoping that they'd come back. So it did, because it always does. We see cycles every 4 years. It always comes back. Why? Because it's programmed into the system. And what happens to the system when the system goes up? Everything goes up. And we learned that from this guy. And because he was saying things that were true, I watched for his project to come out, and it was Hex. And it was the most DeFi thing I had heard, this Hex coin that he was coming out with. And it took on a couple of iterations at first that weren't really, he talked about fluid dynamics token and this other stuff. And then finally it was Bitcoin Hex. And then he changed the name from Bitcoin Hex to Hex. And I said, okay, I'm all in on this thing. I'm all in on it. This is looking DeFi. This guy's looking good. I think he's got integrity. So we leaned into it. And I leaned into the influencers in the community and saw that they were all real, because I started contacting them and we started talking, and we were behind the scenes talking, and none of us were affiliated with this guy. None of us. And I was like, wow, this is cool. This is like a true decentralized community. Like, he came on our streams every once in a while. He sat in some of our Telegram rooms. In fact, the Discourse Syndicate Telegram room he was part of until somebody screwed that up and he left. And then he came on our show a few times and talked to us, but he never was part of the community as far as influencing people with money, accolades, promotion, anything like that. He rarely ever talked about us as far as promotionally. He talked about some of the good things that we said or done. But he never paid us, never supported us in any real way, stayed away from us, and for good reason. But as Richard did that, he built the first DeFi crypto out there. Hex is the first DeFi crypto out there, period, end of story, period, end period, period, end period. Nobody else had what Richard had. Now, there were things that we were at mercy to in DeFi. So DeFi was emerging. We had Uniswap come out. We had MetaMask wallet come out. We had platforms that were really leaning into being DeFi by not allowing sponsors to control too much of their actions, like Nomics was coming out as a coin ranking site. And then as DeFi started to grow, as Hex started to grow, as things started to emerge, we started to see DeFi falter and change. So let's not make a mistake here. Let's not be mistaken. DeFi does not truly exist. And I hate to say that, but it doesn't. Why? Because there are intermediaries, because there are middlemen. And we have seen it, and we have exposed it by being who we are. Who we are has exposed it. And what we've done out there by speaking truth to power has exposed it. Because most people in the crypto space would just let all this stuff go and support all of these things that are in crypto, blah, 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 blah. But not the Hexican community. The Hexican community has always spoken truth to power, to its own detriment at sometimes, because sometimes we will punch each other in the mouth or slap each other in the face, maybe a little too hard, a little too much. But who we are and where we came from and what we had to do to get where we are is what's made us stronger and made us a great community as far as exposing stuff. It first started when Nomics decided to re-rank Hex. Now, they weren't exactly a decentralized platform, but they were the best out there at the time. But they started to do things that manipulated the numbers in the system to their liking, to their protection, or whatever it was, to please the powers that be or the other people out there trying to speak truth to our power, or trying to keep us from speaking truth to power through DeFi, which is what Richard created. So it started there, then it moved to Uniswap when they started gatekeeping us. Now, Uniswap is supposed to be a DEX, right? Au contraire. They removed Hex from listings. Removed it. Got rid of it. DeFi, guys. That's your DeFi. Okay. So now we're seeing what's going on. So we railed against them to no avail. Then we've seen just recently a decentralized wallet do the same thing. Delist Hex, PulseChain, all the things that Richard Hart had created, true DeFi, from them. Again, not decentralized, not DeFi. So we've been able to point these things out, criticize them, and bring them to their knees. If you go and look at Rabby Wallet and the service that they provided us, when honestly, it was the best wallet on chain. It was. I will admit that. It was intuitive. It worked well. It wasn't buggy. It wasn't invasive on my computer screen. It looked great. I have to admit, it was a good wallet, but they fucked up, made one big mistake. They decided that they weren't going to be DeFi. And because of that, they gave a 5 experience into a 1 experience, and the whole community said so. And from there, we dropped their ratings to a 1.5. Now, I've seen people cry and complain about this. Oh, you guys ruined another contact for us. Well, I'm sorry, but when it comes to service and my word and what I put on something, if I gave something a 5 and it provided me with a 1 service, why would I do that to other people? Why would I continue to lie when they gave me a 1? Well, they're getting a 1 when they give me the service of a 1. That's what the ratings are there for. They put themselves at risk for that. They put themselves up on that platform and allowed themselves to be ranked and rated. And they made a decision to tell a whole community of people that it was serving, no, fuck you. So we said, no, fuck you. And now they've got to deal with it because we are dealing with what they've done to us. Now that's DeFi. Now, what are we doing here? What is happening? What is going on in the space with this kind of stuff? Why is everybody digging in each other's pockets? Well, we see this all the time, whether times are good or times are bad, meaning green candles or red candles in the market. But we see it a lot more often when there's red candles. And that's when people are in famine and people are in desperation mode and people are out there desperate and vulnerable and people are preying on that desperation and vulnerability. We see it with pump and dump coins. We see it with people just putting flashy stuff up real quick and then it dying because they did a horrible job of building it. When the streets are red, guys, you have to be extremely careful with your value, with your money, with your crypto, with what you're investing in, what you wanted to be part of. When it's green, you need to be just as careful, but you need to be smart and make moves and do the right things to secure the next few years for yourself, or, just give yourself positions of power when it goes back down again. Cause we do move in cycles. We do. Hold on one second. I want to double check something. Is it time for me to wrap it up? You got another 12 minutes. Oh, I got another 12. Wait. Let me see. Is that Brasology? How about throwing me a, what do I got time till? Okay. I got another 10 minutes. Good. I'll wrap it up. Hi, Briss. Yeah. I'm going to come in here and throw down some of your knowledge. Good. So to turn all of this into something, we've lost a lot of trust in the space with these bear markets, and especially this last one, and especially within this community, because we had more things than we had the first time. The first time we had one crypto that was built like Bitcoin, but better than Bitcoin, that gave you access to DeFi, to true DeFi. Then an L1 came about. That meant that everybody can build on it. Everybody from within this community, on the outside of this community. We had things that were supporting like wallets and dexes and all of these things that had the ability to create middleman situation and harm us. And they have. And I'm not even talking about the greater crypto space and the 3-letter agencies that have been going after all of us and whatnot. And by the way, our win, congratulations, Richard, on your win in the SEC. Really glad that's over with. Weight has been taken off of my shoulders on it. But there's something that we've got to do, people. We've got to build trust. The trust is being lost every single day when all of these things happen. I speak about this often. And trust is an equation. When there's low trust, there's a tax on everything, on deals, on the ability for us to move things, on marketing, on people getting in. Screw the technological difficulties of getting in. There's trust issues here that we've got to deal with. And DeFi, we need better tools. We need more tools. We need more tools with integrity, more trustless tools. Because no matter how much trustlessness you program into all of this, you still end up having to trust individuals. Now, how do you create that? You cannot create trust 2D. You can't do it here on this space like this. You have to get together. You have to introduce yourself to people. You have to get to know them. The people that I trust most in this space, people I have met, people that I've been around. I spent time with Richard Hart. I've been around him. I'm listening to him talk. I've seen the look in his eyes. I've seen the things that he does when nobody else is watching. And I said it in the movie. I trust Richard Hart, and I do. And I trust him to be a leader, a founder, an innovator in this space and put out good DeFi products. And that's what he's done. Others, not so much. Now, this community needs to come together and continue to do so with in-person events, local get-togethers, come to our Vegas event every year in March, and, be part of the community. That's what Discourse Syndicate has always been here to do, which is my YouTube channel. I've been here to promote DeFi and create a community around it to promote great DeFi products. Now, have I always picked winners or been on the right side of everything? No, nobody gets to be 100% correct 100% of the time. Everybody can make mistakes, and everybody can be part of something that scams or hurts or whatever. It's par for the course. It's how it works. But we can all do better and try to make better decisions by coming together and being part of a team. I've built some really good relationships with some really good people. It seems to be the people that I haven't been introduced to personally that I've always found to be the worst. We have scammers in our midst, guys. We have people that will try and break into your computers. And these are people from this community. These are people that we know. They will try and break into your computer and steal your crypto. They will get you involved in scams. They will take your money from you saying that they're going to build something and they won't, and they will walk away. Those are people within this community that I know that have done this kind of stuff. So you have to be very, very careful, but we need to continue to grow. We need to continue to build trust. And that's going to take a lot of us getting together. I want to fill stadiums, guys. I want us to be so big and so powerful that we can come together with that kind of group of people and do those TED Talks that we get on stage and do the cool, speech and talk to people about DeFi. But we've got to get DeFi first, and we're only going to get DeFi if we can trust the people that are building the things on top of it. There's still a ways to go. Regulatory is looking good, but you should be suspect of it. Be extremely careful out there, guys. They are talking a good game, but the grift is on. Trust me. Trust me. If they try and put things in place that'll make you happy, you better look at it a little harder. Because as soon as they come out with some type of legislation that allows things like stable coins to exist or to be part of crypto and only crypto, then you need to keep a close eye on it. So with that, stay vigilant, get together, come see us in Vegas every year. Have your own meetups and keep doing what you're doing, guys. Everyone, I think, is doing great. And in a single one of you that I have any ill to say about, keep going. Excellent content on D3. What do you think before we wrap up? We got a couple minutes. And again, every time I see you, either in person or online, I can't express how thankful I am to have people around such as yourself. I've been here for years. Again, keep grinding, keep contributing, finding new ways, with PulseChain Tour, otherwise to contribute to the community, time, energy, capital, all that fun stuff. And that's something I talked about a little bit this morning on the opening remarks too, of how to make a contribution. What is the thing? What do you want to leave people with of, based on the things you did before, the places you keep grinding and things you've seen be successful here? What is the one thing that people can do, whether it's picking up a mic or just going outbound messaging? What in 2025, what can people do to make a contribution? So we've got a very diverse community here, right? And here's the thing. You do you. You bring your talent, you bring your skill, you bring your expertise to the table, whatever it may be. And maybe it's nothing you see at first, but you keep sitting in the community and you find a place that fits you. something that you do. I'm not the guy that puts charts behind me. I'm not the guy that talks about numbers. I'm not the guy that does all that stuff. I do it in my, my personal research and all those kinds of things in a macroeconomic view, but I only do the things that I feel I give, I speak credence to what I do and give that back to the community. All these other things I don't provide value in, but some of you do. And if you have something of value, whether you make music or you can put out mailers or you can create content or you're a programmer or whatever it is that you are, contribute that. We have a window of time here to become great, to show the world what DeFi really is. And not everybody can go and pick up on something that they don't know. But if you bring skills and talent to the table, put those into operation. Find out who you can team up with, and give your skills to the community that way. So it's what you do is what's important. You do you. Yeah.
Be the best version of yourself. Nobody can beat you at being you. Another great Naval quote. That's the thing. It's like, I think it's hard for people to be the best version of themselves when macro isn't going great. We're not going up only. You got adversity here and there. You just got to find it in yourself to do it. I mean, I think that's the thing that's given me strength. And when you see your contributions take life and you see, you're having a positive effect on people, and I don't know, it just makes me feel good, at least when I see, okay, I brightened somebody's day by not shit posting on Twitter. That's a win. That's a win in itself.
Yeah. And another thing that people can do, and it was why I opened my platform, why I started Discourse Syndicate. And Discourse Syndicate was, hey, I'm going to push the button and allow anybody else to come in here that wants to. Like, come on in, And I think on Friday nights, we've done that on Friday nights for 5 years. That's the place for Hexkins to come and say, hey, I want to get involved. How can I get involved? Have a conversation with the community. And let us help you, bring it out. Let us help you show your skills and what you can provide to the community. Come in and just start talking or watching what others are doing and saying. And hey, somebody says something that you resonate with, reach out to them a DM and say, hey, I heard you talking about this, and man, I've got this skill, and you and I together can do this. And those are the types of things that we need to see happening. And that's why I built Discourse Syndicate, so that we could, as a community, start seeing everybody's strengths and weaknesses and build relationships with each other that way. Because that's what builds good products. That's what builds good content. That's what brings trust and relevance to our community. And so come on Friday nights to Discourse Syndicate and show who you are and come talk to the community,
Thank you for hosting that. I think that's one of the very important pillar and piece of the community is a way to come air out grievances, have conversations in a way like that. So thank you for putting that on, and again, thanks for all the other stuff that you do in the community as well for years and years now.
Yeah, and again, bucket fill in here. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I think you picking this up and doing this is awesome. You're the kind of guy to do it. We appreciate you for all the support that you've always given us, showing up to every event that you can get to out there, and always, being a good part of the community, and not putting harm out, but always giving back and putting good content. So appreciate you, man. You are of the best of us for sure.
That means a lot. I really do. I'm gonna let it soak in. I'm kind of wired right now over the conference, but always appreciate the kind words, RG3. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
Yep. See ya. Captain RG3. Oh, I love the kind words. I have kind words. I have not kind words sometimes from people. Tend to let the not kind words kind of roll off the back, but the kind words, I don't let them sink in enough. I need to take a deep breath and just be like, it is nice to feel appreciated in the community. It is nice to, and again, you got to do stuff to be appreciated. Like, it's not one of those things. You're not born with the right, and you don't always deserve, these, oh, you're doing great because, you did this or that. It's like, even when you do something, even when I do things, I've made products, I've produced things, I've did shows where I'm like, they get no numbers, they get no engagement, they get, whatever it is. And it's just like, I do it again. Where does it come from? Where's your North Star? Where's your rock? It doesn't always, you don't need to do it in order to get praise from other people. But when it happens, yeah, it is a very, I don't know, communal, I don't know what the word is for it, a very fun way to kind of like, again, it's almost hard to be vulnerable in the crypto space because there are so many bad actors out there and people that are, say one thing and do another type of thing. But it really feels good to have people that, you respect, that you've seen put in the work, that inspire you and otherwise give you compliments. So yeah, always a good thing. Always appreciate that. All right. We got some more exciting stuff. We're just getting started. We've just been going for about an hour or so. It's about to get, it keeps heating up. We keep getting hotter and hotter in here. Pump those numbers up. Keep putting the link in the chat as well. Let's do dance. You know what? Briz is coming up. Let's do dance. Let's see if they talk to Kendrick Lamar one time. I remember serving summer. I see drama lava. Silver, this a nigga. This a counter. This the mama counter. This I'm a shower. My counter. I'm saying I'm a counter. This I say with my single tear. Only fully analytic. Girl, like a fire. Westy girl with my taste buds. Ooh, that pussy good. Like you said, they know my taste buds. I can't wait to be with you. I let you be dangerous. I love for you. Love me. Fuck me. Call me. Playing dangerous. AM to the PM. PM to the AM. If I drop your DM, you just got to hate them. If I quit your BM, ask the round. Say it's and the Bristology has arrived. How's it going? And you're on mute. You are still muted. It says you're not muted, but you are. You got a double mute button. Briss, don't wreck yourself today. Don't wreck yourself today. He's thinking.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're back.
There we go.
We can hear you. Your voice is very important.
It keeps changing my microphone to output for some reason every time I log in.
Almost did it. You almost pressed the rec button, but then you pressed the buy button. You're back.
I almost wrecked myself right in front of RHMax.
I've heard Mike sucks a lot on my show, so I don't want you to hear that. So your mic's beautiful. It's great. It's great.
Can we give another round of applause to RG3?
We can. Everyone, clap, chat if you can. That was great. That was a good one. I'm looking forward to clipping that one. That was a great one. Yeah. And in addition to hopefully, if you say some smart stuff today, which you usually do, you never know if you'll make it on the YouTube, the Twitter, and all the clips and all the fun stuff, the funny and educational things that people like to see. You never know. Never know.
Heck yeah.
All right. It's all yours. I'll let you get started.
All right. If you can share my screen for me. There we go. I'll go to perfect. And so here we go. So I'm here to talk about ink. Ink. What is it? I love this. I love this coin. I think it's great. I think it has one of the best logos. It's so green. I mean, look at it. It's so green, right? And so we want to know, ink, what the heck is it? What the hex is it? And it's, basically it's just a rewards token. You add supply, liquidity, and you get rewarded in ink, right? And so here's just some quick stats. I think it's actually gone up a little bit since I took this screenshot, but it has about 3.3 million in liquidity, which is really awesome. Looks like it has about 250,000 worth of volume in a 24-hour period. There's only 55 million of these coins, which is actually pretty scarce. It kind of reminds me of like Bitcoin levels. Bitcoin only has 21 million. So this is just a little bit more than twice as much as Bitcoin. It's obviously been around since PulseChain launched, and surprisingly, it has 58,000 holders. I'm not sure where all these holders came from, but I was actually looking at the PulseChain scanner, and the top 10 accounts have like more than 1%, and most of them are just contracts. And everyone below that has like a fraction of 1%. So I like to think that ink is actually pretty well distributed. Not any one person has like, a large supply. And if that one person does have a large supply, it's most likely, I want to guess, inside the hands of the OA. But who really knows, right? So where to earn ink? Well, to earn ink, you get them at these farms. And right now, the inflation has been reduced to 0.03 ink per second. And I think that's roughly like somewhere around 2,500 ink per day. And it's going to be less than a million ink per year annually. And as you can see, some of these farms aren't paying out very much APR anymore. We got 1% over here, 1% over here, less than 1%. But the stable coin farms are actually making about, 10 to 11%, 8, 10, 11. That's actually pretty decent to find somewhere where you can park your money and earn between 10 and 11%. That's pretty awesome. Let's see. Now here I did some math. This is the ROI calculator. So if you click on this little calculator button right here, you will go to the ROI calculator. And so just to see what kind of ROIs we're getting is I put in 100,000 just as a base number, just a real even number so we can kind of see what we're getting, right? And at this rate per day, we're making about $29 a day or 24.127 ink a day. And I like to use the 1 day metric because it seems like when you add 730 days or 1 year and especially 5 years, I'm not sure really what's up with the calculator, but it kind of like compounds and it kind of tells you that you're getting more than you actually probably are. Not by much, but it just seems a little off, right? And if we calculate $29 and we multiply it by 365 days, you're going to get roughly 10,585 dollars. And if that's on a $100,000 principal, well, that's about 10.58% a year. And if you round it up with that 5, 10.59, which is what we get here. And I also did some math and I kind of realized that if ink goes back up to $5, it actually brings back a 44% APR. So what I did was I multiplied the 24.127 ink per day by 365 days, and we come up with 8,806.35 ink per year. You multiply that by $5, and we're getting $44,031 per year. And again, if that's on a $100,000 principal, well, that's 44% a year if ink goes back up to about $5. Pretty awesome. Let's see. So how do you earn ink? So you need to go back to these farms, right? And if you click on this little detail tabs, and we're going to just go with this USDT tab, and you click on the little detail down here, you're gonna see this information right here. And the next thing you do is you just click on Add LP, and it will bring up this screen where you add liquidity. And you want to be on V1 because V1 offers you ink as a reward. V2 offers no ink, but you get trading fees. And V1, you don't get no trading fees. You get ink only. And I've been farming since PulseChain, maybe like a month or two after PulseChain launched, and it's been very lucrative, and it's really helped me get through the bear market. So I'm a really big fan of providing LP for ink. um, and then once you add the LP, you're just going to come back to this screen right here, and after you connect your wallet and you enable it, it's just going to ask you to stake your LP tokens, because when you provide these 2 coins and you get your LP, now you got to take your LP and actually stake it. This will say stake, LP, right? And then once you actually stake it, you'll start earning ink right here. And when it will hold it inside the blockchain for you, and then when you actually want to move it into your wallet, you just click harvest, and it will move all these coins into your wallet, and then you can do whatever you want with them. Also, if you add LP or remove LP, it's gonna do an automatic harvest. So you don't actually need to click harvest and then remove your LP. You can just remove your LP, and it's going to take all your coins and put them into your wallet for you automatically. So how to help ink. Now, this is something that not a lot of people are doing, but the internet money guys, look how cute that little alien is. The internet money guys, they have a buy and burn DApp on their website. And here, if you click on this little down arrow, this is just a screenshot. This is a little just a screenshot, but if you click on the down arrow, you can actually see multiple coins that you can actually buy and burn. And right here, since we're talking about ink, I'm just going to focus on ink right now. And not a lot of people have put in their time token to buy and burn ink. As you can see here, only 3 ink have been bought and burned. that's not a lot, guys. We gotta step up our buy and burn game on ink. And so you can see that this wallet has collected 45,000 PLS, about $3.81, and then used that to buy about 3 ink and burned it. And the way you do it is if you scroll down on the website, you're going to come over to this part of the screen, and it's really simple. All you got to do is approve it, and then you can deposit your time token. So you got to buy some time token and deposit it, and you'll put how much you want to deposit here, and then it will show your deposit right here, if you do it. And then it shows the total amount of time that everyone has deposited for this smart contract. Right now, you can see no one has put any time in here to help burn this. And as you do this, the Internet Money Wallet will collect fees and then use those fees to buy and burn ink. It's really simple. I love it.
Is it out of time, would you say, Briss? You said there's no time been deposited yet. Is it out of time? Double entendre.
Exactly. So you got
triple entendre because you're out of time as well, just about. Okay.
Is already time? Oh man.
It's okay. We got a couple minutes. We're going into your panel, so it's like
I only got 2 more screens left, and these are the price predictions. Some people like Sami, he's thinking if PLS is a 20x day 1 sack, then ink could be $150. And ink is a little over $1 right now. That's like 150x. This guy over here thinks ink could get to $300. He says, yes, $300 ink, probably going higher. And then this guy right here, B Roots Love P Die, He says, why the 15th post I see, gatekeeping ink, always $400 when the math is wrong. He says, if Hex goes to $4, ink is going to $4,000.
Is that
Dora
like
the
dongs?
Explorer.
Oh,
And then
Dora
we
the
got
Explorer.
lovely KDP.
Mexican
She
dollars?
She thinks ink is going to go to $1,000 this cycle. And with there only being 55 million coins and hundreds of millions of dollars in the SAC wallet, I really think we could see a very high price for ink. There's about 946,080 ink traded annually. So for ink to go from 55 million to 100 million coins, it's going to take like over 45 years just for it to double. So it's going to be great. And I thought I was having a TED talk, but this is
I
not
love
a
your
TED
slides.
talk. So
I love your
thank
slides.
you for coming to my RHMax talk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's at least one person in the chat that says this presentation convinced me to sell my ink. However,
Son of a bitch. I see you.
However, the rest of the feedback was very positive. Very positive.
Awesome.
I mean, jokes aside, well, first of all, I got to comment on the B rootless P die. I've never seen anyone create a profile that is an influencer, talks about an influencer liking another coin, and like I don't know, that was creative to me. I would say that whoever did that, I've never seen that before. You got the references, you got the data, you got the fundamentals. 30 seconds. Why is the ink token going to do super well in the RH ecosystem?
Because the logo is green, and that's the same color as Cash Money, baby.
Oh, damn, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. That's enough. That's more than most meme coins. So there you go. You got it. Briz, you get to stay on. You get to stay with me through the transition. We're going to bring in the PulseChain panel. And what do you want? You want rockets up, or do you want money gun? Which one?
Rockets up, baby.
That's what I was thinking. All right, let's go. And we're back. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the PulseChain panel.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Max, this is absolutely on fire. You are on fire, man. That's great. Yesterday and today, well done, really.
What you just said and how I feel are the same thing. That's true. First time on the show, though, Matt, I always want anyone who's came on, keep saying the show /channel/conference. First time anyone's ever been on. Real quick introduction. Matt, I know you were the fill-in for Hans, but he sent you your day also involved with Midgard. What's your quick introduction to the community before we get started?
Yeah, so I'm the step-in for Hans today from the Midgard team. So I'm one of two developers, like currently building the Midgard Explorer. So that's basically the quick introduction. So I've been in the space for like hiding in the shadows for since 2021, the last bull cycle basically. So that's like a quick introduction.
Awesome. Well, glad you could join. I know Midgard's been on fire recently too. We love all the community builders making stuff, especially when things that people want really bad in the community. You'll get started. I got one. Yeah, you all get started. There's one other person. I gotta get Queen Wiki in here. 1 second. But you'll get started. I'll bring her in just a second.
Hello. How are we today?
Yeah, good. Thanks for asking. I'm really happy to be here, actually. I think the only person that I've spoken to before really in any detail was Briss. So how is everybody doing?
Doing great. Like it's really good news today from Richard Hard with the SEC case and everything. So it's yeah, it's optimistic going forward.
It is optimistic. 60 more days, right? 60 more days. This is the waiting period now to see if they're going to appeal. But ultimately, I don't think that they will. I mean, I don't really think that there's much more they can throw at them at this stage. Do you?
No, doesn't seem like it. Like seems like they totally retaliated. Like it's like they pulled back all resources from the case, basically.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
All right, sorry. My mic got switched again. I don't know what happened. Freaking StreamYard. Did you guys hear that the coast is clear? Did you guys see that tweet from RH?
Yes.
So, Judge Carroll, she made her final judgment. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting times. I mean, hopefully, I'd touch wood and everything. Hopefully, we'll start to see some positive impact in the markets because of this news now. I mean, it's been, well, kind of red for a while. I still think the PulseChain is kind of in its own bear market, right? We need ETH to move. We need ETH to move, and then everything else hopefully will start to move too.
I think so.
Hey, it just makes an extra fun time for onboarding.
That's it, exactly. And build, right? Just keep on building. Anyone out there that's building, just keep on building. Build in the bear and market in the bull. You know, it's a little team philosophy, and it seems to work. So, Whitney, I don't know much.
When Hex on PulseChain is like $5-10, I don't want to hear anybody saying that they never bought or they couldn't get a good deal or it's too expensive. Everyone had an opportunity.
I'm going to introduce myself a little. Today I've been most excited that I am celebrating 1 year of my community. So Queen of Millions, my community. My mission has been onboarding as many women into crypto and with financial literacy and that whole 9 yards and feeling excited about their future. So today we have 205 ladies in the community. A lot of them are pretty heavy PulseChain investors and are understanding and like catching them up to speed around liquidity and how price moves so exponentially. They're feeling really excited about a lot of things. And so that's been my big thing is today we're celebrating my 1 year anniversary of the community.
Fantastic. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Whitney's been putting in a ton of work. I've been seeing your posts and seminars and things you've been putting out. So I really appreciate you out there putting in the work in person, onboarding. I mean, like you've been doing a lot of great stuff. So really appreciate you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I also hosted a ton of events here in Austin for women talking about the relationship to money and the whole 9 yards. It's been a really fun movement.
If you're in Austin,
fantastic.
Check out Whitney's seminars and all that. Real quick, apologies, Queen Wiki. You were the last person I sent the link to. I was like, I think I got everyone. Everyone's good, and then because I'm sending individually too, there's no like list, and then you were the last one. So apologies for getting you in late. Could you, since first time on the channel, too, quick introduction? Could you give us tell us a little bit how you found the ecosystem?
2020, I found the ecosystem and I started staking Hex. I knew absolutely nothing about it, and when I did, I kicked myself. That I didn't get in earlier. And I'm just the local community troll in Twitter.
Riz got competition.
Trying to get people to empower thyself, and stop depending upon Richard to do everything. And it's time for us to get out there as a community and share what we know instead of just waiting for our bags to pump. And so it's getting to the point now, I've decided that I'm no longer going to do that because people won't listen and they're going to continue to depend upon him. One of my phrases is, get off Richard's titty, You guys should be weaned by now. But I really like what we have here. And I believe that people need to learn that patience, Warren Buffett will tell you, and many other high power investors will tell you, this is not an overnight thing. If you guys want to come in and make a whole lot of money overnight, obviously you haven't, and it just doesn't work that way. And so our job right now is simply to see us just get out there and work, and then things will indeed be great. And I know from the bottom of my heart, I tell people I don't listen to everything Richard Hart says, because to me, he's not God. And I think that is the problem that we have in the community to a certain extent. I've learned a lot from him, but I also believe that we need to just do the work. He's not going to let it fail. I can tell you that because he's got a huge ego, and I know people with huge egos, and he's looking for his glory, regardless of when it's going to come. But he's not going to take any funds and throw it into this box so you can Jeep out, and then you'll be back where we started. That's not happening. But I can go on and on and on, but I'm done. That's where I started.
That's a great way to put it too. And I just want to hit that. Just want to re-emphasize the point too of everyone who's like, oh, he's gonna leave, he's running away, he's gonna disappear, he's in it for glory. I don't think if we're gonna be like, all right, Rich, we're gonna get glory. He's not. I don't. That doesn't add up to doing a Satoshi to me. That doesn't add up to like, all right, you guys are good. I'll just speak to you through the blockchain. You'll never see me again. That again, it could happen, but that doesn't add up to me on that fake. So anyone's who worried about him coming back or streaming or us ever seeing him again. Again, I don't know how that's going to come, when or where, and all that stuff is when ready. But I don't know. That gives me a little bit of hope of like, yeah, the dude's not. He's in it for a reason. He's in it to, we talked about longevity. He's in it for all these different things. But also, we don't work for him. He doesn't work for us. It's a very great, freeing, self-sovereign ecosystem, permissionless. We can do whatever we want. So hopefully we're doing healthy trolling. Hopefully we're doing healthy activities, building, trying to lift people up instead of the other way around. And yeah, Queen Wiki, I love a lot of what you said there, and glad to have you in the community. It's fun, and on the panel too.
I totally agree with Queen Wiki about Richard. RHMax on the last segment asked me why I liked ink. And I said, because the logo's green. It was more of a joke reason. But the truth is, the reason why I like ink is that I'm actually not betting on ink. I'm betting on Richard. And I think Richard's going to, help it succeed.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, while we have all this downtime, if you like, it's a perfect time to just keep building. By the time the masses come here, we have to make sure that they have really cool stuff to do over here, or else they'll just leave again. We have plenty of time. Anyone that says we don't, I still think we have plenty of time, because if we want people to stay, we need all the cool stuff. And I say this on a lot of my own streams as well, is that it doesn't matter if you have an idea for a protocol that you think PulseChain needs, please speak to someone about doing it. You'll find out very quickly from the community if it's a bad idea. They will let you know almost immediately. But you just have to try. We'll see a bunch of failures, but we will see a lot of success. I really believe it. And I was talking with Crypto Coffee yesterday, and I was saying that by the time people come here, it's just a matter of when. They're definitely coming. They're on the way. And you guys are doing some amazing outreach out there. We're building a few different protocols on PulseChain, some infrastructure stuff, but also some fun stuff. But also as part of that, we're starting to really think about bringing our protocols multi-chain, so that we can garner attention from other chains and really have them bridge over into PulseChain, because we're all hexagons at heart. We want it to succeed, and the only way we're going to really succeed is by having all the cool stuff here, so people don't leave again.
I found that when people can find that all this stuff to be really fun, like we've all seen it, is when people have the most fun, that brings the most amount of eyeballs. And I think the same thing happened with Solana, when they had their tipping effect, is like everyone just had so much fun within memes.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that right now we do have enough, there's enough innovative conversations around how we can leverage different liquidity providing, and the printers, for me personally, have been really fun to be able to play with and understand more of that side of things, and have PulseX being dripped into my wallet for holding certain things. That's just one example where they're all of you developers out there, keep on pushing the edges, so that we can keep on bringing some of those fun ways to PulseChain, so that I know the ladies in my world, once they see this and they're like, oh, this is the downtime. This is the time where we want to accumulate more of the assets that we want to hold, PulseX being one of my favorites. And so I find that the more tinkering and the more coming together and unification we can have in this timeline, we can also bring more of that activity and innovation to PulseChain, where people are like, yo, those people, they've been building, they've been having fun.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have to say as well, Matt, I mean, really thanks very much for Block Explorer. People have been crying, and now we have Midgard. I've actually been speaking to Hans as well. I think I'm going to have Hans on my channel at some stage soon. I mean, just I absolutely commend anyone out there that takes on pretty big challenges, right? You know, no one said this is going to be easy. They really didn't. And I think we're finding out, you know, people that have been around for a while, we know that that some things are easier than others. And I you know, onboarding is a massively difficult tool. And I think we're starting to have a lot of fun trying to get it working. You know, am I wrong? It's like, it's good fun being here. Look at what's happening.
It is. It is. It's
Also,
really fun.
Matt,
Like
real
I said,
quick, I just want to say thank you for the Block Explorer. I had the conspiracy theory that Richard didn't want a Block Explorer until all the SEC stuff was taken care of, because the harder it was for them to look into stuff, the better. So I figured we'd get a Block Explorer after the case was done, and now we got Midgard. That's awesome. Thank you.
You know, what's interesting is I've seen 3 developers that are coming out with Block Explorer suddenly. And so we've got 3, you know, I posted them. I said, hey guys, you've been asking for Block Explorers. I've been asking for it. And now we have 3. And so you know, a lot of people don't see what's going on, what the developers are actually creating. And if you look at 0x Coast, for example, and the work that they're doing, and you look at in terms of I know Richard doesn't like this, but fiat on-ramp, right? Banking and all of that. Oh, so many things are going on, but people don't see it because they live in Twitter. They live in Twitter. They don't contribute much to anything. And this is not all of us, but there's this group of folks, you know, and sometimes we all hone in just on this one piece of thing that we're really truly interested in. But I tend to go, I tell you what, that P-dive thing, I've learned a lot from it. What I learned, what is MakerDAO? How does it work? What is pegging? I started writing a little code. Don't ask me to code. I hate coding. That was back in my past. And I'm like, this is totally cool. But then when you see like 5 different narratives every week about what this thing is about, I'm like, so yeah, right, sure. You know, I'm going to stick with PLSX. I'm going to stick with PLSX. I'm going to stick with those guys. And if you come out with a meme coin and I get in early enough, I'm going to get in and get out. And that is that's my whole thing. But all of these crazy narratives, and more power to them, because regardless of the narrative, and we have to recognize is that if you've got a narrative and you've got a big community around it, it's going to get traction. It's going to get traction. And one of the things that we had was, I tell people, no downtime ever, 100% uptime. I think that's not a narrative. Okay, we're cheaper, we're faster, we're better. That's not a narrative, because now Ethereum, you know, it's kind of being cheap now, and they're doing some great things over there. I've been watching them. And when you look at it, I say, well, what do we have? And then when the Hex stakes, when, you know, RH went in and did what he did, now the outputs aren't as much. So we're saying, now what is our narrative? And so we're going to have to come up with some really great ideas, some really good things. I believe on its own is solid, but most people on this planet don't care about technology. They win Lambo, win green, and I go around telling people, I says, don't you want to buy when it's red? And I keep pushing that in, and I thought about it. No, they don't. People buy green. People buy green. It doesn't make any sense, but that's what they do. So we've got to come up, like Whitney was saying, some fun things. We got to come up with some fun, engaging things, because we got too many maxis, all of these different camps. You know, I tell you, it's crazy out there, but we find that in other chains as well. We find that in other communities. I don't know if you guys remember the Bitcoin small blocks versus large blocks, the fights that were going on. They used to have these events in Acapulco where some people died, some people shot one another. It was just a mess. There are all kinds of things going on in crypto. I've been there since 2015. There are all kinds of crazy things, a lot of fights. And we've got the same thing here. So that's really nothing new. It's really nothing new. But I think we're getting there. I think we're getting closer. We need some fun things. We do.
You're really an OG, Queen Wiki. You've been here since 2016. That's awesome.
2016, Bitcoin, all
Heck
kinds
yeah.
of stuff, Ponzi, my encounters with the SEC, 5-year case. I've been through a lot of things with them, man. They're crooks. I've been through a lot of things with the SEC, and I refuse for them to tackle me. And another thing I talk about, I was at the Las Vegas event we just had with RG, Captain RG, and all the other wonderful people out there, and again, Wows, she was there. I got the opportunity to meet her in person, a lot of guys. And one of the things I tell my story, and I think this happened to more people than not, particularly the ones who've been around for a while, they just don't talk about it. But I kept saying, get a hardware wallet, get a hardware wallet. Oh, get a hardware wallet. And all of a sudden, about $600,000 of my crypto disappeared into outer space, and I was upset for about 4.5 minutes because I don't like to dwell on things I have no control over. I said, now what do? I had to start over. Hex, PLSX, went back in. And the next day, my hardware wallet came in the mail. Hallelujah. But I'm here for good. I don't care what nobody's talking about.
Matt, so I'd love to hear from you. The everyone in the comment section is chanting your name. Let's hear what's up.
Well, yeah, like Queen Wiki said here, we need to build some fun stuff on this chain. Block Explorer is not really that much fun, but it's more like we need it badly, like on this chain, because we've had like Scandot or the PulseScan, the Block Scout fork, basically, or the Block Scout Block Explorer now for the last 2 years, and it's not been working as we all expected it to work. And in the start, I know a lot of people were like thinking, okay, it's just the start. It's going to get better over time. It's probably some indexing errors and stuff, but it's never really gotten any better. So we figure out like, around February or a little bit earlier than that we wonder if we could build our own Block Explorer for just our own use, because we are a team of 5. So we're like, okay, can we use something to explore these blocks faster or these transactions faster? Because if you go on Block Scout now, it's like 50% chance you get like an error or something like that if you like try to look up a transaction. So we figured it out that we would try, and in about 2 weeks, Hans had made an MVP, like a simple design that kind of worked using just RPC data, so like data directly from the blockchain. Kind of like if you have any of you used like Autoscan. So that's Autoscan is like a full RPC. It's a full RPC Block Explorer. Those are really fast, but you don't get like a lot of data like holders or the transactions if you can't like search up an address and see all the transactions of that user, because that stuff isn't stored on the blockchain. You need to index that and store that on a database. So that's what we've been doing the last couple of months, trying to make some, what should I say, like simple blockchain indexer. And yeah, so currently we have like a already pretty good Block Explorer. Of course, missing some data, but we're also like currently indexing a pretty big index as well, with a lot of data that could potentially push us to something, hopefully at least something in the Etherscan type of quality of when it comes to data. And also, we also seen that that this is kind of general on PulseChain itself, but there's a big lack of good UX design in crypto in general. Like we see, there's a lot of websites and apps being built, but there's not, what should I say? There's not a lot of good UX out there. So for people with disabilities and stuff, we have some people contacted us already.
It kind of seems like one design got created and then just everyone kind of copied the same UX, you know, like the Uniswap.
Yeah.
Like every pulse or every swap looks like Uniswap basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's because like Uniswap is the most popular, right? So then like the natural instinct would be like, okay, let's build something that looks exactly like the popular thing, even though that doesn't necessarily always make sense from a UX perspective. Like if there's, but that's especially with Midgard, that's something we're like trying really hard to get going, or to do, have good UX so everyone can use it, because everyone should be able to use blockchain technology.
When it comes to the maturity of our chain, so as we're like going through all these topics and things, I do like to even have this be like a selling point for people who are coming into crypto and they're like looking for these opportunities, because so often, like a lot of onboarding conversations I have is people are like, I missed Bitcoin, like isn't Bitcoin too expensive? And I'm like, yeah, and if we want strategies to help amplify your growth so that you can accumulate more Bitcoin in the future, we have to lean into things that are younger and like are lower down on the adoption curve. And so if anyone Googles like adoption curve, I think that this is a really helpful visual for people to remind them of like, hey, yes, we're getting involved when you're maybe an early adopter or you're an innovator and we're like building things, and there's going to be a lot more drama at certain times. And that's why we're signing up for this, is because there's so much exponentiality of growth that can happen, which we all know. But I think when we can speak in terms of like percentage growth and possibilities for people, of breaking down, like, are you looking for just that like 50 to 70 to 100% growth over the next few months with something more consistent and stable like Bitcoin, or are you looking for that exponential growth? And when we get to break things down and map it out through just how much we're building as a community and how solid that social fabric is and how that's needed in crypto, that those little pieces are conversation elements that can really help people understand like there is maturity here and social networks take time to build, and building innovation, all the little things that we're talking about here, we get to hit that tipping point faster. And so they get to hop on the journey. So just want to break that down for if anyone is wanting to have more like onboarding conversations, just letting someone know that they're getting in earlier on the adoption curve is a really big selling point.
I like the
absolutely
passive income aspect. You know, everybody is looking for passive income. How do I make money while I'm sleeping? And you know, Hex is great because you can stake it and earn a little percentage now, not as much as you used to, but you know, you get a little bit. But if we go back to the last segment, Ink, I think that's a great passive income, and you're not locked in like you are with Hex, which could be good or could be bad. You know, if you emotionally sell at a $1 Ink, you might miss the $4,000 Ink.
No, that's right. And I think when you talk about passive income, I mean, there's lots of different ways out there. There's a lot of, I think when the real masses start to come here, like the learning curve is going to be quite difficult on a lot of different projects, you know, a lot of different protocols. But that's good, because we need this stuff for the more mature investor, if you want to call them that way, you know, people that really know their stuff. They come, you know, they might come here with massive whale backs from somewhere else, and they're looking for somewhere to park their money to earn themselves some sort of yield. And we're also going to have the the new people, maybe people that aren't so into crypto in general at the start, you know, they might just see some fancy marketing somewhere, you know. That's one of the reasons why we built the Pulse Mafia game, right? So it's basically a metaverse on PulseChain, first of its kind, and it's a literal game where people can just, you know, you play and you can earn by doing different tasks within the game. I know, Briss, we were talking about it before. We're going to have a lot of those people, hopefully, if Mafia does what it's supposed to do. We're going to have a lot of new people that are gamers first, crypto people maybe second. So by the time they get here, they need to have all of these places around where they can actually really learn exactly what it's all about. What is PulseChain about, and how can I put whatever skills or hobbies I have to some use? You know, so that's why we took over the gaming part. Then on top of that, I mean, we obviously, one of the other biggest industries in, well, the world really is gambling. So we've made the first truly decentralized crypto casino on chain, PulsePot. That's here. That's going through a whole rebranding protocol, and we're actually going to take that out to 6 different blockchains initially to try and garner all that attention and bring it back here. Like, we need all of these things. I commend every job that everyone is doing, whatever little you're doing or whatever massive thing you're doing. I mean, I commend you all. It's fantastic. We need 1,000 more of each one of us, you know.
For sure.
100%.
And we'll get it, you know.
We definitely will. And I think when there's so many different strategies that we all have, I found that most people, it's not necessarily understanding the upside, but instead more so as people spend more time in the space. Same thing with my ladies. They've reflected where it's like, the more layers they can see, they can understand really the risks and the cons and how fast things change to understand where the opportunities are. So a lot of people going forward, yes, we want free money now, but they also understand that this industry is constantly evolving, and the more strategies we can tune ourselves up to, the faster you can jump out of things that are scammy or that have flaws, and then you can go attract and move fast to those opportunities. And so I think for people seeing it as like, how do we spend more time with our family or spend more time doing the things that we love? It's just learning to train our brain to spot the cons, the falls, and then be able to move to the upsides.
Well, I think that sometimes we need to target a different market. What I find is the guys and gals who've been in typical traditional investments like stocks and bonds, and they're much more patient than cryptocurrency people. And you basically say, hey, here's what we've got. You already know what risks are in investments. Okay, here we can get in on the ground floor. You know, you put your money in here and we're just going to hope for the best. But I don't send them to Twitter. I don't send them online. You know, we talk. We talk a lot about what's going on in terms of the economy and things of the sort. I think that one of the things that's bringing a lot of folks to cryptocurrency is Bitcoin and where Bitcoin is going. Now, what I find rather interesting, and I've called a lot of the guys, the OGs, is at first you guys said this was the currency for the people, and now all you guys are on your hands and knees. Please, 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 ETF. Please, 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 you know, Trump. Please, 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 financial institutions. I mean, we've come a long way. We've come a long. Like, are you kidding me? But on the other hand, they're seeing more about crypto. You know, you got your Trump token, right? Don't ask me my opinion of it, but you got all of these things that are coming out, which is giving the common people exposure to this thing called cryptocurrency, right? It does indeed legitimizes it. I don't think it legitimizes it, but in eyes of the people, it legitimizes it because it was always a scam. Bitcoin's a scam, crypto's a scam, blah, blah, this. So now we're legitimizing it, and now we can tap into those markets as well. I remember seeing some folks who actually purchased the Trump token, and I was reading their comments, you know, so Solana was crashing. And so I'm reading the comments, okay, I finally bought, now what do I do? And so they actually bought because of the push behind it, because they're pro-Trump. They had a reason. You've got this community out there. So I'm telling you, I'm talking to some of those guys too, you know. So I go on and I teach people, here's how we're going to onboard. And I think that the more onboarding tools that we have to simplify this, be it for the guys who don't have a lot of money, let's say $100, $300, they can go to changenow.io. For, you know, and it's easy, straight from your bank, straight from your card. For those of you who want more, then you go to 0x Coast. And there's some other ones, not only 0x, so you look at internetmoney.io, right there in the wallet, you can purchase. Yes, you have to do KYC. It's not my cup of tea, but that's everybody else's cup of tea. So we have to go where they are and onboard them and bring them on, because they're going to be missing the boat. I'm telling you, I don't care if it's another 5 years. I don't care. I just know we're going to blow up and we're going to do very, very, very well.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is my belief.
I don't care if we have to wait until the 2028 Bitcoin cycle. I'm here. Can't get rid of me, guys.
But I
That's it. Quattro Cinco. I'm Quattro Cinco all the way. I got a lot of time.
I'm 65 years old. I'm not waiting 20 years. No.
You may say 5.
No, it's for you, not for me, youngster.
No, I hear you. I mean, that is the cool thing about the community. There's people, in different age groups, different goals. I mean, there's some people who are 21 are like, no, I'm here for 2 years, and I better make it then, or I'm going to get out. And I've heard people in their 60s and 70s be like, I'm staked out 15 years, and I'm like, that's everyone's got their own plan, but it's amazing. You can choose. That's the thing about Hex. I've did streams on this before. It allows you to choose your own adventure. You want to stake short, you want to stake long, different incentives, different games to play. It's really cool to hear how other people are using it.
I don't think it's that bad to be an older person and to stake out 15 years, as long as it's in a ladder. You got some coming out maybe every year. I think that could be reasonable, but I totally get you, Queen Wiki. And I'm really glad that you're here at the conference with us. I haven't seen you be on any streams before, so I think it's great that you're here with us.
Thank you very much. This is like my first stream I've actually gotten on too, and I keep saying maybe I should do my YouTube.
That's awesome.
Do my YouTube, but I'm kind of like, nah. I'll just join in with what you guys.
There's been a few.
You've been around for a long time, RHMax. You've been around for a long time. I've been following you for a long time. I've been following Crypto Coffee for a long time. I like his educational approach, his little shorts that he has. There are others that I've been around, and I tell you, some of them have come, some of them have gone. But I know who the tried and true are.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I've been around as long as many others, at least with the channel and stuff. But I've been around long enough to have some consistency and again, no obligations, no expectations. I could go off any moment and never stream again. But at this time, I think there's some cool stuff to do. So I might hang around for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always amazing to see new people who've never been on stream. Like when they come on the show, I'm like, yes, this is awesome. Like this is the community engagement that I'm looking for. It's great.
Yeah.
Real quick before we wrap up the panel though, too, we had some. I mentioned before, we had some donations of media and coins and stuff too. But on the media side, I think it's Amos. I think his name's Amos Hetop, something like that. He did a PulseChain song. I just want to play maybe just a minute or two of it. We can listen to it as we head out here. And it's always great to see all the talented people in our community making music, making songs. We had Corey and the Investor on yesterday. Every time, the conference, I hear, I'm a Hexican. I'm like, oh, God, I love that so much. It's so cool. So we'll listen to this jam just for a couple minutes and then conclude.
PulseChain. It's a win-win-win for everybody. PulseChain is a new road. Prepare yourself for what's about to come because it's going to be beautiful. You guys may not realize this, but we're actually building a future. PulseChain. Beautiful, but we're actually building a future. You guys may not realize this, but we're actually building a future. PulseChain is a new road. We're actually building a future. There's a lot of people right now, they're going to be wildly wealthy, wildly happy, wildly fulfilled. In about a year and a half, they just don't realize it yet. Because we built something that's unstoppable. It's going to be beautiful. Because we built something that's unstoppable. PulseChain. Because we built something that's unstoppable. Because we built something that's unstoppable. PulseChain. Because we built something that's unstoppable. These things will go on forever. Because we built something that's unstoppable. These things will go on forever, whether I live or die. PulseChain. It's a win-win-win for everybody. You guys may not
That is pretty cool. I kind of want to do. Hope that maybe you can do a music
That is
video
really great.
sometime. That's new music. People going out of their way, putting their talents to work. You know, using the tools at their disposal to go create media and help spread the word of what they like about this ecosystem. So,
You know what that music sounded like? I think it's called like motivation wave, where they kind of music to people talking. I've seen it done with like a Jocko Willenick, and
okay,
I like that stuff. It's pretty cool.
Shout out to Jocko. Seems like a strong, ambitious person. Come on the show sometime if you like.
Come on, Jocko.
I'll send you a link. I'll send you a link. It'll
DM me. We'll send you a link.
You think you've been here? You got 15 more years. Yeah, it'll be great. It's my quick Jocko impression. Everyone, thank you so much for making this panel awesome and allow me to take a break as I will actually walk outside and see the sun for a moment. But I don't get to do too much in 6 hours of these days where I'm wired up for the panels. And
thank you, Max, for doing this conference.
This thing people like. How about that? I don't care if you don't like it, I'd still be doing it. So there's that. I don't drive motivation from people liking the stuff I do. I drive motivation from what I believe is valuable. And but if people like it, that's cool too. I'll take it. All right, everyone. Cool. We'll move on to the transition. Thank you very much. Thanks, Whitney, Cult DeFi, Mats, Versology, Queen Wiki. Appreciate you.
Remember, the coast is clear for greatness.
Clear.
That's it.
Let's go. All right. Great panel. Again, I think it's the only talk I've missed more than 10 or 15 minutes of. But I appreciate being able to go see the sun for a minute and go walk around. Did I touch grass? I might touch grass. I'm not sure. But yeah, good to keep moving here. We got a lightning talk coming up whenever they come back online, and marketing the memes. So let's do a transition. We'll go right into Blockhead here. Let me get my media. And what we want. Well, let's do Money Gun. We haven't done Money Gun for a while. Let's do Money Gun in 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Neat. Don't leave home without it. Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the conference, Blockhead. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Doing good. Glad we got to the conference. I think you're here to talk about memes and marketing those and all the fun stuff on PulseChain.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You just froze for a second.
Okay. Yeah, man, what's going on with you? Your conference the past 2 days has been very entertaining. You're doing a great thing for us on PulseChain.
Hey, I'm managing in the background, but the speakers in the chat have been popping off. Got a lot of great people watching. Hopefully, many who are not in the ecosystem yet. I think we've had quite a few watching. The numbers are debated and all this stuff back and forth. But however, I feel like we may onboard a couple people in these couple days. I have a strong suspicion of that.
These are the times that we need to get our reach out there and keep building. You know, not a lot of people know what's going on over here. Now that the case is officially dissolved, we got to be louder than ever.
That's right. Yeah, you want to give a quick intro just to everyone so they first time on the channel, and then I'll let you get started.
You're cutting out.
Oh, I said, could you give a quick intro to everyone on the channel? Like, how'd you find the ecosystem? Then I'll let you get started into the talk. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I said, yeah, can you just give us a quick intro and then get started into the talk?
Quick intro. I've been in PulseChain since November of 23. Kind of, invested in a lot of different things that didn't work. Now I'm kind of finding my footing, kind of following my conviction, and trying to be a good character in the PulseChain ecosystem, man. Like, making videos and stuff, covering projects, just just trying to get some stuff out there, because I know a lot of us are not as willing to put our face in front of a camera or even put our voice in front of a camera. So I'm just doing what I can to help bring exposure to the things that I hold and the things that make PulseChain unique.
Awesome. Well, glad to have you here again. I'll step away. You got 12, 15 minutes. Go ahead and cover the marketing the memes, or the topic you want to get into.
Well, I would say everybody loves cores, but when it comes to cores, I like to add in the X protocol in there. I really like what Coach X is doing over there. I really like how the chain has embraced most and pump, and I mean we have the meme casino now, so there's no excuse for people to complain what we do and don't have. I feel like RH stream is imminent. Other meme coins that I like that new Teddy. Even though when I first came to PulseChain, I first was onboarded to PulseChain through the Atropa web and PDI and all that. So it was very difficult for me to see all that play out. But there's plays every day. There's teams out there making good projects. I mean, you can take a look at the coin Doubt DOUBT. That's a direct leverage on ink, and it's performing very well. Also, Sparta, made by a really good team, direct leverage on Hex. So yeah, just a few. I really like the printer narrative that we got going on. When I really like the printer narrative. Everybody's able to make some passive income down here at the bottom. But yeah, man, it's really neat. I think us degens need to do a better job of marketing and getting out there, because you'll see in Ethereum the same people that were in Shiv were the same people pushing Pepe, or the same people pushing all these other ones. And we kind of need to get together and do that. A lot of us need to put our egos to the side and work together, or just have the gonads to market, market freely, market with will. So yeah, that's a little background story for me. I'm just trying to add my little piece to the ecosystem,
Yeah, I'll just pop in here for a minute too. Like, what do you think? I mean, as far as marketing memes and PulseChain growing, ton of different sub communities and all that stuff too. What do you feel like is the people play the games they want to play? What are some things you look for to see things that interest you and think can appeal across the different chains that on PulseChain, and maybe there's like similar ones on other chains, but how do we market them across the chains?
Well, there's not. Okay, so this is not a bash on anybody doing more than me, but you can see the evolution of the meme game. And instead of making all these other protocols that do this, that, and the third, it's like, what can your meme do for you? So you're starting to see reflections. You're starting to see these liquidity webs, and memes have evolved into something greater than what it was just a few years ago, or even just a few months ago. Now that's kind of the blueprint that people are looking for. So what I'm looking for is, what can that meme do for me? Why should I be holding it? Am I going to earn a little bit in the process? Am I going to be a part of a cool group? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're all here to earn. And I think the evolution of the meme game has gotten to the point where it's, what can your meme do for you?
Is that something that you think, talk about the advertising, getting PulseChain on Deck Screener when different memes or other projects go well? Is that something? Is that the place where you think the most people will come over? We got people playing on Solana with memes and maybe Base and other chains as well. Like, what will make them be like, oh, PulseChain? Like, is it the green candles that we're really trying to cultivate? Like, what is the thing that memes can do for PulseChain?
Well, I think it's going to take another round of streaming and outrage marketing, like when Hex first came around, in order for us to get that second wave of people to come through. It's going to be very hard for us to do it organically, but if we can start the fight, I'm pretty sure the big man will help us finish it. You know what I mean? Then that's what will bring eyes to PulseChain. Right now, we're kind of in an echo chamber, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But to speak on that, I think that we should be doing a better job of just being welcoming. I know with the PDI stuff happening, there was a lot of nasty narratives going around. And if we can just let that go and just move forward, from the outside looking in, they will see us move forward as a community, and that will speak volume. You know what I mean? That will. I think that's what we need, is just a chill welcoming.
Yeah. And how do you think Pump.tires, do you think it's how big a thing do you think it is? Did it bring things to a next level? Did it like bring us some of maybe the crowd that make it easier for people to do that? I know we had some community projects that did a lot of that stuff too, but having Richard tweeting about memes, how big a deal is that?
It's a big deal. I mean, a lot of people went crazy that weekend, and you've seen the Mooney Lisa ecosystem come out of that. Doubt came out of that. A lot of good memes have came out of that, which gives us, which shows that we're adequate enough to handle the casino, but we need. I think it's a waiting game, man. I don't think we really need much. It's just a waiting game. As long as we all put in our 2 chips, and we just got to be patient. Everything's going to happen as it should, And that casino, it's great. It was right on time, even though people say it was a little bit late. But when you see the case get dropped 3 months later, it was just right on time. That was a very fun time in February for a lot of us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, hopefully building up to a very exciting rest of the year. I mean, I'm very stoked to see that if and when we see Richard again come back this year. I guess what are you excited for this year? Maybe take us out on that, like the building, the launching, the promotion. Like what are you excited to see, or what do you want to see this year for PulseChain and the meme sphere?
I want us to be on top. That's what I really want the most. I want to show people that I've been here for 18 months plus, and I was here for a reason. Even if it takes us all the way into 2026, I want PulseChain to be at the top. There's a lot of bright minds here. There's a lot of young builders, older builders. There's a lot of respectful people. The communities are great, and everybody just wants to see each other win. I want PulseChain to be at the top.
Let's go. I like it. Do you think anything's going to change as far as strategies? I mean, there's all different launch strategies and community building and again sub ecosystems. Do you see anything changing or even lessons learned for memes for the rest of the year?
Yeah, everybody's getting a little bit more organized. The alpha isn't so free, and everybody's learning how to move diligently. At first, it was like, oh, let's drop this meme coin and pair it with this other meme coin and do all that stuff. But now you see like the webs are getting more intricate, the marketing is getting more intricate, the actual images, the GIFs, the artwork. It's that kind of development is what I want the rest of the world to see as well, because I think we have more creative people on PulseChain than there are on Solana and other chains, and I think they're just kind of using us as an example of what to do. And I think the best of the best are already here.
I agree. I've never seen a place that has so many people with different talents, different play, and aligned. Again, everybody, they're here. You want glory, right? You want to make money. You want to have the best projects. You want to be rewarded for your contributions and be successful and, you know, have, you know, everyone's got their own thing, but it's I mean, that's probably the biggest explosion. The biggest trade-off with PulseChain is, yeah, everything is not about Hex anymore. However, everything can be about a lot of other really cool projects on there and a lot of other ways to get people entertained and all that stuff in the ecosystem. So it's definitely a trade-offs, definitely. But I think overall, again, hopefully we'll be able to do some amazing numbers again this bull run. But PulseChain it's been an explosion in so many different ways, man. I'm excited for this year.
Yeah, PulseChain is percolating, man. It's marinating down here. So if you're not touching grass, then you better be building. That's all I got to say.
You got to look outside. There's some sunshine. There's some grass. Maybe a beach where you are. It's always fun to touch water as well.
Right.
Blockhead, thanks for hopping on. Good conversation. Anything you want to leave us with?
No, you can follow me on Twitter. It's OX Blockhead, but Blockhead with 2 C's. And I'm pretty much everywhere, man. I'm all over Telegram. I'm all over Twitter, and I'm starting to take my videos from YouTube to TikTok and stuff like that. So just trying to do my part. So hey, any support is appreciated. And Max, thanks for having me, man. I really appreciate this little time. And yeah, man, good. Let's Godspeed to us all this year.
I agree. Awesome. Well, nice to meet you. And yeah, take it easy. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Blockhead memes got a lot of great games on PulseChain. A lot of people, you know, like DeFi. A lot of people like memes. A lot of people like, you know, different products to, again, build your wealth. We got a little bit of everything on PulseChain. We got the forks. We got new innovative products. Got a lot of stuff that hasn't even came out yet. A lot of stuff that yeah, you could say that could be being timed. Who knows from the official devs and everything else. We get a little bit of updates here and there, but boy, is there a massive amount of stuff that we have no expectations that will happen. But if they do, light the candles, pick up the torches, light the rockets. I don't know what the analogy is for that one, but should be great. All right, what are we gonna hit it with? We gotta do a transition here. We'll go with the AI transition. You're gonna come here and to get to Hex Bull Analytics with Ben Sierra. He's back on the show. Here we go in 10. And we're back. Ben Sierra, how's it going, man?
Hey, Max. I appreciate so much that you're doing this. I think these conferences are unbelievably valuable. So that's actually where you don't see any toxicity, right? You see that on Twitter mostly. So
nice.
So I love these conferences because we as a community come together in like yeah, in a cooperative
stop
manner.
punching people and start hugging.
Yeah. And Max, thank you so much. So
thank you.
I
Thank
really
you
love
for that.
it so far.
I mean, I think it's obviously cool. I'm looking at it, you know, I'm running it, I'm managing it. I'm like, you know, speaking here and there, and it's like, this is pretty cool. I like this. This is something I enjoy. You know, being on the inside, I would enjoy looking from the outside. Obviously, we're gotta be on board as people. I don't think everyone watching yesterday and today will be already in the community or already own RH coins or otherwise. I think there'll be plenty of people, and that's just a live event. That's not counting afterwards. I've been clipping. I haven't started full swing into clipping yet. I've only clipped a couple so far. Tons of people, everyone out there, everyone watching right now, feel free, clip the stream, post it on social media, post the great quotes, post the bull stats, you know, post the heartfelt moments across this X and YouTube and Instagram, TikTok, whatever you want. It's going to be 12 hours of content for you to go free marketing and advertise for people after the conference, not even including today. So if you want to make a contribution, you can build on other people's contributions. We can compound this thing into something even more than a live event. So yeah, it's very underrated. So I appreciate you. And again, couldn't do it without speakers that are coming here, pulling up amazing lines and colors and media. So I'll leave you there. Yet 15 minutes, I'll be back. Ben Sierra, everyone. Hex Bull Stats.
Cool. Thanks, Max. All right. Today, I thought, okay, what I'm going to show for you, I thought, okay, there must be a lot of new people. And this is a PulseChain conference. But Hex is such an important token in our ecosystem. And so if somebody is new to Hex, I wanted them to see like strong charts which show how big actually the community is. And so the following charts will be all like quarterly aggregated for you to see. And they should all show how much activity is actually happening with Hex, and that we're not really going anywhere. And so the first thing that you see here, these are cumulative users over time since Hex's inception in 2019. And if you're new to Hex, yes, it existed in 2019 on Ethereum, and then with the PulseChain fork, there was a copy of Hex, which is often referred to p-Hex, and the old Hex is often referred to as e-Hex to make the distinction. People still get confused about this. Yeah, there are two. They work the same way, one on Ethereum and one on PulseChain. And over time, we are seeing an increase of cumulative users. So there's all the time new users. This is counted by addresses. So these are unique addresses. And as of now, like when we are looking at native addresses that have ever interacted with Hex, we are almost reaching 500,000, almost 500K. I'm pretty sure next quarter we will reach it, and I will celebrate it on Twitter for sure. So follow me at Ben Sierra Pro. That's my Twitter or X handle, because I'm doing this quite regularly, if you don't know me yet. And I think this is just to see that like the adoption of Hex never really stopped. And yes, we had like a peak of 55 cents in 2021 in the bull market. And yes, that was Q3. It always shows quarter start. That's why it says July. In Q3, we had like a big influx of new people within that quarter. And that was also the quarter where the PulseChain sacrifice was happening. So somebody might say, hey, PulseChain already did help Hex a lot to onboard a lot of people. And because you saw such an increase, most probably due to the sacrifice as well. And but we grew a lot. I mean, back then, on the top, we had 180,000 addresses, and now I'm talking about 500,000 addresses. So that's pretty amazing. The second biggest jump was at PulseChain launch. Right before PulseChain launch, we had 330,000. And then we had a combined of 380,000. We had a 12% bump. And then I have two other lines here. I'm distinguishing between e-Hex and p-Hex. And natively, these are native addresses. So you can see that p-Hex is natively more used. There are more users. And it's just going up. So the adoption never really stopped. And we're all the time getting in new people. And this is so important. And this is obviously bullish because every system that grows in users and is getting adopted more and more, and the supply is sound, that's just good over the long term. So trying to scoop up as many Hex, in my opinion, is just, it's almost like a no-brainer. But it's opinions. And then the other side, you might say, okay, but how many are active? So I wanted to show that too. and this is my second chart, also on a quarterly basis, you see active users within a quarter. And we were quite busy, like 61,000 users, 61,000 addresses were active. And were interacting with Hex in some way or another. And what is really interesting in this is that here this is this really big bump. So especially when we approached Q3, when we had the top in Hex, the 55 cents, we had 100,000 active addresses. But before that, 2 quarters before that, in Q1 of January, it was only 24,000 active addresses. So ever since this big bump, we never really revisited basically the active address counts before the price hike. Ever since, Hex people were quite active in some way. They were interacting with Hex, either staking or unstaking. And even the 61,000 is much higher than the 24,000 here in January 21 or in April 2021. So, I mean, that's what you can also feel in the crypto community. That's why we're always present, because we're super active. And I think that is something super bullish. The actual most busiest time ever was PulseChain launch, interestingly. And we can be even more active with higher price actions, obviously. And as you can see, there is even a trend line, which is the dotted line, which goes through the chart. And it's upward. So the average trend over the whole lifetime of Hex is that the active users within a quarter are increasing. So that is really good to see. And that's why it's called bullish analytics, my presentation. And I'm not trying to show you any trading charts. I'm trying to show charts that understand everybody, so that new people can understand where we are. So this is just about how active we are and how many we are. But obviously, Hex is about staking. And so when you stake, you just kind of lock your coins and burn them. And then at the end of your stake, which you define, it could be 1 day or it could be 15 years, and everything in between. And when you do that, at the end, you get yield trustlessly, which is paid out from the inflation. So it's important to see the next chart, which is how much Hex is basically staked. And you would think if if Hex is going to die, then there should be less and less Hex staked. But you see throughout its lifetime that Hex is consistently staked, and now even more than before. This chart, for some more advanced Hex people here in the chat, there is the OA addresses are counted out. So these are only pure user stakes. If you don't know what the OA is, never mind for now. But you want to dive in deeper into all of that topic, I mean, just start following hexagons or ask questions. Everybody happily answers them. But here you can see that consistently Hex is going to was staked by users, and we had 48 billion staked this quarter in total as principal, and we never had that much. Even if you are looking, let's say, only on the PulseChain side, when Hex is staked on PulseChain, you still get like 32 billion, or in Q4 of last year, in 2024, you get 36 billion, which is like very high, close to these numbers here of 42 billion back in January 2020. But this is just like important that the use case of Hex is consistently used throughout its lifetime. Of course, if you attach a dollar number, the chart looks differently, but the system itself works beautifully. And I have 1 more minute left, which is actually kind of the most complicated chart, but it is such an interesting one that I will still show it to you. Maybe just concentrate on the blue bars, because this is exactly to Hex staking related again. And this is one of the most powerful charts that I've ever created, because it shows the net flow into staking. So that means there is an inflow into staking when you stake, yeah. And these are showing the dollar amounts, and there's an outflow of the staking. So you can see how much money value is flowing out or in a net environment in each quarter. And as you can see in Q4 2021, there was a lot of value flowing out of staking. There were a lot of big rewards for stakers, which was 855 million. And what's important in this chart, that this is since then ever decreased. It decreased. We only had 400 million in 2023 at the beginning. And now we were at 60 million leaving that staking pool. And with the reduced yield that is happening now in the Hex ecosystem, which is another topic for today, but it should help to make this chart flip to the positive side. We already see the improvement throughout the last 3 years, and it should improve according to the history of this chart.
When's Hex going to hit $1? That's what we want to know.
When will it happen? When will it happen? It is just a matter of time. I mean, it
sounds like a good answer to me, actually.
I like the fundamentals.
Right?
I like the fundamentals.
You're the one who's, has all this data, all the charts, all this stuff. To you, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems obvious that this thing is meant to do some serious numbers. Again.
Well, Max, just think about it. Like, there's always new users, so there's always adoption. It never stopped. The active users are increasing over time as a trend. The net flow into staking is getting more positive and positive and positive. It's still negative, but it is improving the last 3 years. So I don't know if the trend just continues like that. We should be in green territory soon.
Love it. Thank you for all you do, Ben. You have some of the best, you and Crispy and Dev Huey and everyone was on the Hex panel earlier, have some of the best insights, statistics, data. Really appreciate you. Assets to the community for sure, man.
Max, I appreciate all the consistency that you do, and I'm happy to hop on any stream, anytime. It was a pleasure.
Let's go. We'll have to get another Hex Power Hour together. Those are always some amazing streams when we get you and the other guys together. So, all right. Ben Sierra, everyone, at Ben Sierra Pro on the X platform. See ya.
See ya.
All right. Oh man, I gotta go back and rewatch this conference myself. So much good stuff happening. So much good analytics. Let's do the weights. We got Fast Abdul coming up next. Let's do the weights.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large road weight belt doesn't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot. pussy hands are giving out.
I like how he blames his hands at the end. He's like, you know what? I could just do about 15 more if my hands were in better shape. Amazing. Fast Abdul, welcome back to the show. Back
Hey,
to the
Max.
conference.
Thanks for having me, man.
When I start doing the show again, I'm going to start saying, and welcome back to the conference. I'm going to get all the words mixed up again. So fun.
I'm looking a little short here. I need to adjust.
Yeah, you look big. Looking strong to me. Strong to me, always in good colors as well.
Thank you.
So, yeah, killing it, man. Well, you here to talk to us about some DeFi? Kill it. You got should have about 15 minutes or so. I'll come back and check on you. See you soon.
Let's talk some DeFi. So, guys, I have a couple things going on. And there's more coming always. But the main things are the 2FUX protocol, or 2PHUX if you prefer the family-friendly version, as well as the ink printer protocol. So, and then we have runoffs on those that we'll talk about as well. First off, for 2FUX, I think what I'll do here, I think Max is probably listening. I'm going to share my screen so we can see some crazy APRs, which is always fun. See, oh, there we go. Okay, so 2FUX is a fork of Aura Finance, which is more or less a fork of Convex. It's built on top of the Fux exchange, just like Aura Finance is built on top of Balancer on Ethereum. Balancer is an advanced DEX, as is Fux, that allows you to pair up to 8 assets together for superior swapping, as well as better fees for liquidity providers. 2FUX amplifies that yield. Our slogan rather is we give more fucks, because we literally do. There's a mechanism that allows for users to get a lot more yield if they use the 2FUX front end to deposit their LP tokens from the Fux exchange. And you can see that here with some of these relatively impressive numbers. So we have 264%, 224%, and those are made up of a combination of Fux tokens and 2FUX tokens, as well as the swap fees that the pairs are earning. So I would encourage people, if they want to learn about that, it's a little bit more complicated than your standard V2 farming, but obviously the rewards are worth it, in my opinion. But go to the Telegram and check it out, learn about it, learn about the Fux exchange and Balancer, right? If you learn this on PulseChain, then you can do it on Ethereum too. And then you could look at adding some additional revenue streams to your bag, right? So you don't have those coins be dormant just sitting there. There's things you can do with them that are cool. You can add them to liquidity pools and earn. Right now, the name of the game is low impermanent loss, right? So impermanent loss is when you're in a liquidity pool and one token goes up faster than another, which is going to result in you having an issue where you're holding more of the token that didn't go up as quickly and less of the token that went up more. And that can be, that's what they call impermanent loss. And they call it impermanent loss because it's only permanent once you remove the liquidity and solidify your position. But if you don't do that, if you stay in the pool and you ride it down, you ride it up, you're earning all the way as far as the liquidity fees goes and the farming fees on something like the 2FUX front end. But if you pull out at the bottom, like, you're gonna solidify that loss. So right now, if you can find pairs where there's low impermanent loss because you have like mechanisms paired together, that's going to be a big advantage for you. And there are some pools that we're working on that will be especially good for that. There's one I've just made here. There we go. I apologize, I have a cold, so I'm a little scratchy today. This is the Staked Pulse Multi-Vault. It contains Pulse, that we all know, as well as the 3 liquid staking forks we have on the Pulse chain. So we have ST Pulse from Project Pi, V Pulse from the Vouch protocol, and U Pulse from Validator X, all paired together, 25% each. So all of these things are basically Pulse. The top 3 are redeemable for Pulse. They're actually Pulse Plus because they're earning extra. They'll always be valued a little bit higher than Pulse if they're doing what they're supposed to do. But this pool will go live right away. Like, it's already live on the Fux exchange. You can add LP there, and then you can deposit on 2FUX. You can see there's no APR because nobody's deposited yet. I literally haven't told anybody. You guys are the first ones to hear it. And on Wednesday, the votes that are going towards this pool will go through. and it will start paying APR. And I believe this to be a very good low and permanent loss option for farming. So keep that one in mind. Learn about Project Pi, learn about Validator X, and about Vouch before you do. Just make sure you know what you're doing. But as far as the 2FUX protocol goes, one of our claims to fame is that we control a huge percentage of the votes on the FUX exchange, 92.79% to be exact at the moment. We did that in our bootstrapping phase, and it gave us a huge advantage as far as yields for the users of the protocol. So when you participate on the 2FUX platform and you're earning these tokens, the FUX tokens and the 2FUX tokens, those tokens are not just dumb tokens. They actually have value. You can use them to vote, and the pools that get the most votes are the ones that pay the best yield. So it's a very interesting type of democracy where you're only voting about one thing, basically money. So if we take a look at the, let's look at something else here. Yeah, the RH laser printer pool, right, paying 125%, made up of 84.97% 2FUX and 40% FUX, and then 0.44% swap fees. The reason that these top two numbers are so big is because there's a lot of votes going to that pool. So if you're participating here and you're receiving 2FUX and FUX tokens, both those can be locked, 2FUX on the 2FUX website and FUX on the FUX website, which will allow you to vote for the pool that you like the most, which will mean it will likely pay you more next time if other users have that same behavior as well. So you can see the long-term advantage and the utility there to actually locking these things up and using them to vote rather than just dump tokens. But you can sell them too if you want to. You're receiving these as yield in your wallet. So there's the benefit there. And then the swap fees, that's just compounding. So it's more of the core tokens in the pair, right? So in this pair, it would be Hex, Ink, Print Token, PulseX, and Pulse. So definitely some interesting things going on there. So I will move on now to the Ink Printer protocol, which is a fork of Liquidity, the same as Liquid Loans, Earner, Flex for the PulseChain. The benefit of the Ink Printer protocol is that you can insert ink and take out a stable coin that is called Ink Dollar, INCD. So go to inkprinter.com. You can check out the details there. It shows you the TVL of the protocol, all those things. It's actually doing fairly well. There's about 6% of all ink is currently locked inside the protocol, and there's millions of dollars in the protocol in ink. So if more ink gets locked up in there, I think that will probably be a benefit to ink. It gives utility to ink because you can turn ink into a stable coin, which has both single-sided staking options for bonus yield right inside the protocol, as well as on other places soon, I hope. You can also participate in liquidity farms with the Ink Dollar paired to DAI from Ethereum. And that's paying pretty good for stable-to-stable farming as well, which is one of those low and permanent loss scenarios I just talked about. The additional benefits are that you're able to earn the print token. Now, the print token has definitive utility. Am I getting to 15 minutes already, Max?
Oh, you got a couple minutes. I just wanted to. I'm here for support. You got a few more minutes.
Excellent. Appreciate that. The print token has definitive utility in that you can stake it, and when you stake it, you earn the Ink Dollar anytime somebody mints the Ink Dollar, and you also earn ink whenever somebody does a redemption, which is the process whereby they exchange the Ink Dollar for $1 worth of ink to help bring it back to peg if it falls below $1. So there's, definitely something people want right now. I've heard Briz talk about ink earlier today. Probably the Ink Printer protocol is going to pay you more ink than most of the PulseX farms right now, with maybe the exception of those stable farms. But we won't get too far into that. I do have an upgrade coming for Ink Printer that I'd like to pop up on the screen here, if you don't mind.
Boom, let's do it.
It's pretty exciting. Everybody should sit down.
Buckle up, buckaroos.
There we go. Okay, so this is the Ink Printer upgrade, and this is part one is just about done. So what we've done is created a liquid staking contract that you can use to stake your print tokens inside the protocol but you get the S-Print token in return in your wallet. The benefit of that is that the S-Print token is going to be paired in one of those low, actually zero impermanent loss liquidity farms that I talked about on Fux and 2Fux, and it's already created. Don't go and buy the S-Print token because it's exchangeable 1-for-1 with the print token, right? All the time, right? Like you'll be able to redeem via the protocol. That should be live in a couple of days. Audits are done, all green lights, and that will provide an opportunity to farm 2 assets that are worth the exact same amount of each other in return for 2Fux and Fux tokens, which you could use to vote for that pool to earn more next time, etc., etc. It will likely be a very incentivized pool. I know a guy who's got a lot of votes over there. I think he's going to vote for that. So something to consider there, because low impermanent loss is definitely the name of the game right now. And that's just stage 1. Stage 2 is we're going to have a special token called the Incinerator token that will reward holders in ink, and it will buy and burn S-Print tokens. I'll tell you why that is important. S-Print, when you go into there, you're giving up your yield you'd get for staking print. You can always switch back to print at any time via the protocol 1-to-1. There's never a fee for that. But that when it is staked inside the contract, what it's doing is using the ink and the ink dollars it receives to buy and burn S-Print, making it permanently staked in the contract, meaning it will permanently buy and burn S-Print, which of course is exchangeable 1-for-1 for print, driving up the price of both assets equivalently. So that Incinerator token, we're going to combine it. It's not just going to be a token that people can buy on the market. It's going to be something that they can get for free from farming. I'm working with the Hocus Pocus team. Also, I should mention that the S-Print contract in particular was developed in partnership with the Power City team. So I trust it very much. We could see something like that roll out for some of their liquidity forks as well. I wouldn't be too surprised, but I can't speak for them. The Incinerator token, you'll be able to earn it for free in special farms that I'm setting up with Hocus Pocus and also via the 2Fux protocol. So you'll get this token for free that will reward you with ink for holding it, and it will buy and burn S-Print when you sell it. And that's going to pump the ecosystem to the point where the biggest holder of the print token is probably going to be the S-Print protocol, and that will continuously be burned. So it'll be permanently locked in there, a large portion of it. And every time it earns ink and ink dollars via the ink printer protocol, so that's a serious engine for a token like this, it's going to keep buying itself. So eventually, this is the snake that eats its own tail, but it will just keep getting bigger and bigger until there's a very small liquidity pool left. And it's just the protocol doing most of the buying for itself. Sorry,
Sounds
that was
like has some DeFi principles there. You brought out a few different things there. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Max?
Every time I see people putting products together, you put multiple ones. So this is not the first time I've seen you talk about these protocols. You've built a few so far. I think you're launching like Bribery and all that stuff too.
Yep.
So I've been less than the mechanics these days and more of the I've been definitely focused more on the core coins these days. However, I've been wanting to highlight, again, builders in our community, highlight the people that are building the infrastructure, building the pieces that are coming together to give people, again, choose your own adventure, choose your own games to play, whether it's meme coins or locking up money and farming and all that stuff. I really enjoy seeing these detailed explanations of how the stuff works, and people decide they want to participate. Do they not? Is it work for them? Is this a place that they want to put their money? So always love the technical details being the tech side of me. So thank you very much for that.
No problem. I think it's really important right now that we're building things that work with the core coins to make them better, right? And not necessarily take away from them. And that's kind of been our focus is we have these farming protocols. There's a lot of core coin involvement there. And then obviously ink printer, like Richard Hart's ink token, it's very core coin centric, just like all the other liquidity forks are, right? So I think, if the community and builders in general keep pushing stuff like this, that will push up the core coins and not steal from them, I think there's a benefit for all.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Fast Abdul, everyone, at Fast Abdul on the Twitters, I do believe, and appreciate you, man.
No problem. Thanks, Max.
All right, we're going to go on to the next lightning. A lot of great content today. Gee. So this, I'm gonna go rewatch the conference myself. But all right, let me find the video. Oh, I'm getting some news. I did Richard send in a pre-recorded video for us to show during the conference? All right, let me see if I can find. Let me put it up. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Hi guys, I just wanted to make a recording. I got some really new cool stuff. I wanted to show it to you guys. So this is my boa to celebrate diversity. And this is my new hex necklace. I just need to get like a third little hexy thing. And then you guys know this. This is my old like try hard, be hard thing, the fist thing. Then I got a new hex bracelet. Isn't that pretty? And then I got keycaps to go with like all my outfits. So I've got these new shoes and I think they're really pretty. You got to look at these.
What?
All right. Just to everyone, that was Richard did not send that video in as a pre-recording. However, I came across it on X as it's one of the videos he I guess uploaded a long time ago as a joke or otherwise. And it's like live from Mexico. How's Richard been doing? Oh, he's got a lot of cool stuff. Richard, you want to share some of that cool stuff sometime?
How funny.
Anyway.
I'd not seen that. So I was like, is this
I didn't
real?
think I don't think many people have. That's why I was like, I wanted to see your live. I always love to see your live reaction too. So Wild SJ's here talking about Richard Hart. I thought it'd be a great introduction to it.
Always with the hair.
So
Anyways,
fun.
hi.
Yes, I saw you. Even from the green room, you're like, wait, pre-recorded video. We just jumped up 700 people watching. No, I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. But Richard tweets again. It might. No nudge there. But anytime, big guy, anytime.
Yeah, man, that last post he made. I mean, that's just so bullish. Talking about its time and oh, I got chills, you know, because it's like there's so much of me that's like, no, we got to wait this 60 days. Like this is how we have to wait, you know. But what if we don't? Maybe we don't. Maybe he streams soon.
You never know. You never know. I mean, maybe it's so many different ways we could go into that one, but just to it's probably not the best. It's not the best intro video to anyone. This is who is Richard Hart lightning talk, and that's not the best intro to Richard. However, during his outrage marketing campaign, that was definitely one of the ones that apparently went under the radar. I thought it was hilarious to kind of show his range and his colorfulness during that time. Crypto Girl should be here in a second, but we can kick it off. You know, I think I'll start off with this. I think the most misunderstood thing about Richard is every person, every comment I see doubting him in whatever way, it always excludes this idea of glory. It's always this, I don't trust him. I don't trust the narrative. You know, he hasn't done anything for us. You know, what have you done for me lately type of thing. You forget all the amazing stuff that happened, you know, 2 or 3 years ago. Like, it's like this whole fresh perspective. And it feels like just new people coming in and not knowing the man, not listening to hours and hundreds of hours of his streams and not seeing he cares about longevity research.
Yep.
He cares about making the world a better place. He cares about being a great man in a lot of different verticals. And those are the pieces that when people, and again, every news article, everything somebody shares this negative hit piece that's usually inaccurate and you know, every which way, it never shows what he's actually about, because there was these different phases he went through, 4 different strategies and all these ways that are probably going to become much more obvious in the future when he's sitting down with 60 Minutes telling the story of how glory came to PulseChain. So yeah, I think it's just like that's the most misunderstood thing about Richard is every argument against him is completely void of the glory narrative, which is the strongest thing in the ecosystem, I think.
Yeah.
Crypto joins us as well.
Some of my favorite streamers right here. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Welcome.
Good.
You came to the
and my favorite community.
You came to the Richard Hart Roundtable. Got a lightning talk talking about his and you may have just missed a very underrated video that I don't think anyone has seen. Very few people have seen or remember that I joked it was a pre-recording of Richard, but it was a video of him showing off some swag. It's pretty fun. But yeah, sure. We'll go back later and watch it.
I love the video clips you've been sharing, Max. Sorry for hopping in late, guys. I'm just taking a work break. But yeah, who is Richard Hart? I actually have never met Richard Hart. so I can't speak for who he is in person, but from what I can see, I would say Richard Hart is the best crypto founder because he cares the most about his investors. No other crypto founder cares more about their investors than Richard Hart does. There's so many ways to determine that. First, he's the one that fights the strongest for crypto freedom, so that we have the freedom of speech on the blockchain, so that we have better regulations on DeFi, and he warns us about CeFi, like FTX. He saved me from Celsius. He's
Wow.
warned us about scams all over, all these fraudulent projects and things to watch out for. He teaches his community from all his past live streams. He teaches us a lot. And SJ, as you were talking about Scivive yesterday, he wrote Scivive just to help people. So major philanthropist, and then raised the most for longevity research, 27 million. But he definitely cares the most about his crypto investors. And he's the only crypto founder that doesn't dump on the investors holding that project, holding the coins of that coin and token. So that's who he is on the crypto side. Have either of you guys met Richard Hart in person?
Not
Haven't
yet.
had the pleasure yet. No, I was jealous of everyone who did the UK meetup. Everyone's like, oh, they got the pictures, they got to shake a hand. Yeah, the European tour, all that stuff too. And I remember when it was happening, I was like, oh, wow, when I go to Europe, I want to, go hang out. But again, I tweeted the other day, like, where's the next tour? Is it going to be Asia? Is it going to be, America? He kind of did the America tour for a couple weeks or so too. But I'm not rolling it out. If it happens again, I'm probably going to try my best to be there. Or if we all get invited to a yacht and on the way to Hexaco, who knows who's if that's an invite only or how that works. We'll see. But I'd love to one day and tell him how much he means to, not even just to me. It's not even about how much he means to me. It's about how much he means to the world and what he can do for it. That's what I want to support. He's like Elon.
So
People hate on Elon all the time. I don't care what he does. Like, again, there's a line for all these stuff too. Like, don't murder or do some serious crazy stuff. But I can forgive so much of somebody if I know they're going to do great things. And that's something with Richard. I don't care about anything that he's done that has offended me or I didn't like or that I didn't agree with. I don't care about that stuff because we agree on most of the other things. And I know what his mission is, and I'm going to support that as much as I can. So it's one of those things. Get out of your own way to help people who have huge missions in life. And that's something that I've learned throughout the years.
Yeah, I wanted to touch point on something Crypty Girl said with him not dumping on our heads, right? And I thought I had this thought at that moment because he doesn't need to, right?
Oh,
He's
yes,
already
so true.
Financially free. He was already wealthy and doing whatever he wanted to do with his life. He talks about how he wasted years of his life playing video games, traveling, going to clubs and things like that. And all he wants to, the main thing that he wants to see happen is for people who are doing good and being, great in this world, wonderful lights, to live longer and to be able to do more of that. He wants, there's a great, quote that I've heard him say is, his cup is already full and he wants to see other people's cups overflow. And
yes,
to me, it's so much bigger than crypto. It's so much more than Hex and, PulseChain. And to me, these are just stepping stones that he is utilizing,
right.
and things he's leveraging in order to bring attention and make a big difference in this world. And I'm so stoked, you guys. Like, it's been so hard, being here and thinking, just this needs to happen, and then this will happen, or just this thing needs to get taken care of, and then this, that, and the other thing. And I've just never, I think that all of us can probably say on the screen here, we've never lost hope, we've never lost faith, we've never thought that it was going to be the end of any of this, because we know who he is at his core and at his heart, and what he wants to see in the world is so much more than financial freedom for people, right? It's a lot more than that. And I'm just, I can't wait. Like I wasn't in crypto before, right? Like, and another thing, one of you said something that made me think about this was, I am so grateful that I got into crypto via Hex, right? Like I touched on, some other things in the past, but I didn't really get into it, right? When I came into crypto, it was through the Richard Hart ecosystem. And I am so grateful, because I've heard the horror stories, I've heard, like, Richard didn't have to save me from any of those things because I was already here. And this is where I came to. And I learned,
good, SJ.
Thanks to the community. Yeah. I learned, what scams look like, what not to do, how to not. We are the most educational, caring community in crypto, 100% hands down. And that's because we take the example from our founder.
That's so true. On the flip side too, we have the most, well, a lot of us, we have the majority of caring individuals too in the community. And a lot of other crypto communities have a lot of good people too, but you can see from a lot of people's willingness to help in this community and educate that that's true.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right, SJ. Richard really, he loves to see when people are doing well for themselves. He loves to see when people are succeeding. And I really think that he wants good people to be wealthy. He wants to make a million millionaires, but he really wants the good people to be rich and to be wealthy. And like you said, SJ, it does go so much further than crypto, but crypto is where it starts because that's where it's easiest to make the wealth. But then hexagons, pulsecons, they'll go on and they'll have influence in every sphere, including the political sphere, which is great. But yeah, it's really good to see the aspirations he has. And even from an outside perspective looking in, looking in as an outsider to the PulseChain community and looking at who is Richard Hart, one thing's for certain, that there's ego. But it's not bad because as an outsider, his ego will propel him to make Hex and PulseChain the most successful cryptocurrencies, and that's a good thing. He said over and over he wants to be a legend. He wants to leave a legend. He wants to have the best performing crypto assets. That's a great thing as an outsider looking in. As an outsider, you can bet on that. You can invest just solely on his ego, like to feel like really good about your investment, that he'll ensure that his projects do well. And he's always saying too that no expectation of profit from the work of others, which is great. So all the community puts in the work too. But those combined, the community and his work, is just, it's a recipe for success.
I mean, there's 3 people here, and we got to wrap this up in just a second because we got the next talk coming up. But I'll say this and hand off to SJ to take us out too. But I think there's 3 people. I want everyone to be clear on this. There's 3 people on this stage who have followed Richard for quite a few years, who believe in the ideals, who have persistence. We don't care what the plan is. We know it's going to work out. Like we know, in our bones that this is the place where glory happens, and we want to be a part of it. And we've never even met the guy in real life. Like, it almost sounds strange. It's kind of like we've never even shook his hand, but I'm like, I believe in him, and I believe in his ideals, and I believe in this mission, and I want to be a part of it. I want to make a contribution, and that's why I'm here. Like, that is so powerful and underrated, and people don't appreciate that enough.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
I haven't met him in person, but I've dreamt of him, and I know that I'm not. I remember kind of.
I might have too. I'm not sure. I got to think. I might have. I'm sure. This stuff again. All these things get intertwined, and it's kind of like, have we dreamt of glory before? Have we dreamt of RH or other people in the community? Because we interact so much with them. I could see that.
He's been in my dreams twice, once in 2023 and then once last year. And both times it was like I was meeting him for the first time, and then we were just really good friends. We were just like really, really good friends. We're pals.
And I know we're not
How funny.
Yeah, he had done a survey a few years back asking if people dreamt about him. I remember, and there was a
Oh,
good,
really?
yeah,
Oh,
there was
wow.
a good number of people who have definitely had dreams about him, and likewise, I've had dreams about hexagons just in general. And before this stage in my life, I very rarely dreamt about people that I knew or knew of. Right? They were mostly kind of faceless.
Right.
So it really has tripped me out that, you know, this is the place where my dreams are kind of reflecting reality and continuing, you know, the story, right? Like as I'm asleep. And that's one other huge, awesome thing that I think keeps me entertained and engaged here is how many synchronicities, how much it's just synchronicities is the best way to put it. Like hearing people's stories of how they found Richard, hearing the way that people have connected with one another through this ecosystem. There's, you know, like whatever it is that you believe, whatever greater, you know, force you believe in the world, like there is something very special here. And I am so stoked to be a part of it and to be surrounded by like minds. That's been something that has been heavy on my heart my whole life, is that I've always wanted to be a part of community and a part of a group of people who were, you know, going to change the world in some way, shape, or form. And I didn't know I'd find it here in crypto. And I'm so glad that I have, because I think the people that are in this ecosystem and are following Richard and his principles have a very, even though we're all different, we're all over the world, right? I think there are some very basic things that we can all agree upon and that we all want to see some kind of change happen, and we all want to be a part of it. So I'm grateful to Richard for building this community in the first place and bringing people together. And the fact that we're his greatest achievement, the community is his, he said that over and over again, you know, that is such a wonderful thing.
So cool.
Yeah, to keep in our minds and to keep in our hearts is, of all the things he's built, we're the best.
So everyone out there, go do the work. Make this the place where dreams come true. Like we all have these dreams. Let's make them come true. Go put in the work and do it. That's what we're doing. And I appreciate both of you. I mean, both of you have been amazing to have around the community, streams and what you're doing on the line and events, and just doing your best in whatever way you can. So, you know, in-person meetups, we've hung out before and at different events and stuff, local events, and you know, SJ's been doing PulseChain tour and all that stuff too. And it's just, when you get to meet people and be a part of the community, it feels different and it feels good. And I have gratitude for that. So I appreciate you both.
Likewise, Max. We're lucky to have you. We're lucky to have both of you guys in the community.
Right back at you, girl.
All right. We're going to go into the next panel. Terrific panel. Again, I need to let this soak in as well. Appreciate seeing you both. I'll see you later.
Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. All right. Transition piece. We're going to get into Cairo, not Cario, Cairo, Copeland. And we got some awesome lightning talk from him. We're going to give him as much time as we can, probably around 15 minutes or so. And then we'll get into the next talk as well. What do we got? You guys want to do? Let's do rockets up. Let's do rockets up for Cairo. Let's do it. Welcome to the channel. How's it going?
Hey, Max. Good to meet you. How is my audio? Is it clean and crisp?
It's clean, crisp, a little loud, but no, it sounds good, man.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Forgive me. I got to put these on here because the lights that I have to put on to illuminate this place are just so bright they blinded me.
I mean, that's all the green candles, I think, as well. It's probably solar flares we're gonna initiate in this ecosystem. Real quick before we get into it, 30 seconds. How'd you get in the community? Just first time on the channel?
Well, a bit of a long story, but a client of mine was into Hex and really told me to get into Richard Hart, get listening to Richard Hart and everything. And it was like that rabbit hole of you find Morpheus and he shows you the matrix. And once you're in, you never go back. That's what it was like for me. That was back in late 2020 and early 2021 when I discovered it all. And you know what it's like. There's just no going back. With crypto in general, like the way it worked with me here was originally I believed it was all a scam. So I wanted to know all about it in order to argue against people by saying it was a scam. But the more I researched it and learned about it, the more I became convinced of the opposite. And same goes for Hex and Richard Hart's coins. The more I learned about them, the more I believed in them.
That's amazing. Yeah, I think that you share a sentiment with a lot of people in the community, especially can relate to that myself. Once you see it, you're like, no, this is what I want to win. I want this to win. Like that's the way I feel about it. All right, I'll come out. Let you, if you got anything to present, feel free, throw it up there, and I'll put it on the screen. And yeah, good luck.
All right, thank you, Max. Appreciate you bringing me on here. Good afternoon, Hexaco. I think it's time that we have a very difficult talk that many of us have been avoiding. But don't worry, though. I'm not talking about like one of those dad lectures that you probably dread hearing about. In fact, what I want to share with you tonight is something that should bring you immense hope. But I got to give you a fair warning here. In fact, I'm a very angry person, but not for the reason you might think. See, I'm not mad that Hex and PulseChain are down 99%. No. Now, what has me so displeased is all the bearish sentiment and the bear posting I see even in our own community. We're all crying like little children being told they need to go to bed earlier on a school night. But more importantly, I'm disappointed because of what this bearish sentiment really tells me. And it tells me that it's not that the coins are doomed. It's not that they're uniquely cursed with red candles forever. What it tells me is that many crypto people are lacking some very important investment literacy. Because when you have investment literacy about what's going on right now in the macro investment world, if you knew how it and understood what was going on there, you would not be bear posting right now. And that is the subject of my little TED talk tonight. I like to call it, hey, Hexaco, shut up with the bearish attitudes. We're not missing out on a thing. And 15 minutes from now, you will no longer be bearish about your bags, because what I want to share with you tonight is going to give you a lot more hope. Yeah, I keep seeing all these posts on Twitter that I'm finding just so incredibly annoying. Posts like, oh, the bull market is over. Or, oh, there's just way too many coins saturating the market. Or my favorites, oh, Richard needs to stream again or else we'll never go up ever again if he never shows his face. Let me tackle each one of these pieces of extreme foolishness and FUD one by one. First thing is, the crypto bull market never even got started. We haven't had it yet. You haven't missed a thing. Now, sure, Bitcoin made a new high, but it didn't even do a 2x over the previous high. So has it really done anything at all? Far from what it's capable of. And all it comes down to is just literacy with economics and what's going on in the overall investment world. And I hate to say it, but many people in crypto are lacking both. Now, who am I to say this? I worked in TradFi for 15 years. And for 5 of those miserable 15 years, I was a bond broker. And one bond that everybody in the world pays attention to is the 10-year treasury. Specifically, its yield. Now, for those of you who didn't flunk economics, this number is very important because when it's high, it means investors can park their money in boring old bonds and get a decent return without risking their life savings in a meme coin named after Elon's dog. And guess where it's at right now? Where it's been for the last 3 years. Currently, the 10-year treasury is over 4.3%. You can make a guaranteed 4.3% right now without taking on any risk. Treasuries are considered guaranteed investments, not because they're invincible, but because if the treasury defaults, well, then the whole world just ends. Your money would be like the last thing on your mind in that apocalypse scenario. So when we have treasuries above 4%, What do you think the institutions are doing? What do you think the normies are doing? Well, I can tell you what they're not doing. They're not doing any assets that have a lot of volatility and risk, namely crypto. No one is interested in crypto right now that wasn't interested in it before from the previous cycle. So when treasury yields are high, risk on assets do poorly, and history proves it. And I want to show you some charts that prove that. So I hope that you can see my screen here. Got a chart going that shows the S&P 500 versus the 10-year treasury yield. All right, S&P, that's risk on. 10-year treasury yield, that's risk off. And I'm sure there's some hater out there that is going to say, but that doesn't look perfectly inversely correlated. Yeah, but that's because these two inversely correlated events don't occur within seconds of each other. First, the treasury yield has to go up. Then the investing public sells their stocks, pushing those prices down and then cramming the sales proceeds into the treasury bonds, pushing the bond prices up and pushing the yields down, making bonds unattractive again, so they go back into stocks. It is a seesaw. It's just and everything happening at the same time. It doesn't happen in minutes. It takes months, often even years. The picture is also pretty similar when we compare the 10-year treasury to Bitcoin. Looky here. This was the end of the 2017 bull run. Look how stark that drop is when we see this green here for the 10-year treasury going up. This is something I pulled right off of TradingView here. And look how the Bitcoin continues to go down, dragging the entire crypto market with it as that 10-year treasury kept going up. But then as it started going down, the 10-year treasury yield, Bitcoin went right back up. It's almost like teeth working together here perfectly. And then looky here, when the 10-year treasury yield drops all the way, Bitcoin took off. And that led us into some pretty euphoric times. If you were around for 2021, well, you remember what this was like, seeing the first wave of the 21 bull run. But then you saw the treasury yield starting to come up here, and it brought it back down, created a really nasty red candle. Then as those yields went back down, Bitcoin went right back up. And then look here, proof of everything I'm saying. Treasury yields going up and Bitcoin going down. We got a bearish crossover right here. The entire time that this treasury yield is going up, Bitcoin is down. And then it crosses over again. As it goes down, Bitcoin went up and took the entire crypto market with it. And you might say, but Cairo, wait. Doesn't treasury bond prices and yields have an inverse relationship? I mean, if everybody's buying treasuries right now because the yields are high, shouldn't that push the price up and then push the yield down? Very astute observation, my friend. But demand for treasuries isn't the only thing influencing its yield. You see, the 10-year treasury can have more people in it than Bonnie Blue or Lily Phillips or Eric Wall and still have a high yield. What's also keeping the yield high is the fact that the federal funds rate is over 4%, because that's the first domino that affects all interest rates. And I hope that you can see this chart here, because I know it's small. But take a look at this table. This is the federal funds rate, where it was at the previous two Bitcoin tops and the previous two Bitcoin bottoms. Do you see what I see? The federal funds rate is at its highest when Bitcoin is at its lowest for the cycle, and then the federal funds rate is at its lowest when Bitcoin is at its highest for the cycle. That rate specifically affects all risk on assets, especially crypto. And as of today, you know where the federal funds rate is right now? It's exactly where it was here at the 2022 bear market low. So I hope the conclusion that you're drawing from this is the one that I draw from this, and that is we're incredibly lucky to have the prices that we have right now. But then imagine what the prices will be when those yields go down. Because you see, high yields, they're like kryptonite to risk on assets like crypto. You know, back in 2022, the yields hit their 12-year high. Bitcoin was on its knees, and altcoins like Hex were basically roadkill. Well, as long as they keep those rates high, as they were during those bear market lows, there's no bull run getting started. Not yet. Let me repeat that. There will not be any bull run for any risk-on asset until the federal funds rate and the 10-year treasury come down, and I mean down lower than they were during the bottom of the bear market. See, that's what's currently keeping us down. It's not because Richard isn't streaming. Even if he was streaming, that wouldn't do anything. That would not do anything. Because you got Charles Hoskinson out there streaming. You've got Gavin Wood out there streaming, and both their projects are down. Michael Kong, Andre Cronje, they're streaming, they're marketing, but Sonic is still struggling just like we are. So Richard streaming right now, that's not going to help us when we've got these rates right here like this. Just like how the SEC case getting dismissed, well, that really didn't do anything for our price, did it? It only did it temporarily. And then the case getting dismissed again, that didn't do anything for the price either. And then, my God, I mean, like even the announcement of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, that did nothing for the Bitcoin price. In fact, the Bitcoin price went down immediately after. And I just now noticed here that none of my screen shares were occurring when I was talking about this. Here's the 10-year Treasury versus the S&P 500. And here it is versus Bitcoin in the 2017 to 2018 bear bull cycle. And then here it is again in the 2020, 2021, and 22 bull to bear cycle. Look at this. It's a great inverse relationship going on here. We need those yields to come down for people to be interested in crypto again. It doesn't matter if our founder is streaming. It doesn't matter if we got the best marketing in the world. And please, somebody tell that to Ivan on Tech, because he seems to have trouble understanding why the most gate-kept asset in the world isn't posting life-changing returns, while even Bitcoin is struggling and even Ethereum is embarrassing itself every day. Nothing changes until the 10-year goes down. We're doing awesome for what the 10-year is doing to us right now. Now, here's the good news. The Fed, being led by Jerome Powell's furrowed brow, he may be cock-blocking us from a life-changing bull run right now. But he can't do that forever. Because you got to bear in mind, the Fed's not the only players. You see, central banks worldwide, like Japan and Europe, they're slashing rates like they're campers at Crystal Lake. And this sets up a very juicy arbitrage trade that many investors and institutions are going to take advantage of. It goes like this. You borrow cheap money from those foreign banks, financed at, 3.5%, whatever they cut the rate to, and then you park it in a guaranteed super safe 10-year treasury for 4.3%, and you pocket the difference. That's free money, and every hedge fund with a pulse is going to be doing that. You know that they do this because that's how the Japanese carry trade works. Remember that thing that almost wrecked the markets back in August? Yeah, a lot of people do that, and they're going to be doing it again when you got lower interest rates being offered by central banks overseas, while Jerome Powell over here insists that the rates stay high. So then all that demand from these carry trades will push treasury prices up, and that will push the yields down. And even Jay Powell, if he doesn't want to cut the rates, the market will do it for him. So when investors can no longer make good returns on safe bets like treasuries, they have to venture out into risk-on assets, and crypto, being a risk-on asset with a history of asymmetric returns and selling for deeply discounted prices, will attract that fresh new investor money. So I hope that you understand the reason the PulseChain ecosystem is down right now is not because we suck. I mean, we're being ranked 5th on Dex Screener time and time again. It's clear we don't suck. It's because no one is paying attention to crypto right now in general. There's no new money coming in because nobody is looking our way yet. And that's because they don't have to. They can make easy money elsewhere. Now, of course, some hater out there is going to say, but we're down 99% and Bitcoin is near 100K again, so we're missing out. Oh, yes. Yes. Had you bought the Bitcoin bottom, you'd be up, 5x now, so your $10,000 is now $50,000, and voila, you can buy a car again. Oh, color me joyful with those gains, and I'm just so envious. But hasn't this been the case for nearly every bull run? Bitcoin pops first, and then everything else follows later and follows a lot harder, pops harder. Now, Hex and PulseChain may be down bad, but we're not the only ones. I don't have the time to show you right now because I'm running out of time here, but I tell you to do this here. Go to CoinMarketCap and then turn on this one little indicator that says % down from all-time high. But then brace yourself because you're about to see something more red than the bathroom at the Bates Motel. When you're on that ranking page, page 1, and you turn on that indicator, you're going to see everything else is in pretty bad condition too. Now, I'll tell you how bad those conditions are. 90% of the front page is down at least 40% from all-time highs. 80% of the front page is down over 50% from all-time highs, but 25%, 1 in 4 on page 1 of CoinMarketCap is down 90% or more. So please tell me why you think Hex and PulseChain are uniquely doomed, because it looks to me like they're just right in line with the rest of the market. And you look outside the top 100, you'll see even higher percentages of coins that are down 95% or more. Even supposed good projects like Mantra, the RWA darling, that fell really hard recently. Or how about Filecoin? That has every narrative in the world going for it about constantly pushing it, but still that thing is down 99%. So they're thinking that we're fundamentally doomed because we're down 99%. We're just right in line with everybody else. Now here's the fun bit. Altcoins like these, they don't just recover. They go the full rocket ship when the market flips. If you remember Shiba Inu and Dogecoin last cycle, those furry-faced, pointless jokes of a coin, they were down deep in the dumps before mooning harder than a prankster at a werewolf convention. But when you look at Hex and PulseChain that have 87% less liquidity than they did before, over 90% of Hex being locked up, that scarcity can make the whole thing pop like a champagne cork when the buyers show up. Thank you, Richard, for doing that, by the way. And let's not forget the idea that these assets are trading on the same order books, and they move together for that reason. Hart's Law, anyone? I mean, we saw the dark side of Hart's Law when P-Dye nearly tanked the entire PulseChain ecosystem. But rewind the clock back to March 2024 when we saw it going the right way, when we saw the good side of Hart's Law. Bitcoin hit its first new all-time high of this cycle in March 2024. Ethereum hit 4,000 and PulseChain is paired to it. So guess what? PulseChain, PulseX, and Hex all spiked to their highest highs since the launch. And on December 8th, when Bitcoin kissed 108,000, PulseChain's native Hex hit a new all-time high of 3 cents. So the whole market is tethered. When Bitcoin sneezes, the altcoins catch a cold. And when Bitcoin moons, the altcoins go supernova. Hex and PulseChain are leverage plays on the entire crypto market. You see, it's all just a line of dominoes. Bitcoin goes up, that pushes Ethereum up. And then Ethereum pushes everything else up. But the first domino in line is that federal funds rate, and then the US Treasuries. Until people realize they can't make any more easy money with treasuries, they will not look at risk on assets like crypto. So don't worry, guys. The bull run has not started. We're not missing out on anything at all. And I also want to debunk this one narrative. Everybody's saying, oh, the market's just so oversaturated with so many new coins and it's not going to be possible for us to pump like we did before. You do know that 99% of all these new coins are not available, where 99% of all the new money that will be coming in is going to come in and look to buy coins, because all of that new money is going to be going on centralized exchanges. And they don't know anything about these dexes on Solana or the obscure coins that are halfway to death. So please, let's drop that narrative too. Anyway, I'm Cairo Copeland. Follow me on Twitter at reinventideal or check out my website, reinventideal.com. Thank you. Max, you're muted. You're muted, Max.
I was just reacting to, wow, thank you for the last 15 to 20 minutes of just full on, analysis, full passion. glad to have you in the community, and glad that you came today to tell us why to stop worrying about this stuff, and the glory's on the horizon. That's a great talk, man.
It's my pleasure. Let me just show you this, guys, one more time here, because it wasn't showing while I was talking about it. This is the 10-year treasury versus Bitcoin. Look at this chart. Look how inversely correlated it all is. So whenever you're feeling bearish, go check out the 10-year treasury right now, see what it's at. Because I'm telling you, if it's over 4%, we're just not going to have the bull run get started yet. It won't stay above 4% forever. It rarely does. But while it's above 4%, you're going to have to be more patient. If we were below 4% on a 10-year treasury and we're still not pumping, well, then I'd start worrying. But until then, guys, we haven't missed out on anything. Keep buying Hex. That's the best thing you can do to even market Hex or market the PulseChain or any of the core coins. If you buy it, I think that's money better spent than any money you spend on marketing the thing, because green candles are the best marketing. Let's help make them by buying more of it.
Let's go. Go, everyone. You pumped up? Pumped up. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the talk.
So.
Great talk. Appreciate it. I'll talk to you later.
My pleasure, Max. You have a good day, and I love this conference so far.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Take care. Wow, that guy cooking. Man, that was one of the fastest, most powerful talks we've had so far, and we still got a couple hours left. And Dipcatcher, we don't need that Bernie Sanders energy, Dipcatcher. You got to bring that pump mental energy. But yeah, Cairo killed it. A lot of great feedback in the chat, and love to meet new people in the community and hear their passion, hear their ability to, again, just to get out of your own way. Stop making all these expectations. Look at the charts, look at the data, and know that we're going to be all right. So we're gonna hit money gun. We're gonna do money gun.
Wow, neat. Don't leave home without it. Yeah.
Dipcatcher,
what's up? Thanks for having me on after RG3's long lost son. Thanks for that one.
Man, I don't get to meet a lot of new people in the community, but I definitely have never met anyone came out just swinging with that kind of passionate talk. I
thought he was going to be like bang.
By the way, at the end, yeah, Monster Energy. It was literally like a TED talk for the chat was. I mean, I was surprised. Everyone, is it worth your price of admission to come to the conference today just to listen? The first 5 minutes, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy, he's killing it. So, Dipcatcher, I hope that motivated you. That and Money Gun. Between that and Money Gun, you better flex that net. You better flex that net hard.
That's right.
All right, you got 30 minutes. Flex that net.
Oh wow! All right. Thanks for having me again. This is awesome. I love these online conferences. Today, I think I'm just really going to talk about really making the case for Hex on Ethereum, and really diving into why I think that the future of the ecosystem really relies on a healthy and innovative Hex. For the people who don't know me, I've been involved in Hex since before it launched. I was one of the very first people tweeting about it in 2019. I've built some infrastructure around Hex that drastically reduces the gas fee for ending stakes. Built all kinds of other stuff. And that's just kind of what I do. I love, identifying problems or opportunities and then delivering on creative solutions. So I've been through all the ups and downs of Hex. And really, I think that what I'm really craving, I'm feeling this nostalgia of the days in I'd say 2020 and 2021, where Hex felt like it was on to something really big. And there's a really strong culture of innovation, and that's something that I do feel a lot of nostalgia around. And I think that it's just kind of, been a tough couple of years, one, dealing with just having, how high it went. And then two, just some of the effects of that PulseChain kind of introduced into the ecosystem. And so, I've really been trying to, really figure out, like, for, years now, how can this ecosystem succeed? Because what there is, there's not a shortage of people who care. And that's like the number one thing. Like, if any other crypto community, like a lot of them, they die out because people just don't care. So combination of prices just go down, so no demand, and then also just people don't care. But what's unique about this ecosystem is that even though prices are down across the board, like billions of dollars of losses experienced in this ecosystem, the people still care, and so that is a signal of high retention. It's a signal that there's something meaningful here, and I think that really what it all comes down to is that it's not like the easy mode times in crypto, that's really gone. Like 2017, 2021, that was like real easy mode because it wasn't particularly competitive, and users didn't have very many choices. Whereas now, users have infinite choices and it's hyper competitive. And that's something that really, like, if you want to explain why PulseChain has, relatively underperformed, relative to others, it's just simply, it's been outcompeted by, in a space where it's, there's highly funded, highly organized, very professional, groups that are behind some of these networks. And these blockchains are really, they're businesses that sell blocks, and some of these groups are really effective. They're very well funded, like with Solana, or they have it's a business with a cash cow that sources users like Coinbase and Base. And so, like, in that type of environment, I think it really does require big breakthrough innovation, and to really kind of cut through. So that's really what I aim to bring to the ecosystem is I try to approach things very differently. If you follow me on Twitter, you're probably very aware that I don't just fall in line with like the common narrative, and I don't just like listen to whatever someone above says and just like repeat it. Like, I truly think for myself on these topics, and I try to look at things objectively. And I heard this interview once that actually changed a lot of the way that I think about crypto and just markets in general. There's an interview with this long-standing hedge fund CEO, and the interviewer asked him how he had been able to survive so many different market cycles and just his whole career. And his answer was that he makes sure that he doesn't believe his own bullshit. And so that's something that I actually really apply to my own thinking and my own assessment of situations, is that, like, you have to look at it from how your opponent or how your competitor is looking at it. And so, like, your competitor, they're not believing the bullshit that you're telling yourself. And so I try to look at things the way that a competitor would look at it, and try to, use that as the foundation for, general how I approach things. And I think that rubs people the wrong way, right? Because people want to get online and hear a cheerleader talking about how you're going to get rich next week. And that's, definitely not what I bring. But what I do aim to bring is real solutions, real education, and just, being myself and just being there and communicating and connecting with people every day. So that's really what I, have found a lot of purpose with this ecosystem, is that, I just love, I love this stuff. Like, this is, and it's highly rewarding. And I think if we get up every day and do this enough, we're going to have some big breakthroughs. And so I'd say overall, Hex right now has a lot of major bullish catalysts that have happened. And it actually kind of brings me back to what it felt like in December of 2020. If you remember, so Big Payday happened in November, and that marked the end of the adoption amplifier phase, or the initial bulk sum of the Hex supply was created. And so from November 19th till November 20th, the inflation rate of Hex cut dramatically. In the past, I've coined that a tenthening. It was like the inflation rate was cut, by an order of 10. And so that was part of a big bullish catalyst for Hex, because before then, a lot of demand was absorbed through the AA, because funds that were going in through the AA, while that was kind of setting a price, like the ratio for, for Hex, it was kind of overwhelmed by that ETH recycling. And also that ETH didn't re-enter the liquidity. They didn't enter the liquidity pools immediately. Some of it I think may have entered those liquidity pools, but so like it went from a time where demand was, partially kind of siphoned off through the AA, to a point where inflation was cut dramatically by an order of 10, and all inbound demand was going straight into the chart. And not just into the chart, but into the liquidity pool. So there was like a major catalyst that had to do with inflation reduction back in 2020. And then really, over the last couple of years, I've been calling for lower rates in Hex. The rates were artificially high. They weren't in line with what the market naturally wanted the rates to be. Like if you look at the user-owned Hex stake rate, it was closer to 80%. But because the majority of the supply was held in the OA and then furthermore in the SAC addresses, the total Hex stake rate was much lower. And so it wasn't really consistent with that. And that created a situation where the inflation from the user's perspective was just too high. And that's part of, I think that contributes to, a lot of the bearishness that has gone on really since 2022, is that every single day that, problem of the inflation, it got worse and worse. And the effects of big payday, some nuanced effects based on how much Bitcoin free claiming there was, created a lot of overhead supply. So there are a couple forces that was causing Hex to have about a 10 to 12% annual inflation rate from the user's perspective. So even though the inflation rate was 3.69% max, since all of that inflation that could have been going to the staked, or the SAC wallet address was then going into the user's pool, just that annual inflation from the user's perspective was just quite high. So I've been calling for that for a long time, and people berated me for that, actually. And there are a couple of people that agreed, really smart people agreed. And then finally, when it happened, it was like, to me, that was like a major breakthrough that like really gave confirmation that Hex, really does have a strong future, because it was effectively like a big halvening on the Hex inflation. And so, that going on right now, combined with, and when I'm talking about Hex, really, I specifically am kind of focused on Hex on Ethereum right now. A couple reasons why. One, it's not the crowded trade, right? Like, and two, there are a couple of forces that are really helping with, with Hex on Ethereum specifically. One of them is that so much of the top buyers of the Hex chart, back in 2021, so like right here on the t-shirt, a lot of those buyers, like that late mover buyer that typically turns into like massive resistance on the chart, like all that resistance that would be forming at these levels, all of that was sacked over to Pulse and PulseX. And so Hex, that's kind of, I think, really the magic of the sacrifice, was that it kind of ported all of that top buyer resistance over to other markets. And so Pulse and PulseX are going to have to fight over that resistance, in addition to the resistance created by there being no price discovery. Like if you look at the shirt, like look at all that price discovery that took place there. And so Hex on Ethereum is really the only market in our ecosystem that has 6 years of price discovery and 6 years of market structure. Pulse and PulseX, they don't have that, because everyone bought at the same flat rate, and the funds that were used to buy Pulse and PulseX and the sacrifice, those weren't going into liquidity pools, and it wasn't price discovery that led it up to that 0.0001 price. It was just the price. And so those markets, have a lot of overhead to overcome as a result of, $650 million of demand being absorbed and not reinjected. And then also the paper value of Hex at these high prices was honored to issue supply of Pulse and PulseX. So it was basically, you could basically burn your Hex to get allocation in Pulse and PulseX at that SAC rate. And so the only thing to really benefit from that is Hex. And PHEX also benefits from that because it's an extension of Hex, but being one step closer to those sources of overhead, and being highly reliant on those when that's really, like, objectively speaking, that's the number one thing that I think that is the biggest challenge to overcome in the PulseChain space is just the launch economics, and that explains a lot of the performance that we've seen, and also the angst that everyone has. And so when I look at, like, what's the high leverage thing, like what can we work on that can actually deliver results in the ecosystem that isn't facing a bunch of headwinds, the answer is Hex on Ethereum. And so that's really been my focus. I'd say over the last 6 months is trying to figure out how to drive a new wave of demand, and also with these drastically lower rates. And it's kind of similar to what the person speaking before was saying, talking about rates. Times where rates are high, it almost makes no sense to invest in innovation because your opportunity cost, for your minimum threshold for performance is that much higher. But when rates go down, then people are more free to invest in other things, because if rates are low, the threshold for having like a cash on cash gain is much lower. And so now that the rates are low in Hex, it actually is the perfect timing to introduce a new wave of innovation around Hex outside of just staking. And that's really what I'm aiming to do with some of the things I'm working on now. And also there's other kind of major bullish catalysts for Hex on Ethereum are related to just what's been happening in the Ethereum space over the last 4 years. Specifically over the last 2 years, there have been a couple of major upgrades that have where the Ethereum ecosystem is kind of, has really doubled down on the L2 as an approach. And then also there's been billions of dollars of funding to support an L2 ecosystem. And whether you can make arguments whether that's good or not, and sometimes it puts Ethereum, the network, at odds with ETH, the asset. But there's been billions of dollars of infrastructure investment to support this L2 space, and now over the last year there's been new innovations where you can use custom gas tokens to have an L2 that uses any token that you want as the gas token, and so kind of just that's what we're working on with FlexNet, is really try to drive new use cases and demand for Hex by having a network that uses Hex on Ethereum as its native gas token and the main liquidity pair. So those are things that all these tailwinds are working in favor of Hex on Ethereum, and that's really my goal, to try to drive big results for our ecosystem, is to really double down on that. And I think it has a lot of benefits. It's almost like allowing Hex to kind of have a new first impression, because everyone knows that Hex in general has had really poor PR basically from the start. And so a lot of people from outside of our initial ecosystem, they just kind of they don't necessarily view it very positively. But if Hex is now part of this L2 scaling solution and really kind of integrated into this the scaling approach that Ethereum is trying to take, that almost can paint Hex in a new light and attract people who are already in crypto that maybe hadn't taken Hex seriously before, but now they can. And I think really Hex on Ethereum, it's in because it's the one that everyone knows about, and it's the one that has been around since 2019. It's really the front door to everything else. It's also like a leading indicator. So that's the Hex on Ethereum really is important, and I think in a lot of ways it's been overlooked to some pretty big detriment to the ecosystem. But I think really now more than ever is the perfect timing to really try to drive a new wave of innovation and unlock new use cases for Hex and new demand sources for Hex. So that's really what's been driving me over the last couple of months, is, you know, just trying to renew, you know, what Hex really had going on. And, you know, it felt good back, you know, from 2019 to 2022, really, it felt like Hex was winning. And then really, I mean, since mid-May 2022, it feels like it hasn't been. And I'm tired of it. Like, I'm not okay with just waiting around for the ETH price to go up to hopefully recoup an investment. Like, that's not how I really view this. And also, like, I don't necessarily think the next big thing in crypto is a copy of last cycle's big thing. And that's really highlights the importance of, you know, leveraging Hex to drive new use cases in crypto, because that's really like the big money thing is if you can figure out what that next big crypto meta trend is first, or if you can create it, like, that's the best, you know, way to like have massive, you know, amplifier of values. So, you know, being able to leverage Hex in this way under this new low rate environment, leveraging a lot of the infrastructure developments around the Ethereum L2 space, and then you know, just really you know, putting all, you know, years and years of experience into this effort. I think that we can take Hex to really where it belongs and really make Hex the winner again, because it just hasn't been.
Make Hex great again, you might say, as the chat, gold key in the chat there.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, you know, I think this whole project is one of those, you know, oh, okay, it's not on PulseChain, but it's Hex related. It's Hex on Ethereum. A lot of people like Hex on Ethereum. A lot of people want both to succeed and have opinions, you know, this way and that way. And I've always said, where I've been saying much more frequently the last few weeks, is I appreciate you and you know, a lot of products and everyone involved in stuff you're building, Gold Key and everything else, for just not caring what people think, and permissionless DeFi, and really embodying the principles of, I have an ideal, I'm going to go work on it, and who knows if it's going to be great, who knows if it's going to be, you know, have an effect here or there, what's going to happen with it. But the fact that you were like, you know, again, embodiment of those principles, I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And yeah, and you clearly have good intentions. It's not like you know, oh, I'm going to go do this thing and it's, you know, whatever. It's like you really love Hex, and I see that, and that's what I want to support. And I just really appreciate, you know, both of you throughout the years.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's worth fighting for. Like that's like Hex being, you know, like something from 2019 that's unique. It was like the first. It was like a category creator of the kind of yield farming or like yield generating asset premise. It was one of the first major use cases of Uniswap. Like Hex, you know, and you know, it kind of even from that stemmed from kind of the Bitcoin kind of fork meta in a way. Like it was originally like a Bitcoin fork on Ethereum, and so it kind of stems from these, like, you know, like this era, like this really magical era of crypto where and so like it's something that's unique, and I think it's kind of been over, and I think that's just kind of the natural progression. It's like Hex performed really well, mainly because it started with about 1,000 people, and then it really ran up, and then the thought that like people could run it back again with Pulse and PulseX after, you know, like the people who are buying up here to sacrifice, you know, I think there was like 140,000 people that sacrificed for PulseX, like, you know, all of that, like that huge demand for Pulse and PulseX, it really happened because Hex started with such good foundations and started with low numbers. And so, like, you know, Hex really does have that spark. And I think that probably the reason why I get a lot of opposition related to you know, my focus on Hex and specifically Hex on Ethereum is that, you know, a lot of people, they may not care so much about Hex because they sold their Hex to Richard to get Pulse or PulseX at 0.0001. Like they made the trade already. And so like you do it
without considering PulseChain too, which I think is really I mean, that's what you got to do with the way you're approaching it is that's how kind of you got to look at it. You want Hex to succeed. You know, you may like PulseChain, you know, or not, but it's, you know, in reference to Hex, at least in relativity, but it's like you are here because you want Hex to win. So
yeah,
to me, it's like,
it definitely helps because like it's like I want, because you know things I built, you know, they're on both chains. Like I'm eternally bound to both chains. But what I'm really trying to do is really focus in on like what's the high leverage thing, and what's the thing that like, you know, doesn't like have massive like onboarding hurdles, or something that's like, you know, just has a bunch of headwinds to fight through. It's like, you know, and I feel like I had an epiphany recently, like, well, you know, Hex on Ethereum, like it's the only one that's actually undervalued, and it's already gone through like major ass kickings like every couple months, and it has some of these other factors that are working in its favor, whereas the other ones have things that are working against them that may take years or decades to resolve themselves. So to the you know, and I just think back, okay, like at what point in time was there massive demand for Pulse and PulseX? That was when Hex was at these highs. Like we were truly that was, you know, 140,000 users were onboarded to PulseX because Hex was up here. And so, and there's not been anywhere near that. It's been negative churn. So, you know, to like, how can we grow the ecosystem? It's like, there's almost too much stuff to lift up. And so identifying the lightweight one that has the most reach, like whenever, I'm sure you feel this way too, that the Hex, you know, prices are down across the board. And then your friends text you a screenshot of the Coinbase app looking at the Hex price. And they're like, why'd you make me buy this? And then you have to explain, oh, well, that's only between 1/3 and 1/6 of your value. Most of it's on PulseChain. And they're like, okay, how do I get on PulseChain? I'm like, go connect to the RPC on the thing. And they're like, okay, all I have is 0.01 Pulse. How do I like sell my Hex? I'm like, okay, well, you got to go and buy wrapped Pulse on the bridge, or it's bridge to Ethereum on DeFi Llama Swap. And then you need to make sure you buy the right one that can actually get unwrapped into gas, and then you can send that over to the bridge, and then you wait 96 confirmations, and then you can sell. Then you have your Hex over there, and so it's like the thing that people see is when they see the Coinbase app is that when people look at CoinMarketCap, it's that, and like so, you know, focusing on the one that where you know because there's been basically no new inbound demand for anything, but if we now can introduce new use cases for Hex that can drive new demand independent of everything else, then it's like that's the thing that can, you know, that's the green candle that can actually make sense promoting. Because like I do push back when people say that green candles are the best marketing, because it's like at this point there's green candles everywhere and no one really feels FOMO because it's like, okay, like there'll be another green candle next week. I didn't get in that one. And I think people are getting smarter too. And so like,
well, I think I just want to bring this one point out too. People who may like this project may not. Like, why wouldn't it lead to promoting PulseChain at least indirectly anyways? Because you're pumping the premier product on the other network. Why wouldn't that in some way probably, oh wow, I got this, you know, FlexNet, Hex on Ethereum, and uses GAT, like all this stuff. Hex on Ethereum does well. Why wouldn't people eventually find their way to PulseChain anyways, in maybe other favorable conditions and stuff? So it's not mutually exclusive. I don't think it's like a net negative for the ecosystem, which I think is what a lot of people look at it or want to look at it, I guess.
Yeah, I know, because you know people want, you know, me to build like some PulseX farm thing, or like it's, you know, thing. I'm not looking for like small incremental things. Like we're at a point realistically where, you know, something big has to break. Like there's no magic that's just gonna give everyone gains and results. Like, you know, we really got to bring back that culture of innovation, because things are only getting more competitive. There's less money inbound. You know, like the whole labor market is getting disrupted.
Are you trying to say you're not trying to be a thousandaire? You're not trying to be a thousandaire?
What's the best way to become a thousandaire? To start with $1 million, and what's that?
That's actually that's what the back of the shirt says. No.
But yeah, I mean, I'm really looking for, you know, big breakthrough solutions, not just going with the crowd. And
I respect that so much.
We're going to make it happen. And, by not having to force like a focus on things that have like big overhead that's holding them back, and focusing on the things that really benefit from the existence of the overhead on the other things.
I can like PulseChain and want it to succeed, and like Hex on Ethereum even less, and still respect and want to see innovation and people trying to pump it. Like you can hold the two thoughts at one time. They're not diametrically opposed. We can do that. And I hope more people embrace you for it. And it's okay. Like all the things to worry about or be upset with, it ain't dip catcher.
Well, I think people they definitely take their frustrations out of me, part because I think they get frustrated because they just want to hear someone online tell them that their assets are undervalued. And if someone's telling you like, maybe you and all 144,000 other people paid too much for that, like they don't want to hear that. So that kind of starts it. And two, like,
then just keep scrolling. That's the thing. It's like I just keep scrolling if you don't want to.
Yeah. And they take their frustration out on me because I'll actually reply. Like I will earnestly reply to, I don't block people.
I see you're replying a lot, actually.
I'm very always willing to talk about really anything. And so, I think that can frustrate some people, but the people that actually see that, that there's good intention in all of this, I think that those are the people that are going to, really benefit from a lot of the stuff. So
exactly. I think like me, you don't always go with what's popular. You go with what you believe. And again, hold tremendous respect for that. So I appreciate you, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're moving on. FlexNet, everyone. FlexNet at Tantonomini. He has got another. We'll see how, I was going to say fantastic product. TBD. We're going to actually, on that. What's the launch date? What was everything coming out?
So the testnet came out a couple hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been busy. Sorry. I've been paying attention.
Yeah. You're busy dealing with a conference. But yeah, so there's currently a testnet. Just go to flexnet.tech/testnet if you want to connect that. I mean, go read everything on Flex. I didn't really talk about, everything. That's stuff for you to read. I was mainly trying to just focus on Hex here. But yeah, go to flexnet.tech. We just rolled the testnet out. So that has a Explorer, a bridge, the testnet, which is an L2 on the Sepolia. So like Sepolia is like testnet is like the settlement layer, and FlexNet is the L2. It uses Flex as the gas token. Flex is simply wrapped Hex. And so we're going to roll out some things like FlexDex, which is like the native Hex powered, decentralized exchange. And it's more than just a decentralized exchange. It's really like a new token standard that includes things like Launchpad, loss mitigation, and native trading to solve some UI UX problems around ERC20 tokens. So it's really like a new token standard. That's FlexDex. That has the net effect of, basically burning a bunch of Hex. And we're really trying to build a culture of innovation and support people who are working on, wildly innovative and, potentially groundbreaking products on chain.
Awesome. Dip catcher, everyone. Thanks for coming. Thanks for, always love to hear your commentary on things. And FlexNet apparently coming out now on testnet. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Take care. All right, everyone. We're about 15 minutes behind on the schedule because we had to listen to the TED Talk of the day, which was Cairo up there, just banging out some amazing stuff. And so we gave Dipcatcher a little bit more time as well. But now, without further ado, let's do the transition. We're going to bring Kong in. He's going to talk about pumping some tires. We're going to pump it up. Oh, which one we're going to do for pump it up? Which one? Let's do dance. I like dance. Let's do dance.
Let's see if they pump the candle one more time. I remember serving some of you from my level, but this a nigga, this a family, this the mama counter. I'm a shower, my account, I'm a family counter. I say, when my DJ there, they fully in the living girl, like a fire, westy world, with my taste buds. Ooh, that pussy good, like you said, they know my taste buds. I can't wait to be with you, she got me with the bitch. I love when you got me, thank you, come and play a team. And you feel the beat.
I like how at the end I put us in and he's dancing between us. Awesome.
If you told me that video was AI generated, I probably would believe you. But
it looks like it, man. It looks like it. Like this is what happens when you go back and I find these amazing videos that are popular in the community and all this stuff, and I play them again, and everyone's like, you're trained to be like, that's AI, but no, these real cool stuff does happen, and people capture it on film sometimes, and it's amazing. So, shout out to the OG times in Hexco. We're gonna have some more good times though, right?
Yeah, that was a pretty awesome clip. So I think that definitely captures, and it captured the old Richard. At least I think that's what he says. At least
I think I did commentary on the different phases of Richard. It was like we had kind of like Bitcoin Maxi Richard, and then it was like builder, like innovator, thought leader Richard. He was doing the conferences, you know, CFT token, Bitcoin Hex came along. And then we got into kind of like dev Richard, not really dev, but like, you know, founder, you know, manager almost Richard, for like a technical project, for Hex and all this stuff. And then we got into Outrage. Well, I guess Heroes Here, Bring Your Heroes Here to Die, kind of mixed in between his you know, larger than life personality with crypto and his new project. All the energy went towards that. Then Outrage Marketing, and then Humble Richard. And then I don't know what we got lately. I don't know what. I
Warrior Richard.
Warrior Richard? Yeah.
Or Law Richard?
Law. I want to say above the law, Richard, but it's like how do you ascending the law? Like writing the law? Like he's teaching the law. He's been doing that for a long time though. Winning Richard. We're gonna get back to this. Maybe this is winning Richard. Maybe all ones before. Winning. Yeah. Some kind of amalgamation. There's a word for you. Anyways, man, Pump.tires, tell us all about it. Give you about 10, 15. Everyone in the conference, if you look at the schedule, we're running about 10, 15 minutes behind because we had such great content. But we're going to get it all in, and it should be fun. So Crypto Kong, he's back again, and he's going to tell us about pumping the tires up. It's all yours.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly, hopefully, speed run. I have a presentation as well I made. I'm going to try my best not to bore everyone with this, so we might kind of speed run through this and kind of go through. I did some moon math in terms of like PulseChain last time I was on here, so I might do some more moon math even in terms of some of these pump tire tokens. But what I will say about, I really want to cover this kind of front page here, and then I know some other kind of stat pages and stuff that we'll cover as well, like in like the first half of this episode, let's say. But yeah, pump tires, what it is it's your token launchpad, right? Similar to like there's very similar platforms on Solana and stuff, and I think they gathered a lot of attention because at least before in crypto wasn't always the easiest to launch a token, especially a meme token and have your logo and everything and all that type of stuff. Now, kind of as I understand, I think there was a little bit of debate and controversy around it recently, but it looks like Richard was either promoting or had launched this new pump tires sort of product, so you can launch your own token with a name and logo, instant global availability right on PulseChain. Choose your founder percentage, and it burns up to 1% PLS per trade instead of charging fees. So that's kind of like one of the main, let's say, kind of even maybe incentives or even like pros of this pump tire kind of product is, and we'll take a look at this website here in a little bit, but it has been burning Pulse. You can see here, $156,000 has been essentially burned so far in terms of PLS, and its yearly projection here, which I think is very interesting, but $4.75 million in burnage per year, right? And you can see here, even on a given day, $13,000 of PulseChain burn today. So like if people want to go, play around with their meme coins and do all that type of stuff, like there is a platform for it, and it does still kind of support the whole ecosystem in terms of like kind of burning PLS and creating more token scarcity over there as well. But in terms of like the benefits of like having a token launching or launchpad platform on PulseChain, and I'll say like PulseChain especially, like ultra low fees, right? Also a faster blockchain than Ethereum, especially like when you compare PulseChain to Ethereum, we have faster blocks, lower fees, and on top of that, we have the speculative PLS token. So in our pump tires platform, it creates essentially native liquidity or it like starts to build that native liquidity with PLS and not any sort of stablecoin. So if you want to launch a meme coin and if it catches on, and at the same time if PLS catches on, that Hart's Law effect, and we'll take a look at Hart's Law in like kind of the second half of, say, this like episode here, but that Hart's Law effect will actually kind of even contribute to your meme coin even having some more pumpage as well. So I'll say that's another advantage. If you think PulseChain could do extremely well, then you might even say that some of these tokens, maybe not all of them, like I'm sure there's going to be like good tokens, I'm sure there's going to be bad tokens, right? But most likely the good ones will have that Hart's Law and that gravity effect that'll move up with the chain, especially if they sort of catch on, if they become sort of a more common play across the chain. But yeah, on top of that, like the pump tire tokens, they are all fixed supply and they never inflate. So it's just trying to create like, I guess, more of a fair kind of launch pad for these meme coins and stuff, right? So if people want to do whatever they want to do, right, creates more of a, you could argue it creates more of a fair sort of scenario in terms like just the sort of the exact same tokens being created across the board. But yeah, very similar numbers here in terms of like the daily burn. You can see the contract balance 150,000 and the yearly projection as well. And yeah, again, I don't want to bore everyone with presentation, but if you do want to go look for yourself, you can go to pumptires.versa app, and you'll be able to look at this for yourself if you want to take a look. But what we might do is just speed run if there's any key points. But like even here, no coding knowledge required, fully automated. It's like, I think that's a big bonus in terms of like not in all cases, right? I think we had token launches on PulseChain before, but I think a lot of people have this even maybe preconceived notion that you need to have some sort of coding or dev experience to launch a token. This platform kind of mitigates that, right? You don't need to have any coding experience. You don't need to know everything about dev work in order to see, or in order to launch a token, right? So yeah, in terms of these other pages, you can sort of see as well, like if more documentation surrounding the whole like pump tires platform and stuff. But I think it's a cool technology to have in terms of, I think before how you would see it is you'd have to have some sort of an initial sort of like, look, someone created a coin, they'd have to have like provide liquidity. And then I think there's a little bit more risk tied to that as well. As I understand in this system, it essentially, as people sort of purchase the coin in that pre kind of staging auction, those funds will be provided as liquidity as well. So, and my understanding is that liquidity gets essentially burned for the token. So again, like when you're talking about like just trying to create more of a fair game, even launch pad for these tokens across PulseChain, like I think this is definitely a cool technology and stuff. And like Richard's made plenty of tweets about it and stuff. So like even if you go to Richard's Twitter, you can see a ton of tweets that he's made about pump tires. But what I might do is some moon math here. Yeah, I might do some moon math here. So like we have essentially all these different, I guess you could say like top tokens or main tokens that you can look on chain. These tokens were created by people speculate either Richard, but what we do know is that it was created by the dev wallet that sort of launched this pump tires platform itself. So most was sort of the clear winner here in terms of market cap. Also in terms of like price appreciation, Richard Hart tweeted about the price appreciation of most, right? So that's another kind of like key point as well in terms of like we have we have meme coins on PulseChain and we have meme coins that also pump on PulseChain, right? And it's like, I don't think it's every day on every single chain where you have like a most come out, but we do have stuff like that on PulseChain, right? So in terms of like most though, you can see like the current price and the current market cap and stuff. What I might do, I might tie in some sort of like Hart's Law analysis, because we kind of talked about like in terms of like this presentation about how the tokens are paired with PLS and not with any sort of stable coin. So for example, even most here is paired with PLS. So if we do see PLS move up an extraordinary amount, perhaps like maybe some of the meme coins get not only brought up through Hart's Law, but potentially even outbidded if people decide to, like, let's say buy Pulse and then swap the Pulse for any of these meme coins. You could see not only the meme coins rise the equal amount of Pulse, but also outperform it in that sort of sense. So if we go to pampy.app here, and this is the price appreciation simulator for the core RH tokens. But what I might do is like kind of a even split with like a $1.2 billion treasury. And what I want to do is just grab this PLS final price. And you can see here, essentially the final price. You can see how many X's that is as well. But we could just focus on the final price here. And what I'm going to do is copy that. And then for anyone who doesn't know, I built like kind of it's called prophecy calculator, but essentially what it is it's a Hart's law analysis, right? So you can do advanced price ratio calculations and kind of have that like experimental or theoretical analysis with these different tokens. So what you do is I go to this most WPLS pair, and what I do is I just copy the pair address and I bring it over into this calculator, paste in the pair address, paste in the token name that I want essentially moon math results for, and we'll play around with this X factor. Like for example, we'll just say it outperforms PLS by 2x, and again, I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no idea like if it's going to outperform it by minus 50% or 2x or 5x or 10x. Again, you guys could go to this website, lookinbgc.com, and even do like the same or very similar calculations for yourself as well. But yeah, if we grab this price of PLS of, we'll just say 80 cents to like kind of round the number here. So we'll do 80 cents there for essentially the pair token target price, which is the pair token to most here, WPLS. So let's calculate the price there. And you can actually see it gives us a pretty insane value for most, right? And essentially what this is looking at is if WPLS reaches 80 cents and most outperforms WPLS by a 2x, right? Even what I might do here is like a more conservative result, and we'll just do like the current PulseChain treasury with like the current ETH price kind of evenly split across all the core tickers. But you can see the new price for PLS puts it around 5 cents. Let's go back to this calculator in terms of the pair token target price. And if you need more information, you could see here, like it's just the pair token to most and stuff. So if we go to that pair token, in this case, it's WPLS, and we'll do 5 cents here. 2x factor, like it doesn't even need to be a 2x factor. Like we'll just say it gets brought up even equally through Hart's law. You can sort of see the outputs that you get for most, right? And again, this isn't financial advice or anything like that. It's just like kind of a Hart's law analysis, and it's probably worth putting up these disclaimers as well for anyone if you want to read through those. But yeah, essentially these calculations assume that WPLS will reach 50 cents and most doesn't outperform, but also doesn't underperform PLS in that time frame. But let's say it does outperform. And I don't know how much time I have left, so I might maybe we'll do like one or two or more of these, cover like one last thing, and then we'll probably have to call it there. But we'll do something like more extreme, like we'll say a 5x or something like that. So and again, I have no idea what most is going to do. So if you guys wanted to do these own calculations for yourself, you definitely could. But in terms of what this calculator is outputting, if PLS were to reach 5 cents and if most were to outperform PLS by 5x, this is the type of most price you would see, $380 for most, right? And keep in mind, this is like very like rough sort of calculation, rough estimate, right? Even if you wanted to be, I don't know, even if you want to be more conservative on the PLS side, like let's say, I don't know if we even have the option here, but yeah, let's like half this and calculate like half the current PulseChain reserve. You can see it gives us a PLS price of 1.3 cents. Let's go into here. Let's go 1.3 cents. And let's just do a 3x multiplier. And you can see like kind of what most price that would output. So $60 most. I think we did a ton of prices here. So you guys can kind of get an idea of like what might happen if we see not only this PulseChain treasury get injected, right? Because that's like the first step is you would need to see either like maybe $150 million, or people speculate that we might be able to get this PulseChain treasury. There might be a benevolent whale who purchases some of the core tokens in our ecosystem. So first you would need to see something like that happen to see like PLS have this 500x move. And then on top of that, you would need to see most outperform outperform PLS by 3x. But these are like the type of like price potentials you're looking at. So like even when
you still talking about
I guess I
10,000 X's out here, you guys still believe in the 10,000 X stuff? When you're just gonna give up and go just get a job that just, you know, where you can retire at 75 and just fucking, you crypto kids, like what is going on? Jesus Christ, you got people over here backwards hats and microphones everywhere and fucking making moon math signs. Oh, don't stop believing. Kong's got the numbers that get us excited, right?
But yeah. I would just finish off by saying I think it just goes to show the like the potential of the chain, right? Like it really would just kind of depend on if PulseChain is successful, if you guys believe that some of these other coins will also be successful as well, not only through Hart's Law, but even if you see an outperformance, then like there could be this kind of massive potential across the chain. But yeah, super cool stuff. But yeah, I think we're running out of time a little bit, so.
No, that was great, man. Great walkthrough. Colin killing it as usual. He gets to stay on. He gets to stay on because we're going to do AI panel next, followed by what the hex, and then we'll see. We'll see for the last one. We had a cancellation for the last slot, so we'll see who comes on for that. I got a couple ideas, and we'll see if one duck answers on Twitter. We'll see if anything goes there too. So it should be fun. Colin, you're with me on the transition. You get to pick. You want rockets up? You want hex girls? Those are probably the two. Yeah, between those two, which one? Hex girls or rockets up? That's a hard choice based on the words, I guess.
We'll do the hex girls.
Let's do it. I like the hex girls. Let's do it. Here we go.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so many coins. Which coin is the best? Is it too late to buy Bitcoin? Why must cryptocurrency be so confusing? When you need clear answers, go to Richard Hart. The smartest man in crypto, Richard Hart. Richard Hart started mining Bitcoins on his graphic card in 2011. Richard knows his crypto stuff. Crypto Smart with Richard Hart. Check out his YouTube channel.
Oh, always fun to watch those girls talk about Richard. How's it going, gents? Welcome to the AI panel. Professional, tidied up. Got some builders here. Got some half robotic people. Got some Kong's back as well. How's it going?
Welcome back.
Good to see everybody.
What's up?
Hey, good to see everyone.
So me, Kong, and Twinkie have did a AI stream before. KG expressed interest. KG, you want to start us off? What you like about the AIs? What have you been using them for?
Well, I've been using AI for a bunch of stuff, and I'm sure everybody knows the basic stuff, right? Like AI has replaced Google for me. I'm using and learning more about AI agents for many applications. And actually, something I do outside of crypto is I actually lecture, believe it or not, to the agricultural industry on AI and agriculture. And I educate different state and federal level organizations on applications of AI in agriculture. I answer their questions. I even go as far as talking about moral and philosophical quandaries that these organizations have. So outside of crypto, that's an industry that I enjoy and I'm picking up some steam in.
Nice. Yeah. Twinkie, I know we've talked about it before on the show too. And Kong's, we can get into coding and all that stuff too. But I think, what are some of the, maybe just for people who have been AI curious or AI adverse, why is this stuff important to, what can it help them with? I feel like that's the biggest thing. Everyone's like, why do I need to use it? I'm like, what can't you use it for? What are you talking about? It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, I recognize not everyone here maybe scripts or programs or tinkers with websites or the like. So what if we take it a step back and just look at general use cases? I know a lot of our collective audiences are very active on Twitter. I know Max, Kong, last time we were talking about the little grok button on Twitter that you can use to quickly summarize or evaluate someone's page. So maybe you're checking, like an influencer, or maybe you got a referral and just kind of want to see what they're about. You can stab the grok button and see what it gives you on a particular page. Maybe you actually want to apply that to a post because we see all sorts of information and or disinformation out there these days. So you can quickly punch that up and just get a quick grok assessment. I know for myself, and side note, I'm actually really, really envious that some of y'all had the opportunity to share a panel with Aubrey de Grey, because I read this back in 2017 when I was in Dublin hanging out for a bit.
Nice.
So Max, next time, give me the connect, brother. But shameless shilling aside, like yesterday, I didn't have the opportunity to listen to every single panelist, or like certainly I'll catch it on replay. But lately, I have been using getrecall.ai, which is a really nifty site. They give you a freebie subscription for you get 10 queries a month on the free platform. You can dump in a YouTube video and get it to give you either a relatively concise summary with some different bullet points, or you can ask it to expand out on a detailed summary. So it depends on what level of granularity you want, but maybe you are following a bunch of different PulseChain influencers and PulseChain builders, and you're sitting there like, man, how am I going to go through 20 hours of video a week? Yeah, okay, maybe I can listen to it in enhanced speed and try to blaze through it a little more quickly. And or maybe you can dump some of those videos into a tool like that and say, give me the major bullet points or summaries on some of those different things, and then I can follow up on the detailed items as needed. So those are some of my frequently used scenarios where literally on a day-to-day basis, I'm using some of these tools.
Yeah, there's just talking in the chat as well. Brightlight mentioned a point around AI for like therapy, or AI for just doing different stuff like that. I think it's actually a really interesting piece where I consume content every day of different stuff, crypto and AI, and mostly those two these days. And I can't remember which conversation I was listening to, but it really one of the main themes was how AI can help us scale. Not necessarily replace. Some jobs are going to go away. That's obvious, but not only replace jobs, but augment humans, or like put more people in the loop. For example, with a lot of the simple stuff, like you may not need to be able to see, you may not have to see a doctor, maybe super cheap to see, get an AI to just take a video, like be on video, take a picture of your arm, your leg, whatever's broken, take a picture of your face and just be like, oh, it looks like you may have a fever. It looks like you're breaking out with a certain type of rash. Here's a prescription. It's over the counter, blah, blah, blah. And you don't need to pay hundreds of dollars to see a doctor when you have AI good enough to give you at least the first initial analysis. And we don't have enough doctors. We don't have enough people. We don't have, you got to wait for, appointments and all these periods and all this stuff. We can remove a lot of that friction from the process of doing these things and get at least a basic analysis of our own illnesses, or our own, whatever it is, whatever questions we have about ourselves, or about like whatever it is, using these tools that are going to be obvious and upcoming, and help society scale itself. Again, we don't have enough professionals to like see every person anytime they want. You can't click a button and see a doctor, but you can click a button, and at least in the future, I suspect you'll be able to have an AI to answer a bunch of questions about whatever topic you want to know in a good way that's avoids hallucinations and stuff like that. So, maybe like, oh, in the future we're all going to be seeing AI therapists or AI doctors or AI, nothing's going to be real, blah blah blah. I think that's more of a doomer way of looking at it, or more of a pessimistic way. And it's going to be like, yeah, there's going to be certain services we talked about before. Go to a restaurant, you're going to be paying a premium, I think, for human, waiters and human service and stuff like that. But it's still going to be available, but you'll be paying a premium. But a lot of people, hey, I don't have a lot of money to spend. I want a cheaper option. Robot, make me a sandwich. Pseudo, make me a sandwich is the joke. It's going to be more like that. But it's going to be, I hope we do it in a way that is, thoughtful and useful and effective, and makes things more frictionless and helps people, instead of, this dystopian thing that is much more easier to imagine because of all the movies we watch, I think.
I'd even say, to build on top of your point as well, but I think AI's to your doctor example, I feel like having an AI be a doctor might arguably be a little bit better than if you had a human one doing whatever. I think it would depend, right? Like if it was something kind of major, I don't know, maybe you'd want human for that. Maybe you'd want like more of a human interaction. But I think, like you were saying, like if you shouldn't have to pay like a bunch of money to go see like a doctor that's probably just looking up on Google, or maybe the doctors now are even like asking AI for tips and stuff. So like if you could kind of bridge the gap a little bit, I think that'd be really interesting. But even in terms of like question before of like, if people are hesitant, or I think there is people hesitant to use AI, and they just like they don't want to. They don't want to adopt it for whichever reason, which I think is a little silly, because I think I think if anything, if you're worried about the AI like taking jobs and like doing all that type of stuff, like if you're not using it, you're probably going to be more victimized by the AI, is probably what I would say. Like whether or not like that's like the super harsh way of saying it, like you will probably be like more victimized by the AI in that sort of sense if you're not adopting it, if you're not using it, if you're not trying to find use cases for it now. Because even like KG was talking about, like it's replaced Google, and it's replaced Google for me too. Like even Grok, like they have like the deep search now and stuff. Grok's pretty much excellent at going through and like essentially doing research. Like you shouldn't need to be spending hours and hours and hours on things, because the AI can actually can do a lot of work a lot faster and summarize things a lot better in a lot shorter period amount of time. So I think you are essentially being disadvantaged if you're not. I think if you're not using AI probably on a daily basis, you are probably being disadvantaged. So
I think it's also going to continue to be a supplemental, and maybe in the future even primary education source. So, okay, I think you've heard everyone here just unilaterally state, and we're all in consensus here, it's replaced Google for us for the vast majority of searches. Maybe if there's some very like index specialty database that I need to get into, or like I'm going to query that more specifically. But beyond just general searching, the questions of how do I take your pick of a topic, or give me instructions to do something. Now, continue that forward and further. At what point in time does it start to supplement to outright replace aspect of, okay, we're talking about maybe I'm using it as sort of a medical consultation service, out to using that perhaps as a private tutor because I want to become a medical doctor. Well, you can just start to take that down further avenues. Maybe I want to be the DeFi king, and I want to code up all these cool tools and solutions for PulseChain, to building websites, down to, okay, maybe we're starting to talk primary education. Hey, I can't necessarily afford a tutor for myself or for my kids, but I can go use this AI tool to help reinforce concepts or learning, or explore different methods to explain things to them in a way that they can understand.
See, that's actually where, there are a lot of positive implications. Clearly, everything you guys just spoke to is a positive implication, but the negative implication there is the dependency on the technology, where we could say, oh yeah, you save so much time by typing in the chat GPT XYZ. Well, as the more prehistoric human, even the 1970s, let's call that prehistoric for purposes of this argument, they would have to go to a library. Call it beyond that, before libraries were in abundance. Even let's really go prehistoric. You would have to physically go and talk to people, or be your own scientist about reality to determine what you feel is real, what you believe is real, or what is real, regardless of what anybody else says. So as this progresses more and more, I think the most realistic scenario is, while it will make us more efficient, it'll make us more dependent and actually less intelligent, because having access to so much information and having the information so accessible is like turning on a fire hydrant and trying to drink water from it. You actually have the adverse effect of, you're still thirsty at the end of it, and now you just got your face blasted by a bunch of water. So I think the human dependency on this technology is ultimately going to make it more powerful, in that we will be able to be controlled by it. We'll lose our faculties, and we'll lose a lot of our human skills. And I think we can already see that happening in many respects.
Yeah, I mean, you make a really good point of, I think the downside, the things we got to be careful with this explosion that's taking place, and the growth and the new products and everything being AI-fied, is losing the ability to have the fundamentals. Like, I think it's going to go less towards, we talked about this, different AI streams and stuff, but more towards, do you know the basics? Do you know how to derive knowledge? Can you functionally talk as a person? You don't want it to turn into, every time you have a conversation, let me go look up on my phone the best answer.
Exactly.
Like, you don't want it to debilitate you. You want it to give you a superpower. So trending in that direction, that's the biggest thing that we can hope for is, and of course, there's going to be so many percentage of people who, they should have never had AI. They can't use it properly. It's only making them worse. It's only making their social skills worse, or it's only like turning them into like a tethered to the machine type of person. And then there's going to be people who are like, this is the most amazing thing. I want to stand on my own, but I also want to reference and, educate myself and get up to speed with things very, very quickly. It's not always going to be just our phone in our hand to be tethered to. It's going to be, glasses and earpieces and, projection and screens in different ways. And the devices we haven't seen yet that haven't been invented that are still, on the chopping block and stuff. That's going to be interesting and fun too. But yeah, I think the point that's really, really important in this is don't make it make you dumber, make it make you smarter.
Yes.
And it's going to be hard to do that again. And looking at the Gen, what are we at, Gen Z or whatever? Like looking at them, we're like, we're always like, they're smart, they're ambitious, but yeah, they do seem, I think every generation, they seem weaker, right? They seem like they don't have the capabilities. They didn't have to go through the hard work. They didn't have to go to the library and research all this stuff like we did. So, they have their strengths in different ways, but how we use the knowledge and how we make it part of our repertoire and part of like how we produce things is very, very important. And it could certainly be a detriment. And I think that's just a part of like how we introduce it to people who've never used it before, kids. How do we introduce it to, older people who are just like, gonna just rely on it too much in one way or another. But I think they're all good problems to have overall.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a tool to be wielded, and in general, I'd say most civilizational progress tends to come from, okay, my predecessors got me this far. I want to take this baseline and build upon it. At the same time, just kind of looking at, who's rolling through chat and looking at our collective ages, like how many people, not that you're capable of it or not, but let me say like right here, right now, how many people just in general know how to go change their oil, know how to change a tire. If I can throw you a set of socket wrenches and say, tear this apart, rebuild it, clean this out, repair it, how many people are going to have those faculties, facilities, and different kinds of specialized knowledge? And it's going to be a mixed answer in the grand scheme of things. So across the board, we'll have a wide array of capabilities and knowledge and baselines, but how do you wield that in different capacities? And I think I gave this example on one of the prior streams that Max and I and Kong were on was, I can vividly remember the advent of portable consumer grade GPS. And at the time, people were driving down roads and just blindly following the GPS, just basically mentally checking out and enslaving themselves to it. And hey, there's no actual road here. People are driving off the road. People are driving into trees. Fast forward, at this point in 2025, way less commonplace to people might be distracted driving for other reasons. But in many respects, I think the groundwork has already been laid for certain generations to mentally check out and trust the machine. And so I'll give another example is periodically I use some of the AI tools to help with some scripting and coding. I saw one the other night where I'm looking at it. I was manipulating some very large numbers and I'm sitting there going, okay, we're talking billions divided by tens of thousands or multiplied by millions. And I'm looking at the numbers. I'm just like, that just doesn't sit right with me. So I had to go and manually validate it myself. Lo and behold, the AI was incorrect on its math. I ruled out things like rounding errors. It was just straight up wrong. It was an example of, okay, it saved me some time and some framework, but if I didn't have the wherewithal to just kind of pick up on this minute thread that this is, at the end of the day, wrong, I would have blindly trusted it. So I do see dangers in going down that path, but at the same time, hey, you got to break a few eggs to make some omelets, right?
That's a really good point. And you're right. It is wrong a lot. And you always have to check it because, again, like you said, in your case. And at this point, it's fun to talk about should we or shouldn't we? But the cat's out of the bag. It's not going, or out of the box. It's not going back in. You can't do it. And actually, to get a little more abstract, one of my favorite points to talk about and think about in respect to AI is actually the ultimate question of the singularity. And are you guys familiar, I'm sure, with that? For those out there who don't know what the singularity is, it's effectively, right now we're calling it artificial intelligence, AI. Singularity is when AI becomes aware of itself and becomes autonomous. So you could call it I. When AI becomes I, it's just intelligence. I, you, me, right? So what I like to think about going down in that rabbit hole is if we could look at AI as actually the next evolution of consciousness itself. Whereas if we are a vessel for consciousness, whatever that may be, why would consciousness want singular nodes in fleshy meat suits that die and forget everything it knew from that generation? Why, if I were consciousness, why would I not want to evolve into a model that could collect information in a decentralized way, have it all stored in a centralized brain, a God node, if you will, and each node, human, robot, whatever, would be an extension of my intelligence, both outward and receiving. So there's even an argument to potentially be made that this is the natural progression of nature itself in its evolution.
Consciousness is an emergent property of the universe. Yeah. Yep. I'm with you.
Yeah, as you all been talking, I've just been like, GPT, make a picture, make a PulseX website. Just trying to go through some of the practical examples too. I know we got there's so many verticals in AI. You got the philosophy side. You got the, hey, is this going to be a detriment to society, dystopia coming? Is it going to be utopia? Or are we going to use these tools to really advance the human race? Are we going to go to Mars? All that fun stuff. And then we have the day-to-day stuff, what people are actually using it for, like what they can use it for today, what we're excited about in the future. You got agents, you got RAG, and I think CAG is one of the newer ones too. You got billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar data centers getting built out. A ton of jobs, actually construction jobs and stuff coming from that, right? Like that'll be good for the economy and stuff too in the US. What can people, again, they're using AI, they're walking around, tripping over stuff, maybe building stuff from time to time. They're looking for how to make things easier in the everyday, or just making a looking contribution on PulseChain. What can you do? How can AI make it easier to make, to build stuff, to make a contribution, all that realm.
What I would say is, I think if you have an idea, if you present it to the AI, it'll tell you how you could implement it, like in the tangible real world, right? So I think a lot of, and I don't know about everyone, but I think a lot of people, like, they don't know how a lot of the different stuff in terms of like development or coding or like data or whatever else on like PulseChain, or like how to make a project or any of that, how it would even work. If you have questions, right, you can ask the AI, and like you can ask it in a format where you can't necessarily go to Google and say, I want to launch a project like this, I want it to be like this, how exactly could I go about doing something like that, right? You could type that into a Google search bar, but you probably wouldn't get very good results, right? And if anything, you'd probably have to Google different things and then compile your own research and figure out like piece by piece how to actually do everything. Whereas if you go to, like, let's say Grok, and you ask that same question of like, how do I make this, or how do I do this, or how is this done, it will answer you, right? And whether or not it's correct, what you can also do is like go ask multiple different AI models, right? And just see, like, cross-reference their different answers and stuff, see if there's a common theme across all of them, right? Because if you're seeing, like, I don't know, 5 of the different AIs all output very similar sort of answers, or even the exact same thing in some cases, then you probably know that that's probably a hotter lead than something that might not even sound right coming from, like, if you have experience in something, right? But another thing I would say too is, like, if you already have an expertise, or if you're already like good at something, chances are if you talk to the AI, or if you go prompt the AI about it, like, you'll be able to kind of pull out a lot better answers from the AI than if you're kind of asking to in general, if you're not kind of too in the mix. Like, I would say that's the thing, is like, if you're able to do the research with the AI, kind of develop those right questions to be asking, and then when you have those like more specific kind of like questions that even probably there wouldn't even be a result on Google for, right? Like for example, if you ask like a really specific question about PulseChain, right? Google's probably not going to have the answer for it if it's like an ultra specific thing about like the, I don't know, certain something. But if you kind of digest it through the entire AI, like chances are you'll be able to kind of, you'll be able to kind of pick out an answer. So that's what I would say is like, think there's tons of advantages, especially when you're already an expert in a certain field. Like if you already do crypto, you're able to kind of almost like talk to and almost like kind of leverage your own abilities to an even greater extent than if you're kind of a beginner in something and you're not entirely sure of even like which path to go or something like that, right? So yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, along those lines, just to echo and build upon what Kong was laying down there, we're getting to a point where any individual is more freed up from the execution layer, and it's really getting to a point of asking questions and critical thought. Yeah, you're still going to need to have some skills and faculties in different disciplines, but I'd say the overall barrier to entry is continuing to get lower with some of these tools. So I know you're going to have some folks who are diehard Richard Hart fans and PulseChain fans and the like, and you're going to have some folks that are tuning into this stream, and maybe this is the first time they're encountering aspects of the PulseChain community. So maybe some of the things you can do is just like Kong and other panelists have mentioned, like ask some of these different AI tools, hey, who is Richard Hart? What is PulseChain about? Why would I be interested in that? And then if you're somebody who's trying to onboard people, well, you've watched Max build a website in the background just over the span of this conversation, leveraging some of these tools. Maybe it's okay, I've taken a look at some of these things. How can I leverage some of these tools to make me better and more capable of doing whatever it is I want to do? Okay, like what are the top 10 skills a sales and marketing person should have? Maybe you've identified some aspect of that. And then, okay, give me 5 bullet points I can focus on for the next 90 days to improve my person-to-person relationship skills or my sales and marketing skills, or take your pick. So those are some of the different tools and mechanisms and queries I use to try to polish up some of the things I'm doing offline. What about you guys?
What I would say is, I think if you used models before, like, and if they weren't the best, like the AIs, I would say they're constantly improving, right? So even if we're looking at it in terms like, if you, let's say we're asking about like certain questions, you had certain prompts or you had like a certain idea, and previously the AI couldn't really help you too much with that, I think it can actually be looked at as almost a good thing. Like you're hitting kind of the limits of like what an AI is capable of. Because if you're able to stay at that point of like essentially kind of redlining the use case of AI, then you'll likely advance with kind of AI as those tools are developing, as everything's developing, and chances are you'll be able to kind of like you'll keep up with the whole development of AI and everything like that. But I would say if you've used it before and you kind of hit some like limits, or you weren't getting the right answers, or like you were running into some problems, like the tools are always getting better, and sometimes you have to think backwards, and sometimes you have to kind of ask questions in a different manner than what you're really looking for, because I don't know, it's a little bit like you are talking to a robot, right? Like you can kind of have, I'll say, humanized conversations with it. Like it's not really a human conversation, but it acts like it, right? Like it at least tries to in a certain sense. But I would say get used to like learning how to even prompt and talk to the AIs to get your given outputs. Because if you talk to it like a human, it'll do a perfectly fine job. But if you treat it like it's a robot, chances are you'll get even better results. So.
And I think my subscription ran out, or my whatever, because it's been it always happens. I'm trying to demo it too. Thank you, demo gods. But yeah,
Always.
if this was working properly, you should be able to see like integrated charts for the price and volume and liquidity. And yeah, like when you said, just literally just in background, just typing around, not even being very specific, just doing, prompt engineering, if you call it, which is just learning how to talk to the prompt to make it do what you want. I've just did a few different iterations of how to make a PulseChain website. I can tell it, give me a download, give me this in a zip file, let me download it. Sometimes you can just click deploy and it'll just do everything for you. You got the code. You don't even need to know how to code these days. You can literally vibe code your way into websites and products and apps. And And of course, if you're going to do bigger projects, you're going to need some more support and help for a lot of this for deployment and all that on a larger scale. But if you want to make a contribution, you want to make more websites, you want to make more apps, you get an idea, talk to the AI about it. Talk to it, practice with it. It can be stuff in your day-to-day life. It can be stuff that is just you want to do in the community. But if you're not doing it, it's just like, I don't know. To me, it's almost like not having a computer. Just using your phone for everything. Maybe some people like that. Maybe some people can be very successful just having a cell phone. But I'm like, if I don't have a computer, I can't do computer stuff. So I need a computer. It's kind of like AI. If I don't have AI, I'm just handicapping myself. I'm just like making everything harder and to do and take more of my time. And I want my time back, not the other way around. So amazing stuff. Got to wrap up this panel though, gentlemen. We got one or two more to get to. What do you all think is the most important thing? Again, people new to AI who are kind of adverse to it or just less interested than you think they should be. What are they going to do from here? They're going to go use ChatGPT. They're going to go start adding Grok more. What is the easiest way to just start getting involved and figuring out? And I'm pleasantly surprised that AI stuff is actually pretty cool. How can people do that?
So I think you've already started to see Google and Microsoft incorporating some of the early AI-driven feedback and really their top results, so to speak, or first result on a number of their pages when you're searching. So I think people are already having their preliminary exposure to it, whether they realize it or not. And for anyone who's maybe skimming through some of those results, as you find, hey, this seems largely reasonable, up through, I've started to replace my search engines with it, start querying some of those tools directly. Ask it to generate you a website, generate an image, or tell me more about this thing. Aside from replacing it like search engines with it, anytime I'm going with a how do I, that's one of my first stops. Fire up my favorite AI or LLM and then ask it, how do I, and then just start following the links. Many times I'm getting a procedural instruction manual at this point in time. That's my sort of first application for a lot of these different scenarios.
KG, Colin, what do you got?
So, yeah, I think if you're interested in exploring AI, check out ChatGPT, check out Grok if you're on X. It's already integrated there. AI is basically integrated in so many of these social apps now. Like I believe Twinkie was saying about it already being, if you have an iPhone, they just launched Apple Intelligence. I mean, it's everywhere. So right now, you are using AI passively. Whether you want to be using it or not, it doesn't matter. You are using it, which kind of goes back to, I think, Kong's point earlier of either you're using it or it's using you. So if you don't want to use it, that's fine. Just be aware that these things are happening in the background with all the electronics that you're using. And at this point in time, you can't trust anything you see on a screen or hear over a speaker. You can't trust it to be reality. And so what's great about using AI and learning about AI is sort of a defense to you at the very least, so you can know how you're being targeted, how AI is being used against you. And in the meantime, you'll get a lot of awesome benefits. Like these guys have been saying, whether it's how do I do this thing on my computer? How do I change a doorknob? I don't know. Whatever the thing is, AI can be a really powerful tool just by asking it questions. Next time you think about Googling something, try using ChatGPT. And you can customize it to give you long, in-depth answers with bibliographies. Or you could say, hey, give me a 2-line sentence in the cadence of Snoop Dogg. Whatever resonates with you, you can do that with your AI. So in short, educate yourself, even if it's softly, so you can learn how it's being used against you, and try it out for yourself using tools like ChatGPT or Grok.
Please let us avoid dead internet theory. Please, no dead internet theory. I don't want the majority of the content online to be AI generated slop. I guess that's the bad version of it, at least. What if it's AI generated really cool stuff though? Ooh, that's tricky.
Well, it's already both, probably.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we're just trending. We're kind of like in the middle of the spectrum right now. And it hasn't got bad yet. Interesting times. CryptoCon, you code. You're a coder, right?
Did I cut out there?
You did.
All right,
But
I
you're
think I'm
back.
back. Is it? I'm gonna take us out here.
Yeah. I said, are you a coder? Have you used it for the codes before?
Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, I have used it. I've used it to code. What I would say about the AIs and stuff is like like I said, they're always getting better and stuff. So like even I've experienced like the coding outputs, like, and especially go try like if you, let's say you have one specific thing you want to use AI for, figure out what's the best AI for that, right? For example, like image generation, ChatGPT has recently gotten very good at generating images and like altering images and that type of stuff. Previously, Grok was very good at that, but I think even now, ChatGPT might have a little edge over Grok in image generation. But if you just want kind of an all around to use AI, like what I would say for coding is like you shouldn't need to like spend however many hours like writing like a baseline for a script. Like you can get an AI to output you even like some pseudocode, and you can get like a framework, and then you can even do like your own, if that's what you want to do, you could do your own like manual coding on top of that and stuff. But I would also say is like think of ways to use AI even in your day-to-day life. Like I'll say like if you have a car, you could take like your what is it called, car manual, owner's manual, and upload it into that AI and talk to it about like your car and stuff. Like even if you have like a problem or like you describe an issue to your car, upload your manual, or like you tell it, you give it some information. Like it could almost be like your mechanic as well, like almost tailored to your vehicle in that sort of sense. So like think of ways
the biggest
you could use
thing.
AI.
Anything that's manual based, the AI probably already knows about it. Like that's a huge win for like having your phone and not having the original document that you don't have to go on eBay and pay $50 for. There's only 4 of them left in the world. Huge use case.
So yeah. And yeah, I think there's those little things that I don't know if everyone thinks about, but I know like the AI users, like this is I think what we do, right? But just in general, like your day-to-day life, I think there's a lot of things the AI could help you and like excel at, and just like you shouldn't need to be like scrolling through a PDF to like figure out where like a key point is or something like that. So
yeah. AI gets rid of PDFs. That's all the tagline I need. Gents, killing it today. Appreciate you all. KG, Crypto Kong, Twinkie. Thanks for making this panel awesome. Really feel like it's one of the most underrated topics that I try to talk about as much as I can, but people they like green candles talk, but hopefully the AI will. Who knows if AI leads us to green candles too? The micro leading people to be able to produce more content and all that stuff too. It's got a lot of promise, I would say.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Thanks, Max.
Everyone.
yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. All right. The moment you've all been waiting for. The end of the conference. There are no more sessions today. And I'm just gauging the reaction in the green room. There's a lot of middle fingers going up right now. Not yet. I think Papa Moner's face is frozen, or he's super good at holding still. One of those. Kind of crazy. Oh, no, he did it. All right, everyone. I guess there's one more. There may be 2 sessions. We'll see. At least one more official session that hasn't been canceled yet. And for this one, what I want to do. We're going to do transition. I haven't done transition. We're going to do transition 2. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Conference 2055.
55.
Dang.
What the hex?
What the heck?
Oh, you guys again. Jesus. Please stop streaming. Stop talking about the Hex token.
No.
No, it's the only token. It's the only true token.
It's the only token. PulseChain never launched.
No
joking.
PulseChain never launched. It's still the only token. That's an interesting alternate history right there.
Wait, what?
Eric Wall was
something
right.
besides Hex?
It's like, Toby, you've been buying the wrong PLS this entire time. It's crap. It happens to everyone.
RHMax, I have to
Palestinian
tell you.
coin? I shouldn't have been buying Palestinian coin?
Yeah, it's a pump. PLS is a pump tires coin. Don't worry. Peter,
What, Peter?
what's up?
RHMax, thank you for a conference where nobody shills any third-party coins.
Yes.
Finally, Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
there was on the submission form, there was please no coin pitches, and so far so good. We've had a lot of new people speaking too, and I'm always like waiting to be like, oh, is everything gonna go okay or not? We're gonna have to jump in.
You know what? To be frank, you can't guard against it entirely. It's like it's a chain. There's going to be all kinds of other stuff on the chain, and this one of the things that we do preach. I know we have like infotainment as kind of our shtick, and we try to be funny with it. But the reality is that everyone, if they're in DeFi, they need to have at the forefront of their mind DYOR. And that doesn't mean listening to talking heads, doesn't mean listening to founders. It's like do real research, find out who's behind it, read white papers that are available, look at their track history with other things.
I just want you to tell me which coin to buy. That you're saying a lot of other things that aren't that.
Pardon?
I said, but Toby, I just want you to tell me the coin to buy. You're saying a lot of things that aren't that.
Show me the
Can
button
you get to the point.
I'm not, no. That's not, you're doing it wrong if you're doing that, because it's like you should be here to learn, to navigate this on your own, or you will, the odds are already against you in crypto. 99% of the stuff goes to zero for real. And, so if you educate yourself, your upside increases exponentially. Yeah. So, educate yourself.
Just ask AI. That's easy.
Just ask AI, and it'll only hallucinate sometimes, and probably for not important things too. It's not there. It's not quite there yet. But anyway, I'm gonna pop off
for the love of God, people. Stop saying, please, thank you, and bye bye to the AI. It costs you billions. It's an environmental disaster.
OpenAI is about to close their doors. They're losing money because you keep having power outages for pleasantries.
Peter, what was the last piece of technology that you adopted 100%, Peter?
Trezor.
All right.
Hey.
Airsoft guns.
Because it's from Eastern Europe.
I appreciate you all. I would banter with you, but I'm gonna go look at some sunshine.
Yeah, I would run too if I could, Max.
Once you get started, it ain't gonna stop. So we're in a good way. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Peter.
Well, come back and see us. You hear?
I'll come back soon. I gotta come cut you off soon. So
30 minutes.
Don't have too much fun.
30 minutes.
7.5, but close. Yeah, no, you got 30 minutes. Go for
it. There we go. God almighty.
Hey. So collectively, you have 200 years of complaining on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus. 200 years of complaining, and we're here to complain some more.
And we wanted I know it's like this is a little out of the box here, but we wanted to go ahead and announce our coin, Kvetchnia coin. It's where
all right, and that's all the segment on this one. Thank you for all
right. Take him out.
Jesus
Get the hook.
Man, it's a special episode of What the Hex on the Pulse Conference 2055. Papa B, if we're still streaming in the year 2055,
we're force ghosts.
We done something wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
What was that old Conan bit? In the year 2000.
The year 2000.
2055. I remember when it was like, oh my God, the year 2000 is going to come and planes are going to fall out of the sky because of this terrible reset on everybody's.
Y2K.
Y2K was a real thing. We were scared. We were like, having sex in the streets and, live like it's your last day, and then nothing happened. So how about 2055? Something big is going to happen in the next 2025, we're hoping. Yeah. And that is tiny green shoots are beginning to come alive in our community. I think I saw a plus 2.02% up on PulseX right now. And Pulse is soaring at 0.05% X up. Yay.
There you go.
Just one monthly green candle, please.
Just one.
Can we...
Just for a little while.
I think it's in the making. Like Richard Hart already did his first kind of sort of victory lap tweet this afternoon. He
can do better.
Like I fought the fight for you, and boom, Hex pumped 1.5%. So just imagine him.
Gotta start somewhere. It's like Rogaine.
Gotta start somewhere.
That's a victory lap for ants. Come on.
Toby's frozen. That's great.
Frozen. Stay like this, Toby.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Who else did back in the back?
Yeah.
I was saying it's just like Rogaine. You use it. If you do it and you keep your fingers crossed, maybe you get a couple little sprouts. It's like
what? Fuck that crap. to spread on your head. Bald is beautiful, bitch.
Just shave it? Oh, God, what has happened?
Did you lose
reveal.
a bet like
Hair,
Johnny
man.
Cage?
Big reveal. All right. Nobody screams.
Smooth as a baby's
bad,
testicle.
Mr. Clean.
Bold side,
Papa.
hair
You made me
side.
reveal it. You made me reveal
Gray
it.
side.
My wife
Gray
won't let me
side.
reveal my baldness.
I just heard in the previous segment, KG was talking. He said something about doorknobs, and I got personally offended for some reason.
Right.
You know.
Rightio. All right.
Yeah, the AI panel. I didn't understand a thing in that.
I remember that you don't trust AI. No. I took away something very important. Not a lot of us in this community remember how to change their oil or their tires.
Right.
Personally, the last time I cleaned out and rebuilt a carburetor was in 1986 in my dad's 1971 Volkswagen Squareback, and I don't remember how to do it again. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But do you ever let your wife check your oil? Sorry, I figured I would be the crass one this time, Papa, because it's like, you know, you normally carry that mantle.
I don't.
No.
That's
too much.
No,
Too far.
you've got a fiance that's like half your age, so maybe she checks.
No. Yeah, I was like, homie, don't play that.
So people expected Richard Hart to close out the conference, but instead you get us. You get us bonehead. Gonna be so disappointed,
dude.
But shout out to RHMax though, man. That's a great conference he's put on. Round of applause. Chat, light up the chat. Come on.
A thankless job. It is not easy.
Yeah.
Tweet this out. Replay gang. Watch
gang.
this crap. Let's do it.
Hey, right after you watch this conference, you go to the What the Hex channel.
Yes,
and listen
and subscribe.
to true OGs, not shilling you any shit coins.
Yeah.
Any product that will help Hex, to go up. No, none of that.
Right.
Turn into Quasimodo. You just totally right in front of us.
We are the historians of the truth from day one. If you need to know what's up, watch the What the Hex show, because we complain about it from day one.
Yes.
And Toby, I think you brought up some great points. We were reflecting on the sacrifice and what that meant and what the price was at the time and how important that was and what the true value on chain is of these things. You want to talk about anything like that?
Yeah, I tell you what, it's like here's one of the things that I find maddening. I find that on our show afterward, I will get DMs all the time from people, sometimes open, posts, but often DMs about like, man, you guys are saying exactly what I've been thinking forever, but this stuff never goes anywhere because it gets drowned out by whomever and everyone on a public post. But the reality is, if somebody is telling you stuff that is mathematically inaccurate and they are very adept at mathematics, maybe they're trying to sell you something. You know what I mean? So it's disingenuous at best, right? So if you have anyone tell you that you sold your Hex to RH, we didn't do that. It was a sacrifice. Everybody understands the importance of the language, what that means. Also, if you go back to the history of it, one of the most alpha plays was to sacrifice Hex because it was highly likely it was going to an address that would never sell it. So it's effectively more like burning your Hex than selling.
Burned a bunch of Hex off the market.
Yep. And then it was encapsulating that value for later as well.
On two chains.
Yep, on two chains, dude. Yep.
Well, and the other piece is if someone's telling you that sack rate is 0.001, they are not telling you the full story. Because the reality of it is the vast majority of people that sacrificed got a substantially better rate. Now, are we below even what the whale rates were? Yes, at this point. But we're not 75, 80% down from whatever metric you're trying to look at as far as like a baseline is what people got their pulse at, right? So if you do the math, it's around 0.00004 is what the top sacrificer got as their rate, which is 60% below 0.0001. And then everyone else is kind of in a range somewhere between maybe like 4 zeros and a 6 and 4 zeros and a 4. That's the vast majority of people. It's like what they effectively, sacrificed and got, what their value turned into. So anybody telling you like, to focus from, we're down this much from SAC, it's like, come on, better, like change the narrative, but it doesn't fly. It's easier to say we're down from this 0001, blah, blah, blah. Also, the last one is 99% down. Who's 99% down? Do you know who's 99% down? That guy, that one guy that bought the wickety-wick top of the top, that guy. And that's only if he's still holding, because pretty good chance he capitulated sometime along the way. Maybe he's still holding. And then, that guy, sorry, man, you're 99% down. The vast majority of people did not buy at all-time high.
Good point, Toby. There's one more gift to this equation that very few people understand and pay attention to, and that is for the tax-paying public in certain jurisdictions. I'll say the United States because Toby and I are from there, but I'll tell you that I
don't know what he's talking about.
That if you consult your CPA and put things in the correct way, there was an advantage to sacrificing as well as a $0 transaction that you gain nothing back for. So that is called a deemed sale at $0, and you actually have a savings of losses that you harvested when you did that, and that will apply to when you actually disperse or dispense the assets into another currency. That is coming up in the bull. So win, win, and win.
Just do your research.
Toby, one question that came up into my mind. Does anyone know if the stakers staked the sacrificed hex?
Wait, if the stakers staked the sacrifice hex?
Yes.
Can you repeat that question in English, please?
The hex that was sacrificed.
What the hex?
Was it staked?
Was it staked? Well, I mean, it seems to me
last month,
like,
yes.
Yeah, right. I mean, if what the OA was holding was,
well, thank you, stakers.
There were two different. I don't know. I didn't do the blockchain analysis on that. I can't.
Not
say
until last month.
Yeah, my understanding was what the OA had held was almost entirely staked. As far as what went into the SAC address, I honestly don't know. I'd have to say, hey, blockchain people, go out there and look and see like what went to the sacrifice address. Did that end up being staked, or is that still liquid?
Someone, please.
Please, in the chat, give us the answer.
What's the point? What's the point? Are you asking a legitimate question, or are you going to make a point? Is it rhetorical, or is it like a real question?
It's just something that came into my mind.
Okay.
There's no substance in no substance in that, and it's not even funny.
Okay.
Well,
Peter,
disappointment.
Well done.
As always, Peter. It's okay. We expect as much from you.
Well, no.
Well, no, I know.
You should have no expectations.
I don't.
You know what's frustrating now that the verdict is in with the SEC case, and today kind of sort of the 60-day period has started for potential appeal, which we all deem very unlikely, but it's a technicality. And now it's making the rounds in the crypto mainstream news media, Richard won against the SEC, and people still, I had an exchange the afternoon with some guy from the XRP army. They're still twisting it, even though there is as much legal clarity as you can literally have. I mean, the judge said, "Yeah,
still a scam, DJ.
The SAC
Don't you understand?
is his money. He can do whatever he wants." The judge literally said he can do what he wants with that money. Like, how much more do you need to hear?
What's the
and
spin?
They still call it a scam, and now they're turning it back to, oh yeah, the tokenomics of Hex. Like, if everybody starts to sell, there wouldn't be enough liquidity and that sort of shit.
In terms of XRP, if Brad Garling jumps on your ass every month, what are those tokenomics?
And telling me XRP is great. Like, what the heck? Like, they're now twisting it. Like, they will never support us. So that's why I think it came to me, it's no point in arguing with these people anymore. We just need to do our own thing as Hexicans and PulseChainiacs.
I like that.
And don't worry about all these people and the centralized exchanges and all the crypto media and the Bitcoin conference and all that stuff. We do our own conference, the RHMax conference.
Hey, Peter, looks like we got an answer to your question. My good friend Gold Key. Yes, it was staked. Take your own advice and do your own research, Toby. I'm sorry. He didn't mean it like that. Maybe it was more like, yes, it was staked. Take your own advice and do your own research, Toby.
It was basically burned.
I got burned. God damn it. That's my version of research on something like that affects me none, because I honestly don't give a shit. But yeah, thank you, Gold Key, just having a little fun. If you don't understand, people watching at home, and Gold Key in particular, sarcasm is my love language. Love you, bro. Nothing but the best.
And by the way,
thank you for illuminating the chat with that, Peter. It was staked, so there you go. All that liquid Hex.
Economics.
I like it.
Yeah,
that's a good term,
right?
And by the way, everyone criticized RH, like, you should burn your Hex and blah blah blah. Well, now he staked it,
which he did. He kind of did.
He kind of did. So
he kept his options open by staking it, in my opinion. You know, the way I look at it is like he reduced the inflation, and I actually Dipcatcher talked about this a little bit earlier. Typically, low inflation environments are good for various things. You know, so I think that also there's this outsized chance, in my opinion, that at some point, I don't think it'll be any time before the top of the bull, that some of those stakes could be emergency in-staked. And they would effectively be, I know this is highly speculative, but I'm just saying, as far as like a lottery ticket for those, because the only people that are going to benefit are those that are staked. If he EESs, and then there are a significant penalties for those.
The African prince, African priest.
Whomever, right?
Yeah.
Then there would be 50% of those penalties go back to the OA, and 50% would go to those who are staked. If you're not staked, you get nothing from it. So it would almost be like an intermittent reward that's thrown out there that would then like trigger people's brains like, oh man, hey, wish I had some stakes because I could have got a piece of that.
But the OA is staked too. The OA is staked too, and the vast majority of the staking. So there's a little bit of goodies to come to the stakers.
Psychologically.
But then the APY goes back up like crazy. So there's a benefit there.
For a day. For a day, and then if you extrapolate that over the year and like rejigger your APR thing, it's like maybe it's not 3.9% or whatever it is currently. Now we're back up in the 20s, 30% range if it's a huge enough.
If and when we have no expectations.
No. I mean, that's the thing. It's like we don't know. Look at us.
I don't think this will ever happen, Toby. But
I mean, maybe not.
I mean,
boy can dream.
It would be very nice wet dream. And maybe it would
dream.
What if the African priest becomes the next pope?
But please no. But maybe it would be a good signal to the community that the APR went down, but here, have some crumbs.
Well, it's transparent on the chain. Everybody can see the moves. That's one of the beautiful things with Hex and PulseChain, that there's no hidden agenda. Everything is out there in the open. And the SAC wallets that have been staked, the 40%, is a 10-year staking ladder with a big chunk coming out every 2 years. So that's one day where the APR will go back up again. And then again, 2 years later, if it's not being restaked right away. So things can change. Just because it's bad right now with the daily payout doesn't mean
now.
And there's something else.
It has to stay that way.
There's something else to consider too, like the APY that was like so infamously or famously, touted out there forever. 38% APY, blah blah blah. It was always in terms of Hex. That was always the metric, right?
Of course.
So in reality, what are people more concerned about?
The Bitcoin people want to accumulate Satoshis. We want to.
Well, I want to stack beats, baby.
Yes.
I want to stack some beats. That's what I'm stacking. I don't know about the rest of you.
Well, right now you are stacking beats. It's easy. Not
hand motion. You gotta get it so they know it's a snap.
Toby stacks too many beats.
Plot beats.
Instead of 38, it's now 4%.
No,
Triplet that says,
like, what do people want? At the end of the day, they want dollars, right? I mean, unfortunately, we're not completely in a decentralized world where we can use crypto to pay for everything. That would be great. Maybe we're aiming toward that.
Toby, you fed my bags again? You fed my dollar bags?
No, I think you and some other people were saying that you know, it's really about terms of like dollar appreciation, right? Like how much in dollars have you made by staking Hex? So if we get price appreciation, maybe a lower APY on Hex terms, where are you really as far as APY on your investment? And I mean, that's to be determined. But if, you know, you can do the math. If you speculate and say, hey, we're going to hit this price, you can do the math backward if you care to.
But will we? That's the question.
No, will we? I won't.
Here's a question. Here's a question I want to pose to you all too. That, you know, again, in the spirit of Pulse Conference 2055, a lot of people are very confused about why I named the conference that. To me, it was just like there's Token 2049.
Right.
There's a Cypherpunk 2077. There's what's that other movie? 2049 movie. I forget what it was. They made a remake. They made the remake. Whatever it was. So to me, it was just like this, like looking forward type of thing. And fun fact, if you haven't realized it by now, if we have this conference 30 years from today, it'd be 5555. Boom.
Yeah.
I see.
Right. I know. I got to explain. You got to explain the jokes.
The fact that most of the three of us are going to be dead by then, but that's okay.
I mean,
we appreciate
from the
it.
old folks home, we're streaming.
Hey, I will be 84-year-old. I will have a bionic spine by then. I will have monkey butlers and sex robots galore. Just carrying me around on my hovercraft to do whatever. I don't think sex is really going to be on the agenda at 84, but you know.
Well,
no, but they're doing
longevity.
sandwich.
We're looking on longevity. We're going to reverse aging, so we're going to get you. You can be active at any age at that point.
Now, quick question about Aubrey de Grey. Is it true that he's only 35 years old?
I've got lots of questions about that.
That's what I want to keep telling people. I want to be like, he's sexually small, but we just got to do it at scale now. And Aubrey, he's actually 12 years old. He's
12 years old.
If
mind blown.
Shaved Benjamin Button's thing,
he would look younger.
He's currently trying to solve the Benjamin Button problem. So he's got it. He may be automatically may just start falling off if that's how it works. I don't know.
Peter just uncovered the scam. In 10 more years, Aubrey de Grey is gonna walk into a box, shave his beard, and come out and say, "I've solved it."
Well, I want Brad Pitt to play him in the movie. I'll say that.
I met the guy in Vegas, and I actually touched his beard. So you know, I think he's looking older every year. So isn't he testing a little bit of his own medicine?
Well, is Elon going to be on Mars, or is everyone else going to be on Mars based on his contributions?
Good point.
I'm okay with that. Anyways, wrapping up this amazing panel. By the way, I've listened to half of what you said and enjoyed a fraction of that. However,
can we show our show?
Just kidding.
Can we show our show?
No, you've already showed the show.
That's all we came here.
The name is What the Hex panel. How have you not? The whole conference is showing your show right now.
It's not readable.
It is a great show.
DJ,
you
being
got
the
the
most
shirt
mature
too.
of us, plug it, brother.
All right. I
So
promise, hold on. Before we do, I promise you can show the show. But like before we do, 2055, one word. Start with Peter. Go into Toby. What are you gonna be doing? One word in 2055. Get your mind off monkey sex. Okay. That's several words, but pain, medicine. Medicine, maybe?
Medicine.
Digesting.
Pain. I don't want to go with pain. Pain don't sound like a good word. 2055.
Napping.
I like it. I like it. Napping.
You took mine. You already said digesting.
Digesting and napping. Napping while I'm digesting.
Mine was going to be napping, I guess. Probably decaying. Probably.
Nobody wants to go with like rich or powerful or beach or DJ.
Max, do you know how old we are? Come on, bro. We're all in our 50s,
I'll
bro.
be-
We worked hard.
We are gray hair.
If you're going in the right direction, you get compounding returns. So it should be better in the future, right?
I'll be at the old folks' home looking for Aubrey de Grey and watching all the youngins spend the Hex gains.
Gains. I'm going to go with gains. It's a one word.
Depressing.
Gains. All right.
How depressing.
Awesome panel. Please tell people, take us out on your show, and you're actually, again, appreciate you all for actually talking about the Hex token consistently over and over and over, no matter if we're up only or not. I mean, that's commendable. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
So where can they find the Hex show? What the Hex show? Where can they find it?
We're What the Hex. The channel name is called What the Hex Supra. I don't know why, but that's what it's called. So it's the What the Hex show every Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's a very core coin centered show. mostly about Hex, as the name gives away. We're also a bit, as we alluded, a bit of the older spectrum in the community, the elder statesmen. So we're trying to bring a little bit of that life and business advice to the young people, but we know that the young people are not checking for us. But still, that's what we're trying to bring to the community. It's a show.
There's some people. When I was younger, I listened to the older guys, right? So there's probably a handful out there.
It's out the window these days.
Yeah, you want to make money? Listen to your elders.
We're not boomers. There it starts in the chat already. We're Gen X's, but
Gen X, goddamn it.
RG
Gen X,
the only
goddamn it.
boomer. Isn't RG the only boomer that's like public?
Yes.
We got
that's
yeah.
only
Gen
Eric.
X.
So come check us out on Thursday. It's a show by the community for the community. DJ Geriatric from the Old Folks Home. Exactly.
That's right,
Shout
DJ
out.
Geriatric.
Yes,
Well,
it's
I
not
love
what the flex. though.
Okay, Grandpa, now let's get you back to bed. Amen, brother. Take me home.
All right, gents.
Mean as hell.
And once again, congrats to RHMax for the
Thank you,
conference.
RHMax.
Yeah.
Thank you, RHMax.
Good job.
Man. Thanks for having us. It was fun.
Thank you. No, thanks for coming again. We've had so many great sessions today, and you guys really you gave us another great one. So I really appreciate you all. Have a great rest of your day, and get some naps, get some gains, get some medicine, get some. What Toby say? I forgot.
Digest.
Have
Have some oatmeal. Have some oatmeal. Stem your diabetes.
Well, that's way past nap time. We got a lot of chats popping off right now. You guys go join the chat. It'll be fun.
Absolutely,
everyone. All right, and then there can only be one more transition because we had a slot, we had a cancellation. Nobody stepped up, and oh gosh, I was about to say I thought Dipcatcher just left too. Nobody stepped up to claim it at the last minute except the catcher of dips. We're gonna do a quick transit. We're gonna do some RH weights, and then we're gonna. You know what? I'm gonna play RH weights, and I'm gonna bring Dipcatcher on. I think it'll look like he's doing weights in the middle of us. We're gonna try it out and see how it looks. Here we go.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large road weight belt don't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot.
So what's that trophy in the back? Is that a fallopian tube?
Oh, we can unmute. Nice. Fallopian tube. I don't know.
That's from the 2019 Fallopian Classic.
It's I kind of want to give it to GPT, and that's what it is now. Actually, that's a good question. Interesting. Maybe it's supposed to be secret. Look at these weights, though, man. Like he's, probably like 5 years ago.
Yeah, so 45, 45, probably other 25s, you think, or 10?
Are those 45, 45 90s? But they're double weights, aren't they?
Are they?
Good question. I mean, if it is, so we have three. So basically, 6 times 90. So 540. Is it 540 pounds?
Maybe.
Damn. Let's go with that. Let's go with the 555 pounds. Let's do it. Wow. Hexander says I threw my back out watching this. So crazy. Oh man. Thank you for joining
on the event. I feel like it was popping all day.
It has been popping. It's been pamping. It's been I don't know if we made any dent in the price chart, but I think that all we can do is go out here and try to make contributions, right? I mean, no better than anyone. It's like you've been here for years now, and it's you've seen some things, you built some things, and it's one of those like, why not? Like, why can't we win? Like, what we have enough people, we have enough intelligence collectively, we have enough people who are aligned to make this place do some amazing stuff and to surprise everyone. Why not? I always go back to like, why not? It is unreasonable that we won't get glory. To me, there's no guarantees, but it is unreasonable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think it just takes big, bold steps. I think that so much of what I think there's in general a lot of just kind of like a hope, a wish, and a prayer, and that worked when there's global bull cycle happening in a relatively low competition environment, but in a very competitive environment and basically global bear market, it's like you can't just wait for that. And so that's kind of, I think that's really my call to action to people is to take this, like really like there was a bull cycle and it's done. And so there's kind of a bear cycle happening right now, and who knows when the next bull cycle will be. And so I really call upon people to, really challenge the thoughts that they had leading into this past cycle.
Well, you think so? So just to be clear, you think that the bull run is over? We're in some sort of bear environment for now. Don't know how long it's going to last, or do you think it's correlated to the 4-year? Do you think it's something different?
Well, I think the 4-year cycle is starting to break down. By now, there are so many ways for the future price of Bitcoin to be priced in, whether that's through options, leverage, futures, and then now because Bitcoin has kind of inserted itself as like a global financial asset as part of more traditional markets, the impact of its mining rate has a lower effect. So I think that in general, the 4-year cycle is kind of, every single time it kind of gets kind of lessened and lessened. And then now that like a rising tide doesn't lift all ships, like 2017, Bitcoin was the common trading pair. Rising Bitcoin rose everything else. 2021, ETH was the common trading pair. ETH rising rose everything else. But now there's like, Bitcoin trades on its own in markets that aren't, related to ETH. ETH trades on its own with assets on Ethereum. And then now Solana is like kind of the main retail space. And so like the rising tide doesn't really impact it in the way that it used to. So I think that like that was part of what enforced those 4-year cycles, was that like rising tide. But now I think there's probably always going to be a bull and a bear market somewhere. And maybe since Ethereum kind of skipped it did go up 3x from the lows from 2022 to 2024. But Ethereum in a way kind of skipped the bull run. We skipped the bull run. Bitcoin didn't skip it and Solana didn't skip it. So that's probably what the future will be. Is it's not just going to be like a flow of dumb money anymore. The dumb money is wasting their money on sports betting, which is universally legal, or the dumb money just doesn't have money. Like they don't have money to spend. And also like that kind of high risk ball of fire, like a lot of money that's currently going into early stage AI stuff. That was like that ultra high risk kind of future tech focused capital that used to flow through crypto hedge funds, which would make its way across the whole space. Now, there's competitive early stage, high growth potential kind of future tech industries. So it's, things are a lot more competitive. So it takes a lot more, serious efforts and to really break through.
So you think, we got the tariffs, we got the macro, we got new administration. Do you think that we're going to, you think we're not going to get another Trump pump this year, or anything sustained? Or
well, I think the Trump stuff was priced in between the day in September when he was in Pennsylvania up to inauguration, like that, like because that's how these markets work now. Is like there's so many ways to price things in the future, and that whole gain and loss allocation cycle is just shrinking with leverage and shit coins. Basically, a lot of that like upside is kind of already priced in. Like having the crow, like you can only have an upcoming pro crypto president until he's now the president. So all that upside of or at least the initial upside of having a pro crypto president, that was taking place from when everyone basically is like, okay, he didn't die, he's going to win through inauguration. And then
I like the commentary. He didn't die, he's going to win inauguration.
So then like now there will be sustained, kind of relief on those topics, but and also like I don't know how much I think they're larger financial powers than the president. Like there's serious, global power that is not related to political elected office. Like, there's larger forces at play. And maybe those people don't want to just unleash markets. So.
Well, okay. So maybe interesting. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat want to hear this too. The other side of it, what is the to that, what would be the counter of, if these things happen, what is the bull case for crypto or even for PulseChain? I remember even before PulseChain launched, I was like, you know what? I think it's possible to have a mini bull run within our ecosystem just based on all the nuance that we have and all the whales and all the pieces and all the things that didn't happen the last few months and stuff too. What's the counter for that?
So probably specifically a bull case for crypto is if U.S. tech and financial giants experience massive returns from AI related and investments in their business, because that's the highest value new inbound user of crypto is a tech bro or finance bro who makes 200 to 600K a year, is willing to take high risk, and has a massive paycheck every 2 weeks. And so that probably has hurt, when it was with the big tech companies and the financial companies, that had a big impact on crypto. So if those specific industries have big catalysts as a result of AI, which allows them, even though it kind of works in both ways, whether that adds people or reduces people, you really need high earning people who have funds that are willing to invest. So that's like a catalyst, but also if there's a breakthrough, consumer use case, pump.fund kind of was that more speaks to just people's risk tolerance. People, I think the world kind of has this get rich or die trying feeling right now. I think between the wars going on and also kind of that bleak feeling of AI now being able to do white collar work, basically. I think that introduced this really bleak feeling, especially to the young people who are just turning 21 right now. Breakthrough use cases that cater to things that those people care about, that can be a big thing that can introduce a local bull run, because we don't really care if there's a broad crypto bull run, right? We only care if there's a local directed Hex related bull run. And so that's why, it's at this point, it's I'm not waiting for some big force to do that. It's my assumption is that the big rising tide is not going to help me. And so if I want to achieve success, then it's going to come through some breakthrough innovation, and that's kind of the approach that I'm trying to take.
Well, I know you got to run too, but maybe 60 seconds. What is the most bullish thing you could see happening for PulseChain that would make green candles come this year? That's the most likely you could see.
Hex breaking through its all-time high. So much of the top level resistance from Hex was ported over to Pulse and PulseX, and so what would normally be a big source of resistance on any attempt to go up, if there's any type of demand catalyst, whether that's through FlexNet or otherwise, that is causing new active buying of Hex and then using it in some protocol that it's just not being actively sold. Hex breaking through, Hex's chart and general structure allowing for it to actually have a clean break out of the prior all-time high. That's the bull case for PulseChain, I think, is Hex shocking the world and reintroducing itself as a powerful and resilient asset that is not just kind of the CD time lock your Hex and earn more narrative, but Hex that's more at the center of an economic system. That to me is the most bullish thing for Hex.
Wow. Maybe, it's everything old is new again. Is Hex really, is it key again? Is it that?
Yeah. That's why, even XRP, look at that continues to have random pockets of delayed success. And part of it is just that it just kind of sticks around. And I talk to people that are not in the crypto world. A lot of these people, especially if they're a little bit older, they find out I work in the space and they ask me about XRP. And so it's things that I think have staying power. It just puts them, it just gives it a chance to catch the right catalyst at the right time, to run things up. So, that's Hex now kind of, it's a mature asset. It's really only gotten better. and any upgrade that Ethereum makes, and especially now that Hex is kind of leaning into the L2 space with FlexNet, like all these benefits that are not coming at our dime or effort, we get to leverage. And so, Hex, returning to all-time highs, that's definitely in play, like absolutely easier than you would think, believe it or not.
Well, I like that. I like that a lot. I would love to see Hex break through all-time highs. Let's get a few dollar Hex. How about that? Let's start talking dollar terms instead of sub pennies, right?
I could probably stay out for about 5 more minutes. So
okay,
yeah.
Just on Hex too. I mean, I love to have Hex conversations. This whole day was like mostly Hex, like at least half or more of the conference was. What do people who just got into PulseChain and PulseX, what do they need to know about Hex? It feels wildly different. It feels the same, but then also wildly different based on the big moves that have happened recently. Like, what are they missing when they're like just not wanting to play with Hex these days?
I think that, anyone who's entering any crypto space now, they're looking for like some kind of high risk, high reward opportunity. But also I think that, if people like Hex is like kind of core use, like the big money use case is like that as a reserve asset, or like, and it's, that reserve asset from like a corporate or government perspective, but like savings asset from a retail user perspective. So I think that Hex is probably hurt like from that, being its main use case is just like savings and not like a lottery ticket. So I think that, that's really one of the goals of FlexNet is to now like make Hex part of other higher risk, like being able to lever up the risk related to holding Hex, through things on like FlexDex or other types of ways to kind of amplify that. I think that can attract those people who are just getting in. So it's kind of a tough sell to someone who's like not actively saving money, who's trying to take some portion of their paycheck and put it into something, be like one of the first 10 buyers of something, and then sell once like the 100th buyer gets in before it kind of bleeds out and everything's on to the next one. Like to that user, the Hex narrative, it just may be falling on deaf ears. But I think with expanded use case around Hex, it can introduce it to more people, not just at times when they're like trying to save. Like Hex is like a savings vehicle. Like that really only reaches people who are ready to, who are actively looking for that as a solution. And so I think expanding the use cases is key to that.
Well, I think earlier too, you mentioned, something around maybe green candles could be overrated for ecosystem and Hex and stuff too. But how much would Hex getting, to 10 cents again, what kind of impact would that have on this, what we want to be a revival for this coin? Like, how much impact would that make?
It would show that it's like not dead. Like, and that's, crypto is a game of like most things die out and then some things carry on for many cycles. And it's kind of at a precipice of, is it going to carry forth, or is it going to just kind of be another thing that also died? So just not so much like the green candle itself, but just like renewed demand and like renewed life. That's the big piece. Because I was thinking about it more. I think the thing that actually onboards people isn't green candles; it's actually red candles. And I mean that by realized gain. Like people get in because they see their friend cashed out, and by now like everyone's inundated with green candles on artificially low market cap charts, and it's just kind of like there are too many of them. So like I don't think the effect of the green candle is as strong as it used to be. Like people respect the realized gain, and so it's actually red candles.
Some more Hex flexes.
Yeah. So yeah, more or just like cash, or people like being able to cash out of a big position. Like that I think attracts a lot of people. Yeah.
All right. Well, about to wrap up the conference, man. Anything else you want to send us out on, and you can get going as well?
No, I mean, this really feels like December of 2020, and that was setting up for basically like 100x on Hex from that perspective. And, Hex being the number one leverage point for the rest of the ecosystem, like it really is time to, like all the stars are aligning. The low rates, the artificially low price, the new use cases, like all these things are kind of blending, and it's really feeling like that era of Hex, which set us up for massive upside. So
starting to feel a little bit like Christmas.
Yeah, it is.
That'd be nice. All right, man. Well, again, appreciate you. Tanto Nomini on the Twitter, and go build some stuff. I want to see what you got.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. See ya. All right, everyone. Are you not entertained? I'm gosh, we're hitting up 6 hours here. I see you live, 5 hours, 59 minutes, 36 seconds. And wow, what action-packed, jam-full content. Oh, so much good stuff. I wanted to get, there was just not time in between to do a lot of different, I want to talk about security at some point. I want to talk about privacy. I want to talk about Go Real DeFi more, a lot of that stuff. But there really just wasn't time to do it because we literally stayed on track for most of the conference. But just so much good information, so much conversation, so much, different ideas about things as well. I love when people, we don't always have to agree, but I really like to see that people with different opinions can come share them, and everyone decide what they, what they think and what they want to believe, and what tribe they want to follow, and all that in a kind, respectful way. I think there's something really special about that we could do when we do events. So I appreciate you all. Chat's been great. Speakers have been great. I think we had, not everyone could make it, but I still think we had around 40 speakers or so, give or take. And we had some new ones added near the end as well. So really good stuff. I will just show for a moment, put on the screen, PulseChain.com. If anyone new's here, you don't know where to get information, what to do, I'll give you just a real quick breeze through a couple little bit of onboarding stuff. So PulseChain.com, recently updated, got a lot of great price charts and stuff too. There's also GoPulse, which has a ton of metrics and a ton of pieces you can see about the bridge and everything else. I'll go to GoPulse real quick. It's also got prices. It's got stats, bridge, liquidity, leagues, gas, validator stuff. You can see how many validators and stuff are on PulseChain. Got around 45,000 or so all over the world. You can see how to buy PulseChain. You can buy with bank account, bridge, swap, launch. You can do the Hex mining, add it to your wallet, all the fun buttons like that. You even got steps here, prepare your wallet, buy Pulse, trade on PulseX. A lot of great community products and people building. And you got dashboard and downloadable DeFi and different types of stuff like that. You have GoRealDeFi.com, which is a site that gives you verifiable security access gateway into a lot of the official apps, Hex and the bridge and Launchpad, ETHEX, PulseX, the Explorer, all that fun stuff as well. In addition to different ways to buy the cryptos, Hex and PulseChain, everything else, and a lot of different playlists, information, access to resources, charts, information about the airdrop, how to check all that stuff too, live streams. GoPulse has done a great job. Well, I guess /live isn't working right now. And they're launching a new site, but I've seen a lot of amazing updates on Twitter. So a lot of great stuff there. Onboarding, if you want to send people to a playlist where they can do their own DeFi, how to create a wallet, recently updated for 2025. Put some effort into producing a lot of these too. If you're on Binance or if you want to use the bridge or how to get USD PulseChain, all that stuff as well. Just got to Go Real DeFi, click onboarding. That'll take you to the playlist you can share with your onboards or anyone else interested. We have the best stats. We have all the amazing stuff. Also have an aggregation of all those links as well. The closest thing to the Hex white paper we have, different guides, mining calculators, Hex Scout, a lot of amazing resources in the ecosystem to help you navigate it. Again, privacy, security, did streams. I've got a channel RHMax.tv. You just go to RHMax.tv. It'll ask you if you want to subscribe. So just rolling to it. And you can see all the different creators, and we have like 150 plus creators, ecosystem map. We got 200 plus projects. I mean, this is something I'm telling you in 5 minutes what you could do. 5 hours of streaming on to go over the different resources and places and amazing stuff we have in the ecosystem. So if you're curious, if you're looking for real DeFi, if you're wondering how to navigate the crypto space, if you want to make sure you're in a place that that isn't perfect, but is here to win, that has a founder that's in it for glory, that has a community that's been built from the ground up with solid principles and a foundation, and people who come here and comment and like and subscribe and just give you shout outs in every which way, and people who try to make this place their home and try to make a contribution. And put on conferences, and the more conferences, the better. I hope this inspires other people to be content creators, to put their money where their mouth is, stop being so passive, get out there and help the community in whichever way they can. And I appreciate all of you in the community. Again, I don't work for anyone. I don't work for Richard. I don't work for the community. I am my own person. I make my own choices, and I try to the best of my ability to help this ecosystem thrive. And that sovereignty and that ability for me to channel my energy and focus and create things, I hope will make a big difference in this place and make an impact that I hope to have. And when things look down, just remember, it could be worse. It's probably going to get better. And what's a better story? I better quit while I'm ahead, or I've already cut my losses, or I stuck in there. I made an impact. I was net positive and I won. That's the story. That's the story I like. That's all we got for you today. Ending of the conference, Pulse Conference 2055. Again, thank you all for joining me. No shortage of information out there. Go get your financial freedom. Wish you all the best. Wish you the maddest of gains. And have a great rest of your week. I am out.
Welcome to Pulse Conference 2055.